Chapter 6 of Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Letter 6. Although the influence of the Christian religion was not introduced to the nations of Europe with such radiance as to dispel at once those clouds of superstition which continued to obscure the understanding of hasty and ill-instructed converts, there can be no doubt that its immediate operation went to modify the erroneous and extravagant articles of credulity which lingered behind the old pagan faith, and which gave way before it, in proportion as its light became more pure and refined from the devices of men. The poet Chaucer, indeed, pays the Church of Rome, with its monks and preaching friars, the compliment of having, at an early period, expelled from the land all spirits of an inferior and less holy character. The verses are curious as well as picturesque, and may go some length to establish the existence of doubts concerning the general belief in fairies among the well-instructed in the time of Edward III. The fairies of whom the Bard of Woodstock talks are, it will be observed, the ancient Celtic breed, and he seems to refer for the authorities of his tale to Britain, or Armorica, a genuine Celtic colony. In old time of the King Arthur, of which that Bretons speak great honour, all was this land fulfilled of fairy. The elf queen with her jolly company danced full oft in many a green mead. This was the old opinion as I read. I speak of many hundred years ago, but now can no man see no elves mo'. For now the great charity and prayers of limitors and other holy friars, that searchen every land and every stream, as thick as motes in the sunny beam, blessing halls, chambers, kitchens, and boors, cities and burgs, castles high and towers, thropes and barns, sheep pens and dairies. This maketh that there ben no fairies, for there as wont to walken was an elf, there walketh now the limitor himself in under niches and in morwennings, and saith his matins and his holy things as he goeth in his limitation. Women may now go safely up and down in every bush and under every tree. There is no other incubus than he, and he no will don them no dishonour. When we see the opinion which Chaucer has expressed of the regular clergy of his time in some of his other tales, we are tempted to suspect some mixture of irony in the compliment which ascribes the exile of the fairies, with which the land was fulfilled in King Arthur's time, to the warmth and zeal of the devotion of the limitary friars. Individual instances of skepticism there might exist among scholars, but a more modern poet, with a vein of humour not unworthy of Geoffrey himself, has with greater probability delayed the final banishment of the fairies from England, that is, from popular faith, till the reign of Queen Elizabeth, and has represented their expulsion as a consequence of the change of religion. 2 or 3 verses of this lively satire may be very well worth the reader's notice, who must at the same time be informed that the author, Dr. Corbet, was nothing less than the Bishop of Oxford and Norwich in the beginning of the 17th century. The poem is named A Proper New Ballad, entitled The Fairies' Farewell, to be sung or whistled to the tune of the Meadow Brow by the learned, by the unlearned to the tune of Fortune. Farewell, rewards and fairies, good housewives now may say, for now foul sluts in dairies do fare as well as they, and though they sweep their hearths no less than maids were wont to do, yet who of late for cleanliness finds sixpence in her shoe? Lament, lament, old abbeys, the fairies lost command. They did but change priests' babies, but some have changed your land, and all your children sprung from hence are now grown Puritans, who live as changelings ever since for love of your domains. At morning and at evening both you merry were and glad, so little care of sleep and sloth those pretty ladies had. When Tom came home from labour, or Cis to milking rose, then merrily, merrily went their labour, and merrily went their toes. Witness those rings and roundelays of theirs, which yet remain, were footed in Queen Mary's days, on many a grassy plain. But since of late Elizabeth and later James came in, they never danced on any heath, as when the time hath been. By which we note the fairies were of the old profession, their songs were Ave Maries, their dances were procession. But now, alas, they all are dead, or gone beyond the seas, or farther for religion fled, or else they take their ease. The remaining part of the poem is dedicated to the praise and glory of old William Chorn of Staffordshire, who remained a true and staunch evidence in behalf of the departed elves, and kept, much it would seem to the amusement of the witty bishop, an inexhaustible record of their pranks and feats, whence the concluding verse, "To William I'll give audience, and pray ye for his noddle, for all the fairies' evidence were lost if that were addle." This William Chorn appears to have attended Dr. Corbett's party on the Ider Septentrional, two of which were, and two desired to be doctors, but whether William was guide, friend, or domestic seems uncertain. The travellers lose themselves in the mazes of Chorley Forest on their way to Bosworth, and their route becomes so confused that they return on their steps and labour. As in a conjurer's circle, William found a mean for our deliverance. "Turn your cloaks," quoth he, "for Puck is busy in these oaks. If ever you at Bosworth would be found, then turn your cloaks, for this is fairy ground. But ere this witchcraft was performed, we meet a very man who had no cloven feet. Though William still of little faith has doubt, 'tis Robin, or some sprite that walks about. Strike him," quoth he, "and it will turn to air. Cross yourselves thrice, and strike it. Strike that dare." Thought I, for sure this massy forester in strokes will prove the better conjurer. But 'twas a gentle keeper, one that knew humanity and manners where they grew, and rode along so far till he could say, "See yonder Bosworth stands, and this your way." In this passage the bishop plainly shows the fairies maintained their influence in William's imagination, since the courteous keeper was mistaken by their associate champion for Puck or Robin Goodfellow. The spells resorted to get rid of his supposed delusions are alternatively that of turning the cloak, recommended in visions of the second sight, or similar illusions, as a means of obtaining a certainty concerning the being which is before imperfectly seen, and that of exorcising the spirit with a cudgel, which last, Corbet prudently thinks, ought not to be resorted to unless under an absolute conviction that the exorcist is the stronger party. Chaucer, therefore, could not be serious in averring that the fairy superstitions were obsolete in his day, since they were found current 3 centuries afterwards. It is not the less certain that, as knowledge and religion became more widely and brightly displayed over any country, the superstitious fancies of the people sunk gradually in esteem and influence, and in the time of Queen Elizabeth the unceasing labour of many and popular preachers, who declaimed against the splendid miracles of the Church of Rome, produced also its natural effect upon the other stock of superstitions. Certainly, said Reginald Scot, talking of times before his own, some one knave in a white sheet hath cozened and abused many thousands, specially when Robin Goodfellow kept such a coil in the country. In our childhood, our mothers' maids have so terrified us with an ugly devil, having horns on his head, fire in his mouth, and a tail at his breech, eyes like a basin, fangs like a dog, claws like a bear, a skin like a negro, and a voice roaring like a lion, whereby we start and are afraid when we hear one cry, Bo! And they have so frayed us with bull beggars, spirits, witches, urchins, elves, hags, fairies, satyrs, pans, fauns, sylvans, Kit with the candlestick, tritons, centaurs, dwarfs, giants, imps, calcars, conjurers, nymphs, changelings, incubus, Robin Goodfellow, the sporn, the man in the oak, the helwain, the fire drake, the puckle, Tom Thumb, hobgoblin, Tom Tumbler, boneless, and such other bugbears, that we are afraid of our own shadows, insomuch that some never fear the devil but on a dark night, and then a polled sheep is a perilous beast, and many times is taken for our father's soul, specially in a churchyard, where a right hardy man heretofore durst not to have passed by night, but his hair would stand upright. Well, thanks be to God, this wretched and cowardly infidelity, since the preaching of the gospel is in part forgotten, and doubtless the rest of these illusions will in a short time, by God's grace, be detected and vanish away. It would require a better demonologist than I am to explain the various obsolete superstitions which Reginald Scot has introduced as articles of the old English faith into the preceding passage. I might indeed say the Fuca is a Celtic superstition, from which the word Puke or Puckle was doubtless derived, and I might conjecture that the man in the oak was the same with the Earl Konig of the Germans, and that the Helwain were a kind of wandering spirits, the descendants of a champion named Heliquin, who are introduced into the romance of Richard Sans Pure. But most antiquaries will be at fault concerning the sporn, Kit with the candlestick, boneless, and some others. The catalogue, however, serves to show what progress the English have made in 2 centuries, in forgetting the very names of objects which had been the sources of terror to their ancestors of the Elizabethan age. Before leaving the subject of fairy superstition in England, we may remark that it was of a more playful and gentle, less wild and necromantic character than that received among the sister people. The amusements of the southern fairies were light and sportive. Their resentments were satisfied with pinching or scratching the objects of their displeasure. Their peculiar sense of cleanliness rewarded the housewives with the silver token in the shoe. Their nicety was extreme concerning any coarseness or negligence which could offend their delicacy, and I cannot discern, except perhaps from the insinuations of some scrupulous divines, that they were vassals to, or in close alliance with, the infernals, as there is too much reason to believe was the case with their North British sisterhood. The common nursery story cannot be forgotten, how shortly after the death of what is called a nice tidy housewife, the elfin band was shocked to see that a person of different character, with whom the widower had filled his deserted arms, instead of the nicely arranged little loaf of the whitest bread and a basin of sweet cream duly placed for their refreshment by the deceased, had substituted a brown loaf and a cob of herrings. Incensed at such a coarse regale, the elves dragged the peccant housewife out of bed, and pulled her down the wooden stairs by the heels, repeating, at the same time, of her churlish hospitality, "Brown bread and herring cob, thy fat sides shall have many a bob." But beyond such playful malice, they had no desire to extend their resentment. The constant attendant upon the English fairy court was the celebrated Puck, or Robin Goodfellow, who to the elves acted in some measure as the jester or clown of the company, a character then to be found in the establishment of every person of quality, or, to use a more modern comparison, resembled the Perio of the pantomime. His jests were of the most simple, and at the same time the broadest comic character, to mislead a clown on his path homeward, to disguise himself like a stool, in order to induce an old gossip to commit the egregious mistake of sitting down on the floor when she expected to repose on a chair, were his special enjoyments. If he condescended to do some work for the sleeping family, in which he had some resemblance to the Scottish household spirit called a brownie, the selfish Puck was far from practising this labour on the disinterested principle of the northern goblin, who, if raiment or food was left in his way and for his use, departed from the family in displeasure. Robin Goodfellow, on the contrary, must have both his food and his rest, as Milton informs us, amid his other notices of country superstitions, in the poem of La Allegro. And it is to be noticed that he represents these tales of the fairies, told round the cottage hearth, as of a cheerful rather than a serious cast, which illustrates what I have said concerning the milder character of the southern superstitions, as compared with those of the same class in Scotland, the stories of which are for the most part of a frightful, and not seldom of a disgusting quality. Poor Robin, however, between whom and King Oberon Shakespeare contrives to keep a degree of distinct subordination, which for a moment deceives us by its appearance of reality, notwithstanding his turn for wit and humour had been obscured by oblivion even in the days of Queen Bess. We have already seen, in a passage quoted from Reginald Scott, that the belief was fallen into abeyance. That which follows from the same author affirms more positively that Robin's date was over. Know ye this, by the way, that heretofore Robin Goodfellow and Hobgoblin were as terrible, and also as credible, to the people as hags and witches be now, and in time to come a witch will be as much derided and condemned, and as clearly perceived, as the illusion and knavery of Robin Goodfellow, upon whom there have gone as many and as credible tales as witchcraft, saving that it hath not pleased the translators of the Bible to call spirits by the name of Robin Goodfellow, as they have diviners, soothsayers, poisoners, and cozeners by the name of witches. In the same tone, Reginald Scott addresses the reader in the preface, to make a solemn suit to you that are partial readers to set aside partiality, to take in good part my writings, and with indifferent eyes to look upon my book, were labour lost and time ill employed, for I should no more prevail herein than if 100 years since I should have entreated your predecessors to believe that Robin Goodfellow, that great and ancient bull-beggar, had been but a cozening merchant, and no devil indeed. But Robin Goodfellow ceaseth now to be much feared, and popery is sufficiently discovered. Nevertheless, witches' charms and conjurers' cogenas are yet effectual. This passage seems clearly to prove that the belief in Robin Goodfellow and his fairy companions was now out of date, while that as to witchcraft, as was afterwards but too well shown, kept its ground against argument and controversy, and survived to shed more blood. We are then to take leave of this fascinating article of the popular creed, having in it so much of interest to the imagination, that we almost envy the credulity of those who, in the gentle moonlight of a summer night in England, amid the tangled glades of a deep forest, or the turfy swell of her romantic commons, could fancy they saw the fairies tracing their sportive ring. But it is in vain to regret illusions which, however engaging, must of necessity yield their place before the increase of knowledge, like shadows at the advance of morn. These superstitions have already survived their best and most useful purpose, having been embalmed in the poetry of Milton and of Shakespeare, as well as writers only inferior to these great names. Of Spenser we must say nothing, because in his Faerie Queen the title is the only circumstance which connects his splendid allegory with the popular superstition, and as he uses it, means nothing more than an utopia or nameless country. With the fairy popular creed fell doubtless many subordinate articles of credulity in England, but the belief in witches kept its ground. It was rooted in the minds of the common people, as well by the easy solution it afforded of much which they found otherwise hard to explain, as in reference to the Holy Scriptures, in which the word witch, being used in several places, conveyed to those who did not trouble themselves about the nicety of the translation from the Eastern tongues, the inference that the same species of witches were meant as those against whom modern legislation had in most European nations directed the punishment of death. These two circumstances furnished the numerous believers in witchcraft with arguments in divinity and law which they conceived irrefragable. They might say to the theologist, "Will you not believe in witches? The Scriptures aver their existence." To the jurisconsult, "Will you dispute the existence of a crime against which our own statute book and the code of almost all civilized countries have attested, by laws upon which hundreds and thousands have been convicted, many or even most of whom have, by their judicial confessions, acknowledged their guilt and the justice of their punishment? It is a strange skepticism, they might add, which rejects the evidence of Scripture, of human legislature, and of the accused persons themselves." Notwithstanding these specious reasons, the 16th and 17th centuries were periods when the revival of learning, the invention of printing, the fearless investigations of the reformers into subjects thought formerly too sacred for consideration of any save the clergy, had introduced a system of doubt, enquiry, disregard of authority, when unsupported by argument, and unhesitating exercise of the private judgment on subjects which had occupied the bulls of popes and decrees of councils. In short, the spirit of the age was little disposed to spare error, however venerable, or countenance imposture, however sanctioned by length of time and universal acquiescence. Learned writers arose in different countries to challenge the very existence of this imaginary crime, to rescue the reputation of the great men whose knowledge, superior to that of their age, had caused them to be suspected of magic, and to put a stop to the horrid superstition whose victims were the aged, ignorant, and defenceless, and which could only be compared to that which sent victims of old through the fire to Moloch. The courageous interposition of those philosophers who opposed science and experience to the prejudices of superstition and ignorance, and in doing so incurred much misrepresentation, and perhaps no little ill will, in the cause of truth and humanity, claim for them some distinction in a work on demonology. The pursuers of exact science to its coy retreats were sure to be the first to discover that the most remarkable phenomena in nature are regulated by certain fixed laws, and cannot rationally be referred to supernatural agency, the sufficing cause to which superstition attributes all that is beyond her own narrow power of explanation. Each advance in natural knowledge teaches us that it is the pleasure of the Creator to govern the world by the laws which he has imposed, and which are not in our times interrupted or suspended. The learned Wyer or Wierus was a man of great research in physical science, and studied under the celebrated Cornelius Agrippa, against whom the charge of sorcery was repeatedly alleged by Paulus Jovius and other authors, while he suffered, on the other hand, from the persecution of the inquisitors of the church, whose accusation against this celebrated man was, that he denied the existence of spirits, a charge very inconsistent with that of sorcery, which consists in corresponding with them. Wierus, after taking his degree as a doctor of medicine, became physician to the Duke of Cleves, at whose court he practised for 30 years with the highest reputation. This learned man, disregarding the scandal which, by so doing, he was likely to bring upon himself, was one of the first who attacked the vulgar belief, and boldly assailed, both by serious arguments and by ridicule, the vulgar credulity on the subject of witches and wizards. Gabriel Naudé, or Naudius, as he termed himself, was a perfect scholar and man of letters, busied during his whole life with assembling books together, and enjoying the office of librarian to several persons of high rank, amongst others to Queen Christina of Sweden. He was, besides, a beneficed clergyman, leading a most unblemished life, and so temperate as never to taste any liquor stronger than water. Yet did he not escape the scandal which is usually flung by their prejudiced contemporaries upon those disputants whom it is found more easy to defame than to answer. He wrote an interesting work entitled Apologie pour les grands hommes accusés de magie, and as he exhibited a good deal of vivacity of talent and an earnestness in pleading his cause, which did not always spare some of the superstitions of Rome herself, He was charged by his contemporaries as guilty of heresy and skepticism, when justice could only accuse him of an incautious eagerness to make good his argument. Among persons who, upon this subject, purged their eyes with rue and euphrasy, besides the Reverend Dr. Harsnet and many others, who wrote rather on special cases of demonology than on the general question, Reginald Scot ought to be distinguished. Webster assures us that he was a person of competent learning, pious, and of a good family. He seems to have been a zealous Protestant, and much of his book, as well as that of Harsnet, is designed to throw upon the papists, in particular, those tricks in which, by confederacy and imposture, the popular ideas concerning witchcraft, possession, and other supernatural fancies were maintained and kept in exercise. But he also writes on the general question with some force and talent, considering that his subject is incapable of being reduced into a regular form, and is of a nature particularly seductive to an excursive talent. He appears to have studied legerdemain for the purpose of showing how much that is apparently unaccountable can nevertheless be performed without the intervention of supernatural assistance, even when it is impossible to persuade the vulgar that the devil has not been consulted on the occasion. Scott also had intercourse with some of the celebrated fortune tellers or philomaths of the time, one of whom he brings forward to declare the vanity of the science which he himself had once professed. To defend the popular belief of witchcraft, there arose a number of advocates, of whom Bodin and some others neither wanted knowledge nor powers of reasoning. They pressed the incredulous party with the charge that they denied the existence of a crime against which the law had denounced a capital punishment, as that law was understood to emanate from James himself, who was reigning monarch during the hottest part of the controversy. The English authors who defended the opposite side were obliged to entrench themselves under an evasion, to avoid maintaining an argument unpalatable to a degree to those in power, and which might perchance have proved unsafe to those who used it. With a certain degree of sophistry, they answered that they did not doubt the possibility of witches, but only demurred to what is their nature, and how they came to be such, according to the scholastic jargon, that the question in respect to witches was not de existentia, but only de modo existendi. By resorting to so subtle an argument, those who impugned the popular belief were obliged, with some inconsistency, to grant that witchcraft had existed and might exist, only insisting that it was a species of witchcraft consisting of they knew not what, but certainly of something different from that which legislators, judges, and juries had hitherto considered the statute as designed to repress. In the meantime, the rather that the debate was on a subject particularly difficult of comprehension, the debating parties grew warm, and began to call names. Bodin, a lively Frenchman of an irritable habit, explained the zeal of Wierus to protect the tribe of sorcerers from punishment, by stating that he himself was a conjurer, and the scholar of Cornelius Agrippa, and might therefore well desire to save the lives of those accused of the same league with Satan. Hence they threw on their antagonists the offensive names of witch patrons and witch advocates, as if it were impossible for any to hold the opinion of Naudeus, Wierus, Scott, etc., without patronizing the devil and the witches against their brethren of mortality. Assailed by such heavy charges, the philosophers themselves lost patience, and retorted abuse in their turn, calling Bodin, Del Rio, and others who used their arguments, witch advocates, and the like, as the affirming and defending the existence of the crime seemed to increase the number of witches, and assuredly augmented the list of executions. But for a certain time the preponderance of the argument lay on the side of the demonologists, and we may briefly observe the causes which gave their opinions, for a period, greater influence than their opponents on the public mind. It is first to be observed that Wierus, for what reason cannot well be conjectured, except to show the extent of his cabalistical knowledge, had introduced into his work against witchcraft the whole stenographia of Trithemius, which he had copied from the original in the library of Cornelius Agrippa, and which, suspicious from the place where he found it, and from the long catalogue of fiends which it contained, with the charms for raising and for binding them to the service of mortals, was considered by Bodin as containing proof that Wierus himself was a sorcerer, not one of the wisest, certainly, since he thus unnecessarily placed at the disposal of any who might buy the book the whole secrets which formed his stock in trade. Secondly, we may notice that from the state of physical science at the period when Van Helmont, Paracelsus, and others began to penetrate into its recesses, it was an unknown, obscure, and ill-defined region, and did not permit those who laboured in it to give that precise and accurate account of their discoveries which the progress of reasoning experimentally and from analysis has enabled the late discoverers to do with success. Natural magic, a phrase used to express those phenomena which could be produced by a knowledge of the properties of matter, had so much in it that was apparently uncombined and uncertain, that the art of chemistry was accounted mystical, and an opinion prevailed that the results now known to be the consequence of laws of matter could not be traced through their various combinations, even by those who knew the effects themselves. Physical science, in a word, was cumbered by a number of fanciful and incorrect opinions, chiefly of a mystical character. If, for instance, it was observed that a flag and a fern never grew near each other, the circumstance was imputed to some antipathy between these vegetables; nor was it for some time resolved by the natural rule that the flag has its nourishment in marshy ground, whereas the fern loves a deep dryish soil. The attributes of the divining rod were fully credited. The discovery of the philosopher's stone was daily hoped for, and electricity, magnetism, and other remarkable and misconceived phenomena were appealed to as proof of the reasonableness of their expectations. Until such phenomena were traced to their sources, imaginary and often mystical causes were assigned to them, for the same reason that, in the wilds of a partially discovered country, according to the satirist, geographers on pathless downs place elephants for want of towns. This substitution of mystical fancies for experimental reasoning gave, in the 16th and 17th centuries, a doubtful and twilight appearance to the various branches of physical philosophy. The learned and sensible Dr. Webster, for instance, writing in detection of supposed witchcraft, assumes as a string of undeniable facts opinions which our more experienced age would reject as frivolous fancies. For example, the effects of healing by the weapon self, the sympathetic powder, the curing of various diseases by apprehensions, amulets, or by transplantation, all of which undoubted wonders he accuses the age of desiring to throw on the devil's back, an unnecessary load certainly, since such things do not exist, and it is therefore in vain to seek to account for them. It followed that, while the opposers of the ordinary theory might have struck the deepest blows at the witch hypothesis by an appeal to common sense, they were themselves hampered by articles of philosophical belief, which they must have been sensible contained nearly as deep draughts upon human credulity as were made by the demonologists, against whose doctrine they protested. This error had a doubly bad effect, both as degrading the immediate department in which it occurred, and as affording a protection for falsehood in other branches of science. The champions who, in their own province, were obliged by the imperfect knowledge of the times to admit much that was mystical and inexplicable, those who opined with Bacon that warts could be cured by sympathy, who thought with Napier that hidden treasures could be discovered by the mathematics, who salved the weapon instead of the wound, and detected murders as well as springs of water by the divining rod, could not consistently use, to confute the believers in witches, an argument turning on the impossible or the incredible. Such were the obstacles arising from the vanity of philosophers and the imperfection of their science, which suspended the strength of their appeal to reason and common sense against the condemning of wretches to a cruel death on account of crimes which the nature of things rendered in modern times totally impossible. We cannot doubt that they suffered considerably in the contest, which was carried on with much anger and malevolence, but the good seed which they had sown remained uncorrupted in the soil, to bear fruit so soon as the circumstances should be altered, which at first impeded its growth. In the next letter I shall take a view of the causes which help to remove these impediments. In addition, it must always be remembered, to the general increase of knowledge and improvement of experimental philosophy. End of letter 6. Letter 7 of Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Letter 7. Penal laws, like those of the Middle Ages, denounced against witchcraft, may be at first hailed with unanimous acquiescence and approbation, but are uniformly found to disgust and offend at least the more sensible part of the public when the punishments become frequent and are relentlessly inflicted. Those against treason are no exception. Each reflecting government will do well to shorten that melancholy reign of terror which perhaps must necessarily follow on the discovery of a plot or the defeat of an insurrection. They ought not, either in humanity or policy, to wait till the voice of the nation calls to them, as Macanus to Augustus, surge tandem carnifex. It is accordingly remarkable in different countries how often at some particular period of their history there occurred an epidemic of terror of witches, which, as fear is always cruel and credulous, glutted the public with seas of innocent blood, and how uniformly men loathed the gore after having swallowed it, and by a reaction natural to the human mind desired, in prudence, to take away or restrict those laws which had been the source of carnage, in order that their posterity might neither have the will nor the means to enter into similar excesses. A short review of foreign countries, before we come to notice the British Islands and their colonies, will prove the truth of this statement. In Catholic countries on the continent, the various kingdoms adopted readily that part of the civil law already mentioned, which denounces sorcerers and witches as rebels to God and authors of sedition in the empire, but being considered as obnoxious equally to the canon and civil law, commissions of inquisition were especially empowered to weed out of the land the witches and those who had intercourse with familiar spirits, or in any other respect fell under the ban of the church, as well as the heretics who promulgated or adhered to false doctrine. Special warrants were thus granted from time to time in behalf of such inquisitors, authorizing them to visit those provinces of Germany, France, or Italy, where any report concerning witches or sorcery had alarmed the public mind, and those commissioners, proud of the trust reposed in them, thought it becoming to use the utmost exertions on their part, that the subtlety of the examinations and the severity of the tortures they inflicted might wring the truth out of all suspected persons, until they rendered the province in which they exercised their jurisdiction a desert from which the inhabitants fled. It would be impossible to give credit to the extent of this delusion, had not some of the inquisitors themselves been reporters of their own judicial exploits. The same hand which subscribed the sentence has recorded the execution. In the earlier period of the Church of Rome, witchcraft is frequently alluded to, and a capital punishment assigned to those who were supposed to have accomplished by sorcery the death of others, or to have attempted, by false prophecies or otherwise, under pretext of consulting with the spiritual world, to make innovation in the state, but no general denunciation against witchcraft itself as a league with the enemy of man, or desertion of the deity, and a crime sui generis, appears to have been so acted upon until the latter part of the 16th century, when the papal system had attained its highest pitch of power and of corruption. The influence of the churchmen was in early times secure, and they rather endeavored, by the fabrication of false miracles, to prolong the blind veneration of the people, than to vex others and weary themselves by secret investigations into dubious and mystical trespasses, in which probably the higher and better instructed members of the clerical order put as little faith at that time as they do now. Did there remain a mineral fountain, respected for the cures which it had wrought, a huge oak tree or venerated mount, which beauty of situation had recommended to traditional respect, the fathers of the Roman Church were in policy reluctant to abandon such impressive spots, or to represent them as exclusively the rendezvous of witches or of evil spirits. On the contrary, by assigning the virtues of the spring or the beauty of the tree to the guardianship of some saint, they acquired, as it were, for the defence of their own doctrine, a frontier fortress which they wrested from the enemy, and which it was at least needless to dismantle, if it could be conveniently garrisoned and defended. Thus the church secured possession of many beautiful pieces of scenery, as Mr. Whitfield is said to have grudged to the devil the monopoly of all the fine tunes. It is true that this policy was not uniformly observed. The story of the celebrated Jeanne d'Arc, called the Maid of Orleans, preserves the memory of such a custom, which was in that case turned to the prejudice of the poor woman who observed it. It is well known that this unfortunate female fell into the hands of the English after having, by her courage and enthusiasm, manifested on many important occasions, revived the drooping courage of the French, and inspired them with the hope of once more freeing their country. The English vulgar regarded her as a sorceress, the French as an inspired heroine, while the wise on both sides considered her as neither the one nor the other, but a tool used by the celebrated Dunois to play the part which he assigned her. The Duke of Bedford, when the ill-starred Jeanne fell into his hands, took away her life, in order to stigmatize her memory with sorcery, and to destroy the reputation she had acquired among the French. The mean recurrence to such a charge against a person had no more success than it deserved, although Jeanne was condemned both by the Parliament of Bordeaux and the University of Paris. Her indictment accused her of having frequented an ancient oak tree, and a fountain arising under it, called the Fated or Fairy Oak of Bourlemont. Here she was stated to have repaired during the hours of divine service, dancing, skipping, and making gestures around the tree and fountain, and hanging on the branches chaplets and garlands of flowers gathered for the purpose, reviving doubtless the obsolete idolatry which in ancient times had been rendered on the same spot to the genius loci. The charmed sword and blessed banner, which she had represented as signs of her celestial mission, were in this hostile charge against her described as enchanted implements, designed by the fiends and fairies whom she worshipped to accomplish her temporary success. The death of the innocent, high-minded, and perhaps amiable enthusiast was not, we are sorry to say, a sacrifice to a superstitious fear of witchcraft, but a cruel instance of wicked policy mingled with national jealousy and hatred. To the same cause, about the same period, we may impute the trial of the Duchess of Gloucester, wife of the good Duke Humphrey, accused of consulting witches concerning the mode of compassing the death of her husband's nephew, Henry VI. The Duchess was condemned to do penance, and thereafter banished to the Isle of Man, while several of her accomplices died in prison or were executed. But in this instance also the alleged witchcraft was only the ostensible cause of a procedure which had its real source in the deep hatred between the Duke of Gloucester and Cardinal Beaufort, his half-brother. The same pretext was used by Richard III, when he brought the charge of sorcery against the Queen Dowager, Jane Shore, and the Queen's kinsman, and yet again was by that unscrupulous prince directed against Morton, afterwards Archbishop of Canterbury, and other adherents of the Earl of Richmond. The accusation in both cases was only chosen as a charge easily made and difficult to be eluded or repelled. But in the meanwhile, as the accused of witchcraft thus afforded to tyranny or policy the ready means of assailing persons whom it might not have been possible to convict of any other crime, the aspersion itself was gradually considered with increase of terror as spreading wider and becoming more contagious. So early as the year 1398, the University of Paris, in laying down rules for the judicial prosecuting of witches, express their regret that the crime was growing more frequent than in any former age. The more severe inquiries and frequent punishments by which the judges endeavoured to check the progress of this impious practice seem to have increased the disease, as indeed it has been always remarked that those morbid affections of mind which depend on the imagination are sure to become more common in proportion as public attention is fastened on stories connected with their display. In the same century, schisms arising from different causes greatly alarmed the Church of Rome. The universal spirit of enquiry, which was now afloat, taking a different direction in different countries, had in almost all of them stirred up a skeptical dissatisfaction with the dogmas of the Church, such views being rendered more credible to the poorer classes through the corruption of manners among the clergy, too many of whom wealth and ease had caused to neglect that course of morality which best recommends religious doctrine. In almost every nation in Europe there lurked in the crowded cities, or the wild solitude of the country, sects who agreed chiefly in their animosity to the supremacy of Rome and their desire to cast off her domination. The Waldenses and Albigenses were parties existing in great numbers through the south of France. The Romanists became extremely desirous to combine the doctrine of the heretics with witchcraft, which, according to their account, abounded especially where the Protestants were most numerous, and the bitterness increasing, they scrupled not to throw the charge of sorcery, as a matter of course, upon those who dissented from the Catholic standard of faith. The Jesuit Del Rio alleges several reasons for the affinity which he considers as existing between the Protestant and the sorcerer. He accuses the former of embracing the opinion of Wierus and other defenders of the devil, as he calls all who oppose his own opinions concerning witchcraft, thus fortifying the kingdom of Satan against that of the Church. A remarkable passage in Monstrelet puts in a clear view the point aimed at by the Catholics in thus confusing and blending the doctrines of heresy and the practice of witchcraft, and how a meeting of inoffensive Protestants could be cunningly identified with a sabbath of hags and fiends. In this year 1459, in the town of Arras and the county of Artois, arose through a terrible and melancholy chance an opinion called, I know not why, the religion of Vaudoisy. This sect consisted, it is said, of certain persons, both men and women, who under cloud of night, by the power of the devil, repaired to some solitary spot amid woods and deserts, where the devil appeared before them in a human form, save that his visage is never perfectly visible to them, read to the assembly a book of his ordinances, informing them how he would be obeyed, distributed a very little money and a plentiful meal, which was concluded by a scene of general profligacy, after which each one of the party was conveyed home to her or his own habitation. On accusations of access to such acts of madness, continues Monstrelet, several creditable persons of the town of Arras were seized and imprisoned, along with some foolish women and persons of little consequence. These were so horribly tortured that some of them admitted the truth of the whole accusations, and said besides that they had seen and recognized in their nocturnal assembly many persons of rank, prelates, signors, and governors of bailliages and cities, being such names as the examinators had suggested to the persons examined, while they constrained them by torture to impeach the persons to whom they belonged. Several of those who had been thus informed against were arrested, thrown into prison, and tortured for so long a time that they were also obliged to confess what was charged against them. After this, those of mean condition were executed and inhumanly burned, while the richer and more powerful of the accused ransomed themselves by sums of money to avoid the punishment and the shame attending it. Many even of those also confessed being persuaded to take that course by the interrogators, who promised them indemnity for life and fortune. Some were there, of a truth, who suffered with marvellous patience and constancy the torments inflicted on them, and would confess nothing imputed to their charge. But they too had to give large sums to the judges, who exacted that such of them as, notwithstanding their mishandling, were still able to move, should banish themselves from that part of the country. Monstrelet winds up this shocking narrative by informing us that it ought not to be concealed that the whole accusation was a stratagem of wicked men for their own covetous purposes, and in order, by these false accusations and forced confessions, to destroy the life, fame, and fortune of wealthy persons. Del Rio himself confesses that Franciscus Balduinus gives an account of the pretended punishment, but real persecution of these Waldenses, in similar terms with Monstrelet, whose suspicions are distinctly spoken out, and adds that the Parliament of Paris, having heard the affair by appeal, had declared the sentence illegal and the judges iniquitous by an arrêt dated 12th May, 1491. The Jesuit Del Rio quotes the passage, but adheres with lingering reluctance to the truth of the accusation. The Waldenses, of whom the Albigenses are a species, were, he says, never free from the most wretched excess of fascination. And finally, though he allows the conduct of the judges to have been most odious, he cannot prevail on himself to acquit the parties charged by such interested accusers with horrors which should hardly have been found proved even upon the most distinct evidence. He appeals on this occasion to Florimond's work on Antichrist. The introduction of that work deserves to be quoted as strongly illustrative of the condition to which the country was reduced, and calculated to make an impression the very reverse probably of that which the writer would have desired. All those who have afforded us some sign of the approach of Antichrist agree that the increase of sorcery and witchcraft is to distinguish the melancholy period of his advent. And was ever age so afflicted with them as ours? The seats destined for criminals before our judicatories are blackened with persons accused of this guilt. There are not judges enough to try them. Our dungeons are gorged with them. No day passes that we do not render our tribunals bloody by the dooms which we pronounce, or in which we do not return to our homes discountenanced and terrified at the horrible contents of the confessions which it has been our duty to hear. And the devil is accounted so good a master that we cannot commit so great a number of his slaves to the flames, but what there shall arise from their ashes, a number sufficient to supply their place. This last statement, by which it appears that the most active and unsparing inquisition was taking place, corresponds with the historical notices of repeated persecutions upon this dreadful charge of sorcery. A bull of Pope Innocent VIII rang the tocsin against this formidable crime, and set forth in the most dismal colours the guilt, while it stimulated the inquisitors to the unsparing discharge of their duty in searching out and punishing the guilty. It is come to our ears, says the bull, that numbers of both sexes do not avoid to have intercourse with the infernal fiends, and that by their sorceries they afflict both man and beast, that they blight the marriage bed, destroy the births of women, and the increase of cattle. They blast the corn on the ground, the grapes of the vineyard, the fruits of the trees, the grass and herbs of the field, for which reasons the inquisitors were armed with the apostolic power, and called them to convict, imprison, and punish, and so forth. Dreadful were the consequences of this bull all over the continent, especially in Italy, Germany, and France. About 1485, Cumanus burnt as witches 41 poor women in 1 year in the county of Burlia. In the ensuing years he continued the prosecution with such unremitting zeal that many fled from the country. Alciades states that an inquisitor about the same period burnt 100 sorcerers in Piedmont, and persevered in his inquiries till human patience was exhausted, and the people arose and drove him out of the country, after which the jurisdiction was deferred to the archbishop. That prelate consulted Alciades himself, who had just then obtained his doctor's degree in civil law, to which he was afterwards an honor. A number of unfortunate wretches were brought for judgment, fitter, according to the civilian's opinion, for a course of hellebora than for the stake. Some were accused of having dishonored the crucifix and denied their salvation, others of having absconded to keep the devil's Sabbath, in spite of bolts and bars, others of having merely joined in the choral dances around the witches' tree of rendezvous. Several of their husbands and relatives swore that they were in bed and asleep during these pretended excursions. Alciades recommended gentle and temperate measures, and the minds of the country became at length composed. In 1488, the country 4 leagues around Constance was laid waste by lightning and tempest, and 2 women being, by fair means or foul, made to confess themselves guilty as the cause of the devastation, suffered death. About 1515, 500 persons were executed at Geneva under the character of Protestant witches, from which we may suppose many suffered for heresy. 48 witches were burnt at Ravensborough within 4 years, as Hutcheson reports on the authority of Menho, the author of the Malleus Maleficarum. In Lorraine, the learned inquisitor Remigius boasts that he put to death 900 people in 15 years. As many were banished from that country, so that whole towns were on the point of becoming desolate. In 1524, 1,000 persons were put to death in 1 year at Como, in Italy, and about 100 every year after for several years. In the beginning of the next century, the persecution of witches broke out in France with a fury which was hardly conceivable, and multitudes were burnt amid that gay and lively people. Some notion of the extreme prejudice of their judges may be drawn from the words of one of the inquisitors themselves. Pierre de Lancer, royal councillor in the Parliament of Bordeaux, with whom the President Espanyol was joined in a commission to inquire into certain acts of sorcery, reported to have been committed in Labourd and its neighbourhood at the foot of the Pyrenees, about the month of May, 1619. A few extracts from the preface will best evince the state of mind in which he proceeded to the discharge of his commission. His story assumes the form of a narrative of a direct war between Satan on the one side and the royal commissioners on the other. because, says Counsellor de Lancer, with self-complacence, nothing is so calculated to strike terror into the fiend and his dominions as a commission with such plenary powers. At first Satan endeavoured to supply his vassals, who were brought before the judges, with strength to support the examinations, so that if, by intermission of the torture, the wretches should fall into a doze, they declared, when they were recalled from it to the question, that the profound stupor had something of paradise in it, being gilded, said the judge, with the immediate presence of the devil, though in all probability it rather derived its charms from the natural comparison between the insensibility of exhaustion and the previous agony of acute torture. The judges took care that the fiend seldom obtained any advantage in the matter by refusing their victims, in most cases, any interval of rest or sleep. Satan then proceeded, in the way of direct defiance, to stop the mouth of the accused openly, and by mere force, with something like a visible obstruction in their throat. Notwithstanding this, to put the devil to shame, some of the accused found means, in spite of him, to confess and be hanged, or rather burnt. The fiend lost much credit by his failure on this occasion. Before the formidable commissioners arrived, he had held his cour plénière before the gates of Bordeaux, and in the square of the palace of Gallienne, whereas he was now insulted publicly by his own vassals, and in the midst of his festival of the Sabbath, the children and relations of the witches who had suffered not sticking to say to him, "Out upon you! Your promise was that our mothers who were prisoners should not die, and look how you have kept your word with us. They have been burned, and are a heap of ashes." To appease this mutiny, Satan had two evasions. He produced illusory fires, and encouraged the mutinous to walk through them, assuring them that the judicial pile was as frigid and inoffensive as those which he exhibited to them. Again, taking his refuge in lies, of which he is well known to be the father, he stoutly affirmed that their parents, who seemed to have suffered, were safe in a foreign country, and that if their children would call on them, they would receive an answer. They made the invocation accordingly, and Satan answered each of them in a tone which resembled the voice of the lamented parent almost as successfully as Monsieur Alexandre could have done. Proceeding to a yet more close attack, the commissioners, on the eve of one of the fiend's Sabbaths, placed the gibbet on which they executed their victims just on the spot where Satan's gilded chair was usually stationed. The devil was much offended at such an affront, and yet had so little power in the matter that he could only express his resentment by threats that he would hang Messieurs Damon and Dertube, gentlemen who had solicited and promoted the issuing of the commission, and would also burn the commissioners themselves in their own fire. We regret to say that Satan was unable to execute either of these laudable resolutions. Ashamed of his excuses, he abandoned for 3 or 4 settings his attendance on the Sabbaths, sending as his representative an imp of subordinate account, and in whom no one reposed confidence. When he took courage again to face his parliament, the arch-fiend covered his defection by assuring them that he had been engaged in a lawsuit with the deity, which he had gained with costs, and that 60 of infant children were to be delivered up to him in the name of damages, and the witches were directed to procure such victims accordingly. After this grand fiction, he confined himself to the petty vengeance of impeding the access of confessors to the condemned, which was the more easy as few of them could speak the Basque language. I have no time to detail the ingenious method by which the learned counsellor de Lancer explains why the district of Lambort should be particularly exposed to the pest of sorcery. The chief reason seems to be that it is a mountainous, a sterile, and a border country, where the men are all fishers, and the women smoke tobacco and wear short petticoats. To a person who, in this presumptuous, trifling, and conceited spirit, has composed a quarto volume full of the greatest absurdities and grossest obscenities ever impressed on paper, it was the pleasure of the most Christian monarch to consign the most absolute power which could be exercised on these poor people, and he might with as much prudence have turned a ravenous wolf upon an undefended flock, of whom the animal was the natural enemy, as they were his natural prey. The priest, as well as the ignorant peasant, fell under the suspicion of this fell commission, and de Lancer writes, with much complacency, that the accused were brought to trial to the number of 40 in one day, with what chance of escape, when the judges were blinded with prejudice, and could only hear the evidence and the defence through the medium of an interpreter, the understanding of the reader may easily anticipate. Among other gross transgressions of the most ordinary rules, it may be remarked that the accused, in what their judges called confessions, contradicted each other at every turn respecting the description of the Domdaniel in which they pretended to have been assembled, and the fiend who presided there. All spoke to a sort of gilded throne, but some saw a hideous wild he-goat seated there, some a man disfigured and twisted as suffering torture, some with better taste beheld a huge indistinct form resembling one of those mutilated trunks of trees found in ancient forests. But de Lancer was no Daniel come to judgment, and the discrepancy of evidence which saved the life and fame of Susanna made no impression in favour of the sorcerers of Labort. Instances occur in de Lancer's book of the trial and condemnation of persons accused of the crime of lycanthropy, a superstition which was chiefly current in France, but was known in other countries, and is the subject of great debate between Weir, Nade, Scott, on the one hand, and their demonological adversaries on the other. The idea, said the one party, was that a human being had the power, by sorcery, of transforming himself into the shape of a wolf, and in that capacity, being seized with a species of fury, he rushed out and made havoc among the flocks, slaying and wasting, like the animal whom he represented, far more than he could devour. The more incredulous reasoners would not allow of a real transformation, whether with or without the enchanted hide of a wolf, which in some cases was supposed to aid the metamorphosis, and contended that lycanthropy only subsisted as a woeful species of disease, a melancholy state of mind, broken with occasional fits of insanity, in which the patient imagined that he committed the ravages of which he was accused. Such a person, a mere youth, was tried at Besancon, who gave himself out for a servant or yeoman pricker of the lord of the forest, so he called his superior, who was judged to be the devil, he was, by his master's power, transformed into the likeness, and performed the usual functions of a wolf, and was attended in his course by one larger, whom he supposed the lord of the forest himself. These wolves, he said, ravaged the flocks, and throttled the dogs which stood in their defence. If either had not seen the other, he howled, after the manner of the animal, to call his comrade to his share of the prey. If he did not come upon this signal, he proceeded to bury it the best way he could. Such was the general persecution under Messrs. Espanyol and Delancre. Many similar scenes occurred in France, till the edict of Louis XIV, discharging all future prosecutions for witchcraft, under which the crime itself was heard of no more. While the spirit of superstition was working such horrors in France, it was not, we may believe, more idle in other countries of Europe. In Spain particularly, long the residence of the Moors, a people putting deep faith in all the daydreams of witchcraft, good and evil genii, spells and talismans. The ardent and devotional temper of the old Christians dictated a severe research after sorcerers as well as heretics, and relapsed Jews or Mohammedans. In former times, during the subsistence of the Moorish kingdoms in Spain, a school was supposed to be kept open in Toboso for the study, it is said, of magic, but more likely of chemistry, algebra, and other sciences, which, altogether mistaken by the ignorant and vulgar, and imperfectly understood even by those who studied them, were supposed to be allied to necromancy, or at least to natural magic. It was, of course, the business of the Inquisition to purify whatever such pursuits had left of suspicious Catholicism, and their labours cost as much blood on accusations of witchcraft and magic as for heresy and relapse. Even the colder nations of Europe were subject to the same epidemic terror for witchcraft, and a specimen of it was exhibited in the sober and rational country of Sweden about the middle of last century, on account of which, being translated into English by a respectable clergyman, Dr. Hornack, excited general surprise how a whole people could be imposed upon to the degree of shedding much blood, and committing great cruelty and injustice, on account of the idle falsehoods propagated by a crew of lying children, who in this case were both actors and witnesses. The melancholy truth that the human heart is deceitful above all things, and desperately wicked, is by nothing proved so strongly as by the imperfect sense displayed by children of the sanctity of moral truth. Both the gentlemen and the mass of the people, as they advance in years, learn to despise and avoid falsehood, the former out of pride, and from a remaining feeling, derived from the days of chivalry, that the character of a liar is a deadly stain on their honour; the other, from some general reflection upon the necessity of preserving a character for integrity in the course of life, and a sense of the truth of the common adage that honesty is the best policy. But these are acquired habits of thinking. The child has no natural love of truth, as is experienced by all who have the least acquaintance with early youth. If they are charged with a fault while they can hardly speak, the first words they stammer forth are of falsehood to excuse it. Nor is this all. The temptation of attracting attention, the pleasure of enjoying importance, the desire to escape from an unpleasing task, or accomplish a holiday, will at any time overcome the sentiment of truth, so weak is it within them. Hence thieves and housebreakers, from a surprisingly early period, find means of rendering children useful in their mystery, nor are such acolytes found to evade justice with less dexterity than the more advanced rogues. Where a number of them are concerned in the same mischief, there is something resembling virtue in the fidelity with which the common secret is preserved. Children, under the usual age of their being admitted to give evidence, were necessarily often examined in witch trials, and it is terrible to see how often the little impostors, from spite or in mere gaiety of spirit, have by their art and perseverance made shipwreck of men's lives. But it would be hard to discover a case which, supported exclusively by the evidence of children, the confessions under torture excepted, and obviously existing only in the young witness's own imagination, has been attended with such serious consequences, or given cause to so extensive and fatal a delusion as that which occurred in Sweden. The scene was the Swedish village of Mora, in the province of Elfland, which district had probably its name from some remnant of ancient superstition. The delusion had come to a great height ere it reached the ears of government, when, as was the general procedure, royal commissioners were sent down, men well fitted for the duty entrusted to them, that is, with ears open to receive the incredibilities with which they were to be crammed, and hearts hardened against every degree of compassion to the accused. The complaints of the common people, backed by some persons of better condition, were that a number of persons, renowned as witches, had drawn several hundred children of all classes under the devil's authority. They demanded, therefore, the punishment of these agents of hell, reminding the judges that the province had been clear of witches since the burning of some on a former occasion. The accused were numerous, so many as 70 witches and sorcerers being seized in the village of Mora. 23 confessed their crimes, and were sent to Faluna, where most of them were executed. 15 of the children were also led to death. 36 of those who were young were forced to run the gauntlet, as it is called, and were besides lashed weekly at the church doors for a whole year. 20 of the youngest were condemned to the same discipline for 3 days only. The process seems to have consisted in confronting the children with the witches, and hearing the extraordinary story which the former insisted upon maintaining. The children, to the number of 300, were found more or less perfect in a tale as full of impossible absurdities as ever was told around a nursery fire. Their confession ran thus: they were taught by the witches to go to a crossway, and with certain ceremonies to invoke the devil by the name of Antecessor, begging him to carry them off to Blockula, meaning perhaps the Brockenberg, in the Hartz Forest, a mountain infamous for being the common scene of witches' meetings, and to which Goethe represents the spirit Mephistopheles as conducting his pupil Faustus. The devil courteously appeared at the call of the children in various forms, but chiefly as a mad Merry Andrew, with a grey coat, red and blue stockings, a red beard, a high-crowned hat, with linen of various colours wrapped round it, and garters of peculiar length. He set each child on some beast of his providing, and anointed them with a certain unguent composed of the scrapings of altars and the filings of church clocks. There is here a discrepancy of evidence, which in another court would have cast the whole. Most of the children considered their journey to be corporeal and actual. Some supposed, however, that their strength or spirit only travelled with the fiend, and that their body remained behind. Very few adopted this last hypothesis, though the parents unanimously bore witness that the bodies of the children remained in bed, and could not be awakened out of a deep sleep, though they shook them for the purpose of awakening them. So strong was, nevertheless, the belief of nurses and mothers in their actual transportation, that a sensible clergyman, mentioned in the preface, who had resolved he would watch his son the whole night, and see what hag or fiend would take him from his arms, had the utmost difficulty, notwithstanding, in convincing his mother that the child had not been transported to Blockula during the very night he held him in his embrace. The learned translator candidly allows, out of so great a multitude as were accused, condemned, and executed, there might be some who suffered unjustly, and owed their death more to the malice of their enemies than to their skill in the black art, I will readily admit, nor will I deny, he continues, but that when the news of these transactions and accounts, how the children bewitched fell into fits and strange unusual postures, spread abroad in the kingdom, some fearful and credulous people, if they saw their children any way disordered, might think they were bewitched, or ready to be carried away by imps. The learned gentleman here stops short in a train of reasoning, which, followed out, would have deprived the world of the benefit of his translation. For if it was possible that some of these unfortunate persons fell a sacrifice to the malice of their neighbours, or the prejudices of witnesses, as he seems ready to grant, is it not more reasonable to believe that the whole of the accused were convicted on similar grounds, than to allow as truth the slightest part of the gross and vulgar impossibilities upon which alone their execution can be justified? The Blockula, which was the object of their journey, was a house having a fine gate painted with divers colours, with a paddock in which they turned the beasts to graze, which had brought them to such scenes of revelry. If human beings had been employed, they were left slumbering against the wall of the house. The plan of the Devil's Palace consisted of one large banqueting apartment and several withdrawing rooms. Their food was homely enough, being broth made of colworts and bacon, with bread and butter, and milk and cheese. The same acts of wickedness and profligacy were committed at Blockula, which are usually supposed to take place upon the devil's Sabbath elsewhere. But there was this particular, that the witches had sons and daughters by the fiends, who were married together, and produced an offspring of toads and serpents. These confessions being delivered before the accused witches, they at first stoutly denied them. At last some of them burst into tears, and acquiesced in the horrors imputed to them. They said the practice of carrying off children had been enlarged very lately, which shows the whole rumours to have arisen recently, and the despairing wretches confirmed what the children said, with many other extravagant circumstances, as the mode of elongating a goat's back by means of a spit, on which we care not to be particular. It is worth mentioning that the devil, desirous of enjoying his own reputation among his subjects, pretended at one time to be dead, and was much lamented at Blockula, but he soon revived again. Some attempts these witches had made to harm individuals on Middle Earth, but with little success. One old sorceress, indeed, attempted to strike a nail, given her by the devil for that purpose, into the head of the minister of Elfland; but as the skull was of unusual solidity, the reverend gentleman only felt a headache from her efforts. They could not be persuaded to exhibit any of their tricks before the commissioners, excusing themselves by alleging that their witchcraft had left them, and that the devil had amused them with the vision of a burning pit, having a hand thrust out of it. The total number who lost their lives on this singular occasion was 84 persons, including 15 children, and at this expense of blood was extinguished a flame that arose as suddenly, burned as fiercely, and decayed as rapidly as any portent of the kind within the annals of superstition. The commissioners returned to court with the high approbation of all concerned. Prayers were ordered through the churches weekly, that heaven would be pleased to restrain the powers of the devil, and deliver the poor creatures who hitherto had groaned under it, as well as the innocent children who were carried off by hundreds at once. If we could ever learn the true explanation of this story, we should probably find that the cry was led by some clever, mischievous boy, who wished to apologize to his parents for lying an hour longer in the morning, by alleging he had been at Blockula on the preceding night, and that the desire to be as much distinguished as their comrade had stimulated the bolder and more acute of his companions to the like falsehoods, whilst those of weaker minds assented, either from fear of punishment or the force of dreaming over at night the horrors which were dinned into their ears all day. Those who were ingenuous, as it was termed, in their confessions, received praise and encouragement, and those who denied or were silent, and, as it was considered, impenitent, were sure to bear the harder share of the punishment which was addressed to all. It is worth while also to observe that the smarter children began to improve their evidence, and add touches to the general picture of Blockula. Some of the children talked much of a white angel, which used to forbid them what the devil bid them do, and told them that these doings should not last long. And they added, this better being would place himself sometimes at the door betwixt the witches and the children, and when they came to Blockula, he pulled the children back, but the witches went in. This additional evidence speaks for itself, and shows the whole tale to be the fiction of the children's imagination, which some of them wished to improve upon. The reader may consult an account of what happened in the kingdom of Sweden in the years 1669 and 1670, and afterwards translated out of High Dutch into English by Dr. Antony Horneck, attached to Glanville's Sadducismus Triumphatus. The translator refers to the evidence of Baron Spar, ambassador from the court of Sweden to the court of England in 1672, and that of Baron Lienberg, envoy extraordinary of the same power, both of whom attest the confession and execution of the witches. The King of Sweden himself answered the express inquiries of the Duke of Holstein with marked reserve. His judges and commissioners, he said, had caused divers men, women, and children to be burnt and executed on such pregnant evidence as was brought before them. But whether the actions confessed and proved against them were real, or only the effects of strong imagination, he was not as yet able to determine. A sufficient reason, perhaps, why punishment should have been at least deferred by the interposition of the royal authority. We must now turn our eyes to Britain, in which our knowledge as to such events is necessarily more extensive, and where it is in a high degree more interesting to our present purpose. End of Letter 7. Letter 8. Part 1 of Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Letter 8. Our account of demonology in England must naturally, as in every other country, depend chiefly on the instances which history contains of the laws and prosecutions against witchcraft. Other superstitions arose and decayed, were dreaded or despised without greater embarrassment in the provinces in which they have a temporary currency, than that cowards and children go out more seldom at night, while the reports of ghosts and fairies are peculiarly current. But when the alarm of witchcraft arises, superstition dips her hand in the blood of the persons accused, and records in the annals of jurisprudence their trials and the causes alleged in vindication of their execution. Respecting other fantastic allegations, the proof is necessarily transient and doubtful, depending upon the inaccurate testimony of vague report and of doting tradition. But in cases of witchcraft, we have before us the recorded evidence upon which judge and jury acted, and can form an opinion with some degree of certainty of the grounds, real or fanciful, on which they acquitted or condemned. It is, therefore, in tracing this part of demonology, with its accompanying circumstances, that we have the best chance of obtaining an accurate view of our subject. The existence of witchcraft was, no doubt, received and credited in England as in the countries on the continent, and originally punished accordingly. But after the 14th century, the practices which fell under such a description were thought unworthy of any peculiar animadversion, unless they were connected with something which could have been of itself a capital crime, by whatever means it had been either essayed or accomplished. Thus the supposed paction between a witch and the demon was perhaps deemed in itself to have terrors enough to prevent its becoming an ordinary crime, and was not, therefore, visited with any statutory penalty. But to attempt or execute bodily harm to others through means of evil spirits, or, in a word, by the black art, was actionable at common law, as much as if the party accused had done the same harm with an arrow or pistol shot. The destruction or abstraction of goods by the like instruments, supposing the charge proved, would in like manner be punishable. A fortiori, the consulting soothsayers, familiar spirits, or the like, and the obtaining and circulating pretended prophecies to the unsettlement of the state and the endangering of the king's title, is yet a higher degree of guilt. And it may be remarked that the inquiry into the date of the king's life bears a close affinity with the desiring or compassing the death of the sovereign, which is the essence of high treason. Upon such charges repeated trials took place in the courts of the English, and condemnations were pronounced, with sufficient justice, no doubt, where the connection between the resort to sorcerers and the design to perpetrate a felony could be clearly proved. We would not, indeed, be disposed to go the length of so high an authority as Selden, who pronounces, in his Table Talk, that if a man heartily believed that he could take the life of another by waving his hat 3 times and crying buzz, and should, under this fixed opinion, wave his hat and cry buzz, accordingly he ought to be executed as a murderer. But a false prophecy of the king's death is not to be dealt with exactly on the usual principle, because, however idle in itself, the promulgation of such a prediction has, in times such as we are speaking of, a strong tendency to work its completion. Many persons, and some of great celebrity, suffered for the charge of trafficking with witches, to the prejudice of those in authority. We have already mentioned the instance of the Duchess of Gloucester in Henry VI.'s reign, and that of the Queen Dowager's kinsman in the protectorate of Richard, afterwards the Third. In 1521, the Duke of Buckingham was beheaded, owing much to his having listened to the predictions of one Friar Hopkins. In the same reign, the Maid of Kent, who had been esteemed a prophetess, was put to death as a cheat. She suffered with 7 persons who had managed her fits for the support of the Catholic religion, and confessed her fraud upon the scaffold. About 7 years after this, Lord Hungerford was beheaded for consulting certain soothsayers concerning the length of Henry VIII.'s life. But these cases rather relate to the purpose for which the sorcery was employed than to the fact of using it. 2 remarkable statutes were passed in the year 1541, one against false prophecies, the other against the act of conjuration, witchcraft, and sorcery, and at the same time against breaking and destroying crosses. The former enactment was certainly made to ease the suspicious and wayward fears of the tetchy King Henry. The prohibition against witchcraft might be also dictated by the king's jealous doubts of hazard to the succession. The enactment against breaking crosses was obviously designed to check the ravages of the reformers, who in England, as well as elsewhere, desired to sweep away popery with the besom of destruction. This latter statute was abrogated in the first year of Edward VI., perhaps as placing an undue restraint on the zeal of good Protestants against idolatry. At length, in 1562, a formal statute against sorcery, as penal in itself, was actually passed; but as the penalty was limited to the pillory for the first transgression, the legislature probably regarded those who might be brought to trial as impostors rather than wizards. There are instances of individuals tried and convicted as impostors and cheats, and who acknowledged themselves such before the court and people. But in their articles of visitation, the prelates directed enquiry to be made after those who should use enchantments, witchcraft, sorcery, or any like craft invented by the devil. But it is here proper to make a pause for the purpose of enquiring in what manner the religious disputes which occupied all Europe about this time influenced the proceedings of the rival sects in relation to demonology. The papal church had long reigned by the proud and absolute humour which she had assumed of maintaining every doctrine which her rulers had adopted in dark ages; but this pertinacity at length made her citadel too large to be defended at every point by a garrison whom prudence would have required to abandon positions which had been taken in times of darkness, and were unsuited to the warfare of a more enlightened age. The sacred motto of the Vatican was Vestigia nulla retrorsum, and this rendered it impossible to comply with the more wise and moderate of her own party, who would otherwise have desired to make liberal concessions to the Protestants, and thus prevent, in its commencement, a formidable schism in the Christian world. To the system of Rome the Calvinists offered the most determined opposition, affecting upon every occasion and on all points to observe an order of church government, as well as of worship, expressly in the teeth of its enactments. In a word, to be a good Protestant, they held it almost essential to be in all things diametrically opposite to the Catholic form and faith. As the foundation of this sect was laid in republican states, as its clerical discipline was settled on a democratic basis, and as the countries which adopted that form of government were chiefly poor, the preachers, having lost the rank and opulence enjoyed by the Roman Church, were gradually thrown on the support of the people. Insensibly they became occupied with the ideas and tenets natural to the common people, which, if they have usually the merit of being honestly conceived and boldly expressed, are not the less often adopted with credulity and precipitation, and carried into effect with unhesitating harshness and severity. Betwixt these extremes, the churchmen of England endeavoured to steer a middle course, retaining a portion of the ritual and forms of Rome, as in themselves admirable, and at any rate too greatly venerated by the people to be changed merely for opposition's sake. Their comparatively undilapidated revenue, the connection of their system with the state, with views of ambition as ample as the station of a churchman ought to command, rendered them independent of the necessity of courting their flocks by any means save regular discharge of their duty, and the excellent provisions made for their education afforded them learning to confute ignorance and enlighten prejudice. Such being the general character of the three churches, their belief in and persecution of such crimes as witchcraft and sorcery were necessarily modelled upon the peculiar tenets which each system professed, and gave rise to various results in the countries where they were severally received. The Church of Rome, as we have seen, was unwilling, in her period of undisputed power, to call in the secular arm to punish men for witchcraft, a crime which fell especially under ecclesiastical cognizance, and could, according to her belief, be subdued by the spiritual arm alone. The learned man at the head of the establishment might safely despise the attempt at those hidden arts as impossible; or even if they were of a more credulous disposition, they might be unwilling to make laws by which their own enquiries in the mathematics, algebra, chemistry, and other pursuits vulgarly supposed to approach the confines of magic art, might be inconveniently restricted. The more selfish part of the priesthood might think that a general belief in the existence of witches should be permitted to remain, as a source both of power and of revenue; that if there were no possessions, there could be no exorcism fees; and, in short, that a wholesome faith in all the absurdities of the vulgar creed as to supernatural influences was necessary to maintain the influence of Diana of Ephesus. They suffered spells to be manufactured, since every friar had the power of reversing them. They permitted poison to be distilled, because every convent had the antidote, which was disposed of to all who chose to demand it. It was not till the universal progress of heresy in the end of the 15th century, that the bull of Pope Innocent VIII, already quoted, called to convict, imprison, and condemn the sorcerers, chiefly because it was the object to transfer the odium of these crimes to the Waldenses, and excite and direct the public hatred against the new sect, by confounding their doctrines with the influences of the devil and his fiends. The bull of Pope Innocent was afterwards, in the year 1523, enforced by Adrian VI, with a new one, in which excommunication was directed against sorcerers and heretics. While Rome thus positively declared herself against witches and sorcerers, the Calvinists, in whose numbers must be included the greater part of the English Puritans, who, though they had not finally severed from the communion of the Anglican Church, yet disapproved of her ritual and ceremonies, as retaining too much of the papal stamp, ranked themselves, in accordance with their usual policy, in diametrical opposition to the doctrine of the Mother Church. They assumed in the opposite sense whatever Rome pretended to, as a proof of her omnipotent authority. The exorcisms, forms, and rites, by which good Catholics believed that incarnate fiends could be expelled and evil spirits of every kind rebuked, these, like the holy water, the robes of the priest, and the sign of the cross, the Calvinists considered either with scorn and contempt as the tools of deliberate quackery and imposture, or with horror and loathing as the fit emblems and instruments of an idolatrous system. Such of them as did not absolutely deny the supernatural powers of which the Romanists made boast, regarded the success of the exorcising priest, to whatever extent they admitted it, as at best a casting out of devils by the power of Beelzebub, the king of the devils. They saw also, and resented bitterly, the attempt to confound any dissent from the doctrines of Rome with the proneness to an encouragement of rites of sorcery. On the whole, the Calvinists, generally speaking, were of all the contending sects the most suspicious of sorcery, the most undoubting believers in its existence, and the most eager to follow it up with what they conceived to be the due punishment of the most fearful of crimes. The leading divines of the Church of England were, without doubt, fundamentally as much opposed to the doctrines of Rome as those who altogether disclaimed opinions and ceremonies merely because she had entertained them. But their position in society tended strongly to keep them from adopting, on such subjects as we are now discussing, either the eager credulity of the vulgar mind or the fanatic ferocity of their Calvinistic rivals. We have no purpose to discuss the matter in detail. Enough has probably been said to show generally why the Romanist should have cried out a miracle respecting an incident which the Anglican would have contemptuously termed an imposture, while the Calvinist, inspired with a darker zeal, and above all with the unceasing desire of open controversy with the Catholics, would have styled the same event an operation of the devil. It followed that, while the divines of the Church of England possessed the upper hand in the kingdom, witchcraft, though trials and even condemnations for that offence occasionally occurred, did not create that epidemic terror which the very suspicion of the offence carried with it elsewhere, so that Reginald Scot and others alleged it was the vain pretences and empty forms of the Church of Rome, by the faith reposed in them, which had led to the belief of witchcraft or sorcery in general. Nor did prosecutions on account of such charges frequently involve a capital punishment, while learned judges were jealous of the imperfection of the evidence to support the charge, and entertained a strong and growing suspicion that legitimate grounds for such trials seldom actually existed. On the other hand, it usually happened that Wherever the Calvinist interest became predominant in Britain, a general persecution of sorcerers and witches seemed to take place of consequence. Fearing and hating sorcery more than other Protestants, connecting its ceremonies and usages with those of the detested Catholic Church, the Calvinists were more eager than other sects in searching after the traces of this crime, and of course unusually successful, as they might suppose, in making discoveries of guilt, and pursuing it to the expiation of the faggot. In a word, a principle already referred to by Dr. Francis Hutcheson will be found to rule the tide and the reflux of such cases in the different churches. The numbers of witches and their supposed dealings with Satan will increase or decrease according as such doings are accounted probable or impossible. Under the former supposition, charges and convictions will be found augmented in a terrific degree. When the accusations are disbelieved and dismissed as not worthy of attention, the crime becomes unfrequent, ceases to occupy the public mind, and affords little trouble to the judges. The passing of Elizabeth's statute against witchcraft in 1562 does not seem to have been intended to increase the number of trials, or cases of conviction at least, and the fact is, it did neither the one nor the other. 2 children were tried in 1574 for counterfeiting possession, and stood in the pillory for impostors. Mildred Norrington, called the Maid of Westwell, furnished another instance of possession, but she also confessed her imposture, and publicly showed her fits and tricks of mimicry. The strong influence already possessed by the Puritans may probably be sufficient to account for the darker issue of certain cases, in which both juries and judges in Elizabeth's time must be admitted to have shown fearful severity. These cases of possession were in some respects sore snares to the priests of the Church of Rome, who, while they were too sagacious not to be aware that the pretended fits, contortions, strange sounds, and other extravagances, produced as evidence of the demon's influence on the possessed person, were nothing else than marks of imposture by some idle vagabond, were nevertheless often tempted to admit them as real, and take the credit of curing them. The period was one when the Catholic Church had much occasion to rally around her all the respect that remained to her in a schismatic and heretical kingdom, and when her fathers and doctors announced the existence of such a dreadful disease, and of the power of the Church's prayers, relics, and ceremonies to cure it, it was difficult for a priest, supposing him more tender of the interest of his order than that of truth, to avoid such a tempting opportunity as a supposed case of possession offered for displaying the high privilege in which his profession made him a partaker, or to abstain from conniving at the imposture, in order to obtain for his church the credit of expelling the demon. It was hardly to be wondered at if the ecclesiastic was sometimes induced to aid the fraud of which such motives forbade him to be the detector. At this he might hesitate the less, as he was not obliged to adopt the suspected and degrading course of holding an immediate communication in limine with the impostor, since a hint or two dropped in the supposed sufferer's presence might give him the necessary information what was the most exact mode of performing his part. And if the patient was possessed by a devil of any acuteness or dexterity, he wanted no further instruction how to play it. Such combinations were sometimes detected, and brought more discredit on the Church of Rome than was counterbalanced by any which might be more cunningly managed. On this subject the reader may turn to Dr. Harsnet's celebrated book on Popish impostures, wherein he gives the history of several notorious cases of detected fraud, in which Roman ecclesiastics had not hesitated to mingle themselves. That of Grace Sowerbutt's, instructed by a Catholic priest to impeach her grandmother of witchcraft, was a very gross fraud. Such cases were not, however, limited to the ecclesiastics of Rome. We have already stated that, as extremes usually approach each other, the dissenters, in their violent opposition to the papists, adopted some of their ideas respecting demoniacs. And we have now to add that they also claimed, by the vehemence of prayer and the authority of their own sacred commission, that power of expelling devils which the Church of Rome pretended to exercise by rites, ceremonies, and relics. The memorable case of Richard Dugdale, called the Surrey impostor, was one of the most remarkable which the dissenters brought forward. This youth was supposed to have sold his soul to the devil, on condition of being made the best dancer in Lancashire, and during his possession played a number of fantastic tricks, not much different from those exhibited by expert posture masters of the present day. This person threw himself into the hands of the dissenters, who, in their eagerness, caught at an opportunity to relieve an afflicted person, whose case the regular clergy appeared to have neglected. They fixed a committee of their number, who weekly attended the supposed sufferer, and exercised themselves in appointed days of humiliation and fasting during the course of a whole year. All respect for the demon seems to have abandoned the reverend gentlemen after they had relieved guard in this manner for some little time, and they got so regardless of Satan as to taunt him with the mode in which he executed his promise to teach his vassal dancing. The following specimen of raillery is worth commemoration. "What, Satan, is this the dancing that Richard gave himself to thee for?" etc. "Canst thou dance no better?" and so forth. Ransack the old records of all past times and places in thy memory. Canst thou not there find out some better way of trampling? Pump thine invention dry. Cannot the universal seed plot of subtle wiles and stratagems spring up one new method of cutting capers? Is this the top of skill and pride, to shuffle feet and brandish knees thus, and to trip like a doe and skip like a squirrel? And wherein differ thy leapings from the hoppings of a frog, or the bouncings of a goat, or friskings of a dog, or gesticulations of a monkey? And cannot a palsy shake such a loose leg as that? Dost thou not twirl like a calf that hath the turn, and twitch up thy hoffs just like a spring-halt tit? One might almost conceive the demon replying to this raillery in the words of Dr. Johnson: "This merriment of parsons is extremely offensive." The dissenters were probably too honest, however simple, to achieve a complete cure on Dugdale by an amicable understanding. So after their year of vigil, they relinquished their task by degrees. Dugdale, weary of his illness, which now attracted little notice, attended a regular physician, and was cured of that part of his disease which was not affected in a regular way par ordonnance du médecin. But the reverend gentleman who had taken his case in hand still assumed the credit of curing him, and if anything could have induced them to sing Te Deum, it would have been this occasion. They said that the effect of their public prayers had been for a time suspended, until seconded by the continued earnestness of their private devotions. The ministers of the Church of England, though, from education, intercourse with the world, and other advantages, they were less prone to prejudice than those of other sects, are yet far from being entirely free of the charge of encouraging in particular instances the witch superstition, even while Dr. Hutcheson pleads that the Church of England has the least to answer for in that matter. He is under the necessity of acknowledging that some regular country clergymen so far shared the rooted prejudices of congregations and of the government which established laws against it, as to be active in the persecution of the suspected, and even in countenancing the superstitious signs by which, in that period, the vulgar thought it possible to ascertain the existence of the afflictions by witchcraft, and obtain the knowledge of the perpetrator. A singular case is mentioned of 3 women called the witches of Warboy. Indeed, their story is a matter of solemn enough record, for Sir Samuel Cromwell, having received the sum of £40 as lord of the manor out of the estate of the poor persons who suffered, turned it into a rent charge of 40 shillings yearly, for the endowment of an annual lecture on the subject of witchcraft, to be preached by a doctor or bachelor of divinity of Queen's College, Cambridge. The accused, one Samuel and his wife, were old and very poor persons, and their daughter a young woman. The daughter of a Mr. Throgmorton, seeing the poor old woman in a black knitted cap, at a time when she was not very well, took a whim that she had bewitched her, and was ever after exclaiming against her. The other children of this fanciful family caught up the same cry, and the eldest of them at last got up a vastly pretty drama, in which she herself furnished all the scenes and played all the parts. Such imaginary scenes, or make-believe stories, are the common amusement of lively children, and most readers may remember having had some utopia of their own. But the nursery drama of Miss Throgmorton had a horrible conclusion. This young lady and her sisters were supposed to be haunted by 9 spirits, dispatched by the wicked Mother Samuel for that purpose. The sapient parents heard one part of the dialogue, when the children in their fits returned answers, as was supposed, to the spirits who afflicted them; and when the patients from time to time recovered, they furnished the counterpart by telling what the spirits had said to them. The names of the spirits were Pluck, Hardname, Catch, Blue, and 3 Smacks, who were cousins. Mrs. Joan Throgmorton, the eldest, who, like other young women of her age, about 15, had some disease on her nerves, and whose fancy ran apparently on love and gallantry, supposed that one of the Smacks was her lover, did battle for her with the less friendly spirits, and promised to protect her against Mother Samuel herself; and the following curious extract will show on what a footing of familiarity the damsel stood with her spiritual gallant. "From whence come you, Mr. Smack?" says the afflicted young lady, "and what news do you bring?" Smack, nothing abashed, informed her he came from fighting with Pluck; the weapons, great cowl staves; the scene, a ruinous bakehouse in Dame Samuel's yard. "And who got the mastery, I pray you?" said the damsel. Smack answered, he had broken Pluck's head. "I would," said the damsel, "he had broken your neck also." "Is that the thanks I am to have for my labour?" said the disappointed Smack. "Look you for thanks at my hand?" said the distressed maiden. "I would you were all hanged up against each other, with your dame for company, for you are all naught." On this repulse exit Smack, and enter Pluck, Blue, and Catch, the first with his head broken, the other limping, and the third with his arm in a sling, all trophies of Smack's victory. They disappeared after having threatened vengeance upon the conquering Smack. However, he soon afterwards appeared with his laurels. He told her of his various conflicts. "I wonder," said Mrs. Joan or Jane, "that you are able to beat them. You are little, and they very big." He cared not for that, he replied. He would beat the best two of them, and his cousins Smacks would beat the other two. This most pitiful mirth, for such it certainly is, was mixed with tragedy enough. Miss Throgmorton and her sisters railed against Dame Samuel, and when Mr. Throgmorton brought her to his house by force, the little fiends longed to draw blood of her, scratch her, and torture her, as the witch creed of that period recommended. Yet the poor woman incurred deeper suspicion when she expressed a wish to leave a house where she was so coarsely treated, and lay under such odious suspicions. It was in vain that this unhappy creature endeavoured to avert their resentment by submitting to all the ill usage they chose to put upon her; in vain that she underwent unresistingly the worst usage at the hand of Lady Cromwell, her landlady, who, abusing her with the worst epithets, tore her cap from her head, clipped out some of her hair, and gave it to Mrs. Throgmorton to burn it for a counter charm. Nay, Mother Samuel's complaisance in the latter case only led to a new charge. It happened that the Lady Cromwell, on her return home, dreamed of her day's work, and especially of the old dame and her cat; and as her ladyship died in a year and quarter from that very day, it was sagaciously concluded that she must have fallen a victim to the witcheries of the terrible Dame Samuel. Mr. Throgmorton also compelled the old woman and her daughter to use expressions which put their lives in the power of these malignant children, who had carried on the farce so long that they could not well escape from their own web of deceit but by the death of these helpless creatures. For example, the prisoner, Dame Samuel, was induced to say to the supposed spirit, "As I am a witch, and a causer of Lady Cromwell's death, I charge thee to come out of the maiden." The girl lay still, and this was accounted a proof that the poor woman, who, only subdued and crushed by terror and tyranny, did as she was bidden, was a witch. One is ashamed of an English judge and jury when it must be repeated that the evidence of these enthusiastic and giddy-pated girls was deemed sufficient to the condemnation of 3 innocent persons. Goody Samuel, indeed, was at length worried into a confession of her guilt by the various vexations which were practised on her, but her husband and daughter continued to maintain their innocence. The last showed a high spirit and proud value for her character. She was advised by some, who pitied her youth, to gain at least a respite by pleading pregnancy, to which she answered disdainfully, "No, I will not be both held witch and strumpet." The mother, to show her sanity of mind and the real value of her confession, caught at the advice recommended to her daughter. As her years put such a plea out of the question, there was a laugh among the unfeeling audience, in which the poor old victim joined loudly and heartily. Some there were who thought it no joking matter, and were inclined to think they had a Joanna Southcote before them, and that the devil must be the father. These unfortunate Samuels were condemned at Huntingdon before Mr. Justice Venner, 4th April, 1593. It was a singular case to be commemorated by an annual lecture, as provided by Sir Samuel Cromwell, for the purposes of justice were never so perverted, nor her sword turned to a more flagrant murder. We may here mention, though mainly for the sake of contrast, the much disputed case of Jane Wenham, the witch of Walkern, as she was termed, which was of a much later date. Some of the country clergy were carried away by the land flood of superstition in this instance also, and not only encouraged the charge, but gave their countenance to some of the ridiculous and indecent tricks resorted to as proofs of witchcraft by the lowest vulgar. But the good sense of the judge, seconded by that of other reflecting and sensible persons, saved the country from the ultimate disgrace attendant on too many of these unhallowed trials. The usual sort of evidence was brought against this poor woman, by pretences of bewitched persons vomiting fire, a trick very easy to those who chose to exhibit such a piece of jugglery, amongst such as rather desire to be taken in by it than to detect the imposture. The witch-finder practised upon her the most vulgar and ridiculous tricks or charms, and out of a perverted examination they drew what they called a confession, though of a forced and mutilated character. Under such proof the jury brought her in guilty, and she was necessarily condemned to die. More fortunate, however, than many persons placed in the like circumstances, Jane Wenham was tried before a sensible and philosophic judge, who could not understand that the life of an Englishwoman, however mean, should be taken away by a set of barbarous tricks and experiments, the efficacy of which depended on popular credulity. He reprieved the witch before he left the assize town. The rest of the history is equally a contrast to some we have told, and others we shall have to recount. A humane and high-spirited gentleman, Colonel Plummer of Gilston, putting at defiance popular calumny, placed the poor old woman in a small house near his own, and under his immediate protection. Here she lived and died in honest and fair reputation, edifying her visitors by her accuracy and attention in repeating her devotions, and removed from her brutal and malignant neighbours, never afterwards gave the slightest cause of suspicion or offence till her dying day. As this was one of the last cases of conviction in England, Dr. Hutcheson has been led to dilate upon it with some strength of eloquence as well as argument. He thus expostulates with some of the better class who were eager for the prosecution. 1. What single fact of sorcery did this Jane Wenham do? What charm did she use, or what act of witchcraft could you prove upon her? Laws are against evil actions that can be proved to be of the person's doing. What single fact that was against the statute could you fix upon her? I ask, 2. Did she so much as speak an imprudent word, or do an immoral action, that you could put into the narrative of her case? When she was denied a few turnips, she laid them down very submissively. When she was called witch and bitch, she only took the proper means for the vindication of her good name. When she saw this storm coming upon her, she locked herself in her own house, and tried to keep herself out of your cruel hands. When her door was broken open, and you gave way to that barbarous usage that she met with, she protested her innocence, fell upon her knees, and begged that she might not go to jail, and in her innocent simplicity would have let you swim her. And at her trial she declared herself a clear woman. This was her behaviour, and what could any of us have done better, excepting in that case where she complied with you too much, and offered to let you swim her. 3. When you used the meanest of paganish and popish superstitions, when you scratched and mangled and ran pins into her flesh, and used that ridiculous trial of the bottle, etc., whom did you consult, and from whom did you expect your answers? Who was your father? And into whose hands did you put yourselves? And if the true sense of the statute had been turned upon you, which way would you have defended yourselves? 4. Durst you have used her in this manner if she had been rich? And doth not her poverty increase rather than lessen your guilt in what you did? And therefore, instead of closing your book with a libera vimus animus nostris, and reflecting upon the court, I ask you, 5, whether you have not more reason to give God thanks that you met with a wise judge and a sensible gentleman who kept you from shedding innocent blood, and reviving the meanest and cruellest of all superstitions amongst us. But although individuals of the English Church might on some occasions be justly accused of falling into lamentable errors on a subject where error was so general, it was not an usual point of their professional character, and it must be admitted that the most severe of the laws against witchcraft originated with a Scottish king of England, and that the only extensive persecution following that statute occurred during the time of the civil wars, when the Calvinists obtained for a short period a predominating influence in the councils of Parliament. James succeeded to Elizabeth amidst the highest expectations on the part of his new people, who, besides their general satisfaction at coming once more under the rule of a king, were also proud of his supposed abilities and real knowledge of books and languages, and were naturally, though imprudently, disposed to gratify him by deferring to his judgment in matters wherein his studies were supposed to have rendered him a special proficient. Unfortunately, besides the more harmless freak of becoming apprentice in the art of poetry, by which words and numbers were the only sufferers, the monarch had composed a deep work upon demonology, embracing in their fullest extent the most absurd and gross of the popular errors on this subject. He considered his crown and life as habitually aimed at by the sworn slaves of Satan. Several had been executed for an attempt to poison him by magical arts, and the turbulent Francis Stuart, Earl of Bothwell, whose repeated attempts on his person had long been James's terror, had begun his course of rebellion by a consultation with the weird sisters and soothsayers. Thus the king, who had proved with his pen the supposed sorcerers to be the direct enemies of the deity, and who conceived he knew them from experience to be his own, who, moreover, had upon much lighter occasions, as in the case of Vorstius, showed no hesitation at throwing his royal authority into the scale to aid his arguments, very naturally used his influence, when it was at the highest, to extend and enforce the laws against a crime which he both hated and feared. The English statute against witchcraft passed in the very first year of that reign, is therefore of a most special nature, describing witchcraft by all the various modes and ceremonies in which, according to King James's fancy, that crime could be perpetrated, each of which was declared felony without benefit of clergy. This gave much wider scope to prosecution on the statute than had existed under the milder acts of Elizabeth. Men might now be punished for the practice of witchcraft, as itself a crime, without necessary reference to the ulterior objects of the perpetrator. It is remarkable that in the same year, when the legislature rather adopted the passions and fears of the king than expressed their own by this fatal enactment, the convocation of the church evinced a very different spirit. For seeing the ridicule brought on their sacred profession by forward and presumptuous men in the attempt to relieve demoniacs from a disease which was commonly occasioned by natural causes, if not the mere creature of imposture, they passed a canon establishing that no minister or ministers should in future attempt to expel any devil or devils without the license of his bishop, thereby virtually putting a stop to a fertile source of knavery among the people, and disgraceful folly among the inferior churchmen. The new statute of James does not, however, appear to have led at first to many prosecutions. One of the most remarkable was pro pudor, instigated by a gentleman, a scholar of classical taste, and a beautiful poet, being no other than Edward Fairfax of Fayston, in Knaresborough Forest, the translator of Tasso's Jerusalem Delivered. In allusion to his credulity on such subjects, Collins has introduced the following elegant lines: "How have I sat while piped the pensive wind, to hear thy harp, by British Fairfax strung, prevailing poet, whose undoubting mind believed the magic wonders which he sung." Like Mr. Throgmorton in the Warboy case, Mr. Fairfax accused 6 of his neighbours of tormenting his children by fits of an extraordinary kind, by imps, and by appearing before the afflicted in their own shape during the crisis of these operations. The admitting this last circumstance to be a legitimate mode of proof gave a most cruel advantage against the accused, for it could not, according to the ideas of the demonologists, be confuted even by the most distinct alibi. To a defence of that sort it was replied that the afflicted person did not see the actual witch, whose corporeal presence must indeed have been obvious to every one in the room as well as to the afflicted, but that the evidence of the sufferers related to the appearance of their spectre or apparition, and this was accounted a sure sign of guilt in those whose forms were so manifested during the fits of the afflicted, and who were complained of and cried out upon by the victim. The obvious tendency of this doctrine as to visionary or spectral evidence, as it was called, was to place the life and fame of the accused in the power of any hypochondriac patient or malignant impostor, who might either seem to see, or aver she saw, the spectrum of the accused old man or old woman, as if enjoying and urging on the afflictions which she complained of. And, strange to tell, the fatal sentence was to rest, not upon the truth of the witnesses' eyes, but that of their imagination. It happened, fortunately for Fairfax's memory, that the objects of his prosecution were persons of good character, and that the judge was a man of sense, and made so wise and skilful a charge to the jury that they brought in a verdict of not guilty. The celebrated case of the Lancashire witches, whose name was and will be long remembered, partly from Shadwell's play, but more from the ingenious and well-merited compliment to the beauty of the females of that province which it was held to contain, followed soon after. Whether the first notice of this sorcery sprung from the idle head of a mischievous boy is uncertain, but there is no doubt that it was speedily caught up and fostered for the purpose of gain. The original story ran thus. These Lancaster trials were at two periods, the one in 1613, before Sir James Altham and Sir Edward Bromley, barons of Exchequer, when 19 witches were tried at once at Lancaster, and another of the name of Preston at York. The report against these people is drawn up by Thomas Potts. An obliging correspondent sent me a sight of a copy of this curious and rare book. The chief personage in the drama is Elizabeth Southam, a witch redoubted under the name of Demdike, an account of whom may be seen in Mr. Roby's Antiquities of Lancaster, as well as a description of Malkin's Tower, the witches' place of meeting. It appears that this remote county was full of popish recusants, travelling priests, and so forth, and some of their spells are given in which the holy names and things alluded to form a strange contrast with the purpose to which they were applied, as to secure a good brewing of ale, or the like. The public imputed to the accused parties a long train of murders, conspiracies, charms, mischances, hellish and damnable practices, apparent, says the editor, on their own examinations and confessions, and, to speak the truth, visible nowhere else. Mother Demdike had the good luck to die before conviction. Among other tales, we have one of two female devils called Fancy and Tib. It is remarkable that some of the unfortunate women endeavoured to transfer the guilt from themselves to others with whom they had old quarrels, which confessions were held good evidence against those who made them, and against the alleged accomplice also. Several of the unhappy women were found not guilty, to the great displeasure of the ignorant people of the county. Such was the first edition of the Lancashire witches. In that which follows, the accusation can be more clearly traced to the most villainous conspiracy. End of Letter 8, Part 1. Letter 8, Part 2 of Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. About 1634, a boy called Edmund Robinson, whose father, a very poor man, dwelt in Pendle Forest, the scene of the alleged witching, declared that while gathering bullies, wild plums perhaps, in one of the glades of the forest, he saw two greyhounds, which he imagined to belong to gentlemen in that neighbourhood. The boy reported that, seeing nobody following them, he proposed to have a course, but though a hare was started, the dogs refused to run. On this, young Robinson was about to punish them with a switch, when one Dame Dickinson, a neighbour's wife, started up instead of the one greyhound, a little boy instead of the other. The witness averred that Mother Dickinson offered him money to conceal what he had seen, which he refused, saying, "Nay, thou art a witch." Apparently she was determined he should have full evidence of the truth of what he said, for, like the magician queen, In the Arabian Tales, she pulled out of her pocket a bridle, and shook it over the head of the boy who had so lately represented the other greyhound. He was directly changed into a horse. Mother Dickenson mounted, and took Robinson before her. They then rode to a large house or barn called Ourston, into which Edmund Robinson entered with others. He there saw 6 or 7 persons pulling at halters, from which, as they pulled them, meat ready dressed came flying in quantities, together with lumps of butter, porringers of milk, and whatever else might, in the boy's fancy, complete a rustic feast. He declared that while engaged in the charm they made such ugly faces, and looked so fiendish, that he was frightened. There was more to the same purpose, as the boys having seen one of these hags sitting half way up his father's chimney, and some such goodly matter. But it ended in near a score of persons being committed to prison, and the consequence was that young Robinson was carried from church to church in the neighbourhood, that he might recognise the faces of any persons he had seen at the rendezvous of witches. Old Robinson, who had been an evidence against the former witches in 1613, went along with his son, and knew doubtless how to make his journey profitable, and his son probably took care to recognise none who might make a handsome consideration. This boy, says Webster, was brought into the church at Kildwick, a parish church, where I, being then curate there, was preaching at the time, to look about him, which made some little disturbance for the time. After prayers, Mr. Webster sought and found the boy and 2 very unlikely persons, who, says he, did conduct him and manage the business. I did desire some discourse with the boy in private, but that they utterly denied. In the presence of a great many people, I took the boy near me, and said, "Good boy, tell me truly, and in earnest, didst thou hear and see such strange things of the motions of the witches, as many do report that thou didst relate? Or did not some person teach thee to say such things of thyself?" But the 2 men did pluck the boy from me, and said he had been examined by 2 able justices of peace, and they never asked him such a question. To whom I replied, the persons accused had the more wrong. The boy afterwards acknowledged, in his more advanced years, that he was instructed and suborned to swear these things against the accused persons by his father and others, and was heard often to confess that on the day which he pretended to see the said witches at the house or barn, he was gathering plums in a neighbour's orchard. There was now approaching a time when the law against witchcraft, sufficiently bloody in itself, was to be pushed to more violent extremities than the quiet scepticism of the Church of England clergy gave way to. The great civil war had been preceded and anticipated by the fierce disputes of the ecclesiastical parties. The rash and ill-judged attempt to enforce upon the Scottish a compliance with the government and ceremonies of the High Church divines, and the severe prosecutions in the Star Chamber and prerogative courts, had given the Presbyterian system for a season a great degree of popularity in England, and as the king's party declined during the civil war, and the state of church government was altered, the influence of the Calvinistic divines increased. With much strict morality and pure practice of religion, it is to be regretted these were still marked by unhesitating belief in the existence of sorcery, and a keen desire to extend and enforce the legal penalties against it. Weir has considered the clergy of every sect as being too eager in this species of persecution. Ad gravum hanc impietatem connivant theologi plericae omnis. But it is not to be denied that the Presbyterian ecclesiastics, who in Scotland were often appointed by the Privy Council commissioners for the trial of witchcraft, evinced a very extraordinary degree of credulity in such cases, and that the temporary superiority of the same sect in England was marked by enormous cruelties of this kind. To this general error we must impute the misfortune that good men, such as Calamy and Baxter, should have countenanced or defended such proceedings as those of the impudent and cruel wretch called Matthew Hopkins, who in those unsettled times, when men did what seemed good in their own eyes, assumed the title of Witchfinder General, and travelling through the counties of Essex, Sussex, Norfolk, and Huntingdon, pretended to discover witches, superintending their examination by the most unheard of tortures, and compelling forlorn and miserable wretches to admit and confess matters equally absurd and impossible, the issue of which was the forfeiture of their lives. Before examining these cases more minutely, I will quote Baxter's own words, for no one can have less desire to wrong a devout and conscientious man, such as that divine most unquestionably was, though borne aside on this occasion by prejudice and credulity. The hanging of a great number of witches in 1645 and 1646 is famously known. Mr. Calamy went along with the judges on the circuit to hear their confessions, and see there was no fraud or wrong done them. I spoke with many understanding, pious, learned, and credible persons that lived in the counties, and some that went to them in the prisons, and heard their sad confessions. Among the rest, an old reading parson, named Lois, not far from Framlingham, was one that was hanged, who confessed that he had two imps, and that one of them was always putting him upon doing mischief, and he, being near the sea, as he saw a ship under sail, it moved him to send it to sink the ship, and he consented, and saw the ship sink before them. Mr. Baxter passes on to another story of a mother who gave her child an imp like a mole, and told her to keep it in a can near the fire, and she would never want; and more such stuff as nursery maids tell froward children to keep them quiet. It is remarkable that in this passage Baxter names the Witchfinder General rather slightly as one Hopkins, and without doing him the justice due to one who had discovered more than 100 witches, and brought them to confessions, which that good man received as indubitable. Perhaps the learned divine was one of those who believed that the Witchfinder General had cheated the devil out of a certain memorandum book, in which Satan, for the benefit of his memory certainly, had entered all the witches' names in England, and that Hopkins availed himself of this record. It may be noticed that times of misrule and violence seem to create individuals fitted to take advantage from them, and having a character suited to the seasons which raise them into notice and action, just as a blight on any tree or vegetable calls to life a peculiar insect to feed upon and enjoy the decay which it has produced. A monster like Hopkins could only have existed during the confusion of civil dissension. He was perhaps a native of Manningtree in Essex. At any rate, he resided there in the year 1644, when an epidemic outcry of witchcraft arose in that town. Upon this occasion he had made himself busy, and affecting more zeal and knowledge than other men, learned his trade of a witch finder, as he pretends, from experiment. He was afterwards permitted to perform it as a legal profession, and moved from one place to another with an assistant named Stern and a female. In his defence against an accusation of fleecing the country, he declares his regular charge was 20 shillings a town, including charges of living and journeying thither and back again with his assistants. He also affirms that he went nowhere unless called and invited. His principal mode of discovery was to strip the accused persons naked, and thrust pins into various parts of their body to discover the witch's mark, which was supposed to be inflicted by the devil as a sign of his sovereignty, and at which she was also said to suckle her imps. He also practised and stoutly defended the trial by swimming, when the suspected person was wrapped in a sheet, having the great toes and thumbs tied together, and so dragged through a pond or river. If she sank, it was received in favour of the accused; but if the body floated, which must have occurred 10 times for once, if it was placed with care on the surface of the water, the accused was condemned on the principle of King James, who, in treating of this mode of trial, lays down that, as witches have renounced their baptism, so it is just that the element through which the holy rite is enforced should reject them, which is a figure of speech and no argument. It was Hopkins' custom to keep the poor wretches waking, in order to prevent them from having encouragement from the devil, and doubtless to put infirm, terrified, overwatched persons in the next state to absolute madness, and for the same purpose they were dragged about by their keepers till extreme weariness and the pain of blistered feet might form additional inducements to confession. Hopkins confesses these last practices of keeping the accused persons waking, and forcing them to walk for the same purpose, had been originally used by him; but as his tract is a professed answer to charges of cruelty and oppression, he affirms that both practices were then disused, and that they had not of late been resorted to. The boast of the English nation is a manly independence and common sense, which will not long permit the license of tyranny or oppression on the meanest and most obscure sufferers. Many clergymen and gentlemen made head against the practices of this cruel oppressor of the defenceless, and it required courage to do so when such an unscrupulous villain had so much interest. Mr. Gall, a clergyman of Haughton in Huntingdonshire, had the courage to appear in print on the weaker side, and Hopkins, in consequence, assumed the assurance to write to some functionaries of the place the following letter, which is an admirable medley of impudence, bullying, and cowardice. My service to your worship presented. I have this day received a letter to come to a town called Great Haughton, to search for evil disposed persons called witches, though I hear your minister is far against us through ignorance. I intend to come, God willing, the sooner to hear his singular judgment in the behalf of such parties. I have known a minister in Suffolk as much against this discovery in a pulpit, and forced to recant it by the committee in the same place. I much marvel such evil men should have any, much more any of the clergy, who should daily speak terror to convince such offenders, stand up to take their parts against such as are complainants for the king, and sufferers themselves with their families and estates. I intend to give your town a visit suddenly. I will come to Kimbolton this week, and it will be 10 to 1 but I will come to your town first. But I would certainly know before whether your town affords many sticklers for such cattle, or is willing to give and allow us good welcome and entertainment, as others where I have been, else I shall waive your shire, not as yet beginning in any part of it myself, and betake me to such places where I do and may punish, not only without control, but with thanks and recompense. So I humbly take my leave, and rest your servant to be commanded, Matthew Hopkins. The sensible and courageous Mr. Gall describes the tortures employed by this fellow as equal to any practised in the Inquisition. Having taken the suspected witch, she is placed in the middle of a room upon a stool or table, cross-legged, or in some other uneasy posture, to which, if she submits not, she is then bound with cords. There she is watched and kept without meat or sleep for 24 hours, for they say they shall within that time see her imp come and suck. A little hole is likewise made in the door for the imps to come in at, and lest they should come in some less discernible shape, they that watch are taught to be ever and anon sweeping the room, and if they see any spiders or flies, to kill them, and if they cannot kill them, they may be sure they are their imps. If torture of this kind was applied to the Reverend Mr. Lewis, whose death is too slightly announced by Mr. Baxter, we can conceive him, or any man, to indeed become so weary of his life as to acknowledge that, by means of his imps, he sunk a vessel without any purpose of gratification to be procured to himself by such iniquity. But in another cause a judge would have demanded some proof of the corpus delicti, some evidence of a vessel being lost at the period, whence coming and whither bound; in short, something to establish that the whole story was not the idle imagination of a man who might have been entirely deranged, and certainly was so at the time he made the admission. John Lewis was presented to the vicarage of Brandeston, near Framlington, in Suffolk, 6th May 1596, where he lived about 50 years, till executed as a wizard on such evidence as we have seen. Notwithstanding the story of his alleged confession, he defended himself courageously at his trial, and was probably condemned rather as a royalist and malignant than for any other cause. He showed at the execution considerable energy, and to secure that the funeral service of the church should be said over his body, he read it aloud for himself while on the road to the gibbet. We have seen that in 1647 Hopkins's tone became lowered, and he began to disavow some of the cruelties he had formerly practised. About the same time a miserable old woman had fallen into the cruel hands of this miscreant near Hoxney, a village in Suffolk, and had confessed all the usual enormities, after being without food or rest a sufficient time. Her imp, she said, was called Nan. A gentleman in the neighbourhood, whose widow survived to authenticate the story, was so indignant that he went to the house, took the woman out of such inhuman hands, dismissed the witch finders, and after due food and rest, the poor old woman could recollect nothing of the confession, but that she gave a favourite pullet the name of Nan. For this Dr. Hutchinson may be referred to, who quotes a letter from the relict of the humane gentleman. In the year 1645 a commission of Parliament was sent down, comprehending 2 clergymen, in esteem with the leading party, one of whom, Mr. Fairclough of Keller, preached before the rest on the subject of witchcraft; and after this appearance of enquiry, the inquisitions and executions went on as before. But the popular indignation was so strongly excited against Hopkins, that some gentlemen seized on him, and put him to his own favourite experiment of swimming, on which, as he happened to float, he stood convicted of witchcraft, and so the country was rid of him. Whether he was drowned outright or not does not exactly appear, but he has had the honour to be commemorated by the author of Hudibras. Hath not this present Parliament a leaguer to the devil sent, fully empowered to treat about finding revolted witches out? And has he not within a year hanged 60 of them in one shire, some only for not being drowned, and some for sitting above ground whole days and nights upon their breeches, and feeling pain, were hanged for witches, and some for putting knavish tricks upon green geese or turkey chicks, or pigs that suddenly deceased of griefs unnatural, as he guessed, who proved himself at length a witch, and made a rod for his own breech. The understanding reader will easily conceive that this alteration of the current in favour of those who disapproved of witch prosecutions must have received encouragement from some quarter of weight and influence. Yet it may sound strangely enough that this spirit of lenity should have been the result of the peculiar principles of those sectarians of all denominations, classed in general as Independents, who, though they had originally courted the Presbyterians as the more numerous and prevailing party, had at length shaken themselves loose of that connection, and finally combated with and overcome them. The Independents were distinguished by the wildest licence in their religious tenets, mixed with much that was nonsensical and mystical. They disowned even the title of a regular clergy, and allowed the preaching of any one who could draw together a congregation that would support him, or who was willing, without recompense, to minister to the spiritual necessities of his hearers. Although such laxity of discipline afforded scope to the wildest enthusiasm, and room for all possible varieties of doctrine, it had, on the other hand, this inestimable recommendation, that it contributed to a degree of general toleration which was at that time unknown to any other Christian establishment. The very genius of a religion which admitted of the subdivision of sects ad infinitum excluded a legal prosecution of any one of these for heresy or apostasy. If there had even existed a sect of Manichaeans who made it their practice to adore the evil principle, it may be doubted whether the other sectaries would have accounted them absolute outcasts from the pale of the church; and fortunately the same sentiment induced them to regard with horror the prosecutions against witchcraft. Thus the Independents, when under Cromwell they attained a supremacy over the Presbyterians, who to a certain point had been their allies, were disposed to counteract the violence of such proceedings under pretence of witchcraft, as had been driven forward by the wretched Hopkins in Essex, Norfolk, and Suffolk, for 3 or 4 years previous to 1647. The return of Charles II to his crown and kingdom served in some measure to restrain the general and wholesale manner in which the laws against witchcraft had been administered during the warmth of the Civil War. The statute of the 1st of King James, nevertheless, yet subsisted; nor is it in the least likely, considering the character of the prince, that he, to save the lives of a few old men or women, would have run the risk of incurring the odium of encouraging or sparing a crime still held in horror by a great part of his subjects. The statute, however, was generally administered by wise and skilful judges, and the accused had such a chance of escape as the rigour of the absurd law permitted. Nonsense, it is too obvious, remained in some cases predominant. In the year 1663, an old dame named Julian Cox was convicted chiefly on the evidence of a huntsman, who declared on his oath that he laid his greyhounds on a hare, and coming up to the spot where he saw them mouth her, there he found, on the other side of a bush, Julian Cox lying panting and breathless, in such a manner as to convince him that she had been the creature which afforded him the course. The unhappy woman was executed on this evidence. 2 years afterwards, 1664, it is with regret we must quote the venerable and devout Sir Matthew Hales, as presiding at a trial, in consequence of which Amy Duny and Rose Callender were hanged at St. Edmundsbury. But no man, unless very peculiarly circumstanced, can extricate himself from the prejudices of his nation and age. The evidence against the accused was laid, first, on the effect of spells used by ignorant persons to counteract the supposed witchcraft, the use of which was, under the statute of James I., as criminal as the act of sorcery, which such counter charms were meant to neutralize. Secondly, the 2 old women refused even the privilege of purchasing some herrings, having expressed themselves with angry impatience. A child of the herring merchant fell ill in consequence. Thirdly, a cart was driven against the miserable cottage of Amy Duny. She scolded, of course, and shortly after the cart, what a good driver will scarce comprehend, stuck fast in a gate, where its wheels touched neither of the posts, and yet was moved easily forward on one of the posts, by which it was not impeded, being cut down. Fourthly, one of the afflicted girls, being closely muffled, went suddenly into a fit upon being touched by one of the supposed witches. But upon another trial, it was found that the person so blindfolded fell into the same rage at the touch of an unsuspected person. What perhaps sealed the fate of the accused was the evidence of the celebrated Sir Thomas Browne, that the fits were natural, but heightened by the power of the devil cooperating with the malice of witches. A strange opinion, certainly, from the author of a treatise on vulgar errors. But the torch of science was now fairly lighted, and gleamed in more than one kingdom of the world, shooting its rays on every side, and catching at all means which were calculated to increase the illumination. The Royal Society, which had taken its rise at Oxford from a private association who met in Dr. Wilkins's chambers about the year 1652, was the year after the Restoration incorporated by royal charter, and began to publish their transactions, and give a new and more rational character to the pursuits of philosophy. In France, where the mere will of the government could accomplish greater changes, the consequence of an enlarged spirit of scientific discovery was, that a decisive stop was put to the witch prosecutions, which had heretofore been as common in that kingdom as in England. About the year 1672, there was a general arrest of very many shepherds and others in Normandy, and the Parliament of Rouen prepared to proceed in the investigation with the usual severity, but an order or arret from the King, Louis XIV., with advice of his council, commanding all these unfortunate persons to be set at liberty and protected, had the most salutary effect over all the kingdom. The French Academy of Sciences was also founded, and in imitation, a society of learned Germans established a similar institution at Leipzig. Prejudices, however old, were overawed and controlled. Much was accounted for on natural principles that had hitherto been imputed to spiritual agency. Everything seemed to promise that farther access to the secrets of nature might be opened to those who should prosecute their studies experimentally and by analysis, and the mass of ancient opinions which overwhelmed the dark subject of which we treat began to be derided and rejected by men of sense and education. In many cases, the prey was now snatched from the spoiler. A pragmatical justice of peace in Somersetshire commenced a course of enquiry after offenders against the statute of James I, and had he been allowed to proceed, Mr. Hunt might have gained a name as renowned for witch-finding as that of Mr. Hopkins. But his researches were stopped from higher authority. The lives of the poor people arrested, 12 in number, were saved, and the country remained at quiet, though the supposed witches were suffered to live. The examinations attest some curious particulars, which may be found in Seducimus Triumphatus; for among the usual string of froward, fanciful, or as they were called, afflicted children, brought forward to club their startings, starings, and screamings, there appeared also certain remarkable confessions of the accused, from which we learn that the Somerset Satan enlisted his witches like a wily recruiting sergeant, with 1 shilling in hand and 12 in promises; that when the party of weird sisters passed to the witch meeting, they used the magic words thou, tout, throughout, and about; and that when they departed they exclaimed, Rentum tormentum. We are further informed that his infernal highness, on his departure, leaves a smell, and that, in nursery maid's phrase, not a pretty one behind him. Concerning this fact, we have a curious exposition by Mr. Glanville. This, according to that respectable authority, seems to imply the reality of the business, those acetitious particles which he held together in his sensible shape being loosened at the vanishing, and so offending the nostrils by their floating and diffusing themselves in the open air. How much are we bound to regret that Mr. Justice Hunt's discovery of this hellish kind of witches, in itself so clear and plain, and containing such valuable information, should have been smothered by meeting with opposition and discouragement from some then in authority. Lord Keeper Guildford was also a stifler of the proceedings against witches. Indeed, we may generally remark, during the latter part of the 17th century, that where the judges were men of education and courage, sharing in the information of the times, they were careful to check the precipitate ignorance and prejudice of the juries, by giving them a more precise idea of the indifferent value of confessions by the accused themselves, and of testimony derived from the pretended visions of those supposed to be bewitched. Where, on the contrary, judges shared with the vulgar in their ideas of such fascination, or were contented to leave the evidence with the jury, fearful to withstand the general cry too common on such occasions, a verdict of guilty often followed. We are informed by Roger North that a case of this kind happened at the Assizes in Exeter, where his brother, the Lord Chief Justice, did not interfere with the Crown trials, and the other judge left for execution a poor old woman, condemned, as usual, on her own confession, and on the testimony of a neighbour, who deponed that he saw a cat jump into the accused person's cottage window at twilight one evening, and that he verily believed the said cat to be the devil. On which precious testimony the poor wretch was accordingly hanged. On another occasion, about the same time, the passions of the great and little vulgar were so much excited by the acquittal of an aged village dame, whom the judge had taken some pains to rescue, that Sir John Long, a man of rank and fortune, came to the judge in the greatest perplexity, requesting that the hag might not be permitted to return to her miserable cottage on his estates, since all his tenants had in that case threatened to leave him. In compassion to a gentleman who apprehended ruin from a cause so whimsical, the dangerous old woman was appointed to be kept by the town where she was acquitted, at the rate of half a crown a week, paid by the parish to which she belonged. But, behold, in the period betwixt the two assizes, Sir John Long and his farmers had mustered courage enough to petition that this witch should be sent back to them in all her terrors, because they could support her among them at a shilling a week cheaper than they were obliged to pay to the town for her maintenance. In a subsequent trial before Lord Chief Justice North himself, that judge detected one of those practices which, it is to be feared, were too common at the time, when witnesses found their advantage in feigning themselves bewitched. A woman, supposed to be the victim of the male sorcerer at the bar, vomited pins in quantities, and those straight, differing from the crooked pins usually produced at such times, and less easily concealed in the mouth. The judge, however, discovered, by cross-examining a candid witness, that in counterfeiting her fits of convulsion, the woman sunk her head on her breast, so as to take up with her lips the pins which she had already placed in her stomacher. The man was acquitted of course. A frightful old hag, who was present, distinguished herself so much by her benedictions on the judge, that he asked the cause of the peculiar interest which she took in the acquittal. 20 years ago, said the poor woman, they would have hanged me for a witch, but could not; and now, but for your lordship, they would have murdered my innocent son. Such scenes happened frequently on the assizes, while country gentlemen, like the excellent Sir Roger de Coverley, retained a private share in the terror with which their tenants, servants, and retainers regarded some old Moll White, who put the hounds at fault and ravaged the fields with hail and hurricanes. Sir John Reresby, after an account of a poor woman tried for a witch at York in 1686, and acquitted, as he thought, very properly, proceeds to tell us that, notwithstanding the sentinel upon the jail where she was confined avowed that he saw a scroll of paper from under the prison door, and then change itself first into a monkey, and then into a turkey, which the underkeeper confirmed. This, says Sir John, I have heard from the mouth of both, and now leave it to be believed or disbelieved, as the reader may be inclined. We may see that Reresby, a statesman and a soldier, had not as yet plucked the old woman out of his heart. Even Addison himself ventured no farther in his incredulity respecting this crime than to contend that although witchcraft might and did exist, there was no such thing as a modern instance completely proved. As late as 1682, 3 unhappy women named Susan Edwards, Mary Trumbles, and Temperance Lloyd were hanged at Exeter for witchcraft, and as usual on their own confession. This is believed to be the last execution of the kind in England under form of judicial sentence, but the ancient superstition, so interesting to vulgar credulity, like sediment clearing itself from water, sunk down in a deeper shade upon the ignorant and lowest classes of society, in proportion as the higher regions were purified from its influence. The populace, including the ignorant of every class, were more enraged against witches when their passions were once excited in proportion to the lenity exercised towards the objects of their indignation by those who administered the laws. Several cases occurred in which the mob, impressed with a conviction of the guilt of some destitute old creatures, took the law into their own hands, and proceeding upon such evidence as Hopkins would have had recourse to at once in their own apprehension, ascertained their criminality, and administered the deserved punishment. The following instance of such illegal and inhuman proceedings occurred at Oakley, near Bedford, on 12th July 1707. There was one woman, upwards of 60 years of age, who, being under an imputation of witchcraft, was desirous to escape from so foul a suspicion, and to conciliate the good will of her neighbours by allowing them to duck her. The parish officers so far consented to their human experiment as to promise the poor woman a guinea if she should clear herself by sinking. The unfortunate object was tied up in a wet sheet. Her thumbs and great toes were bound together, her cap torn off, and all her apparel searched for pins, for there is an idea that a single pin spoils the operation of the charm. She was then dragged through the river Ouse by a rope tied round her middle. Unhappily for the poor woman, her body floated, though her head remained under water. The experiment was made 3 times with the same effect. The cry to hang or drown the witch then became general, and as she lay half dead on the bank, they loaded the wretch with reproaches, and hardly forbore blows. A single humane bystander took her part, and exposed himself to rough usage for doing so. Luckily, one of the mob themselves at length suggested the additional experiment of weighing the witch against the church Bible. The friend of humanity caught at this means of escape, supporting the proposal by the staggering argument that the Scripture, being the work of God himself, must outweigh necessarily all the operations or vassals of the devil. The reasoning was received as conclusive, the more readily as it promised a new species of amusement. The woman was then weighed against a church Bible of 12 pounds jockey weight, and as she was considerably preponderant, was dismissed with honour. But many of the mob counted her acquittal irregular, and would have had the poor dame drowned or hanged on the result of her ducking, as the more authentic species of trial. At length, a similar piece of inhumanity, which had a very different conclusion, led to the final abolition of the statute of James I. as affording countenance for such brutal proceedings. An aged pauper, named Osborne, and his wife, who resided near Tring, in Staffordshire, fell under the suspicion of the mob on account of supposed witchcraft. The overseers of the poor, understanding that the rabble entertained a purpose of swimming these infirm creatures, which indeed they had expressed in a sort of proclamation, endeavoured to oppose their purpose by securing the unhappy couple in the vestry room, which they barricaded. They were unable, however, to protect them in the manner they intended. The mob forced the door, seized the accused, and with ineffable brutality continued dragging the wretches through a pool of water till the woman lost her life. A brute in human form, who had superintended the murder, went among the spectators and requested money for the sport he had shown them. The life of the other victim was with great difficulty saved. 3 men were tried for their share in this inhuman action. Only one of them, named Colley, was condemned and hanged. When he came to execution, the rabble, instead of crowding round the gallows as usual, stood at a distance, and abused those who were putting to death, they said, an honest fellow for ridding the parish of an accursed witch. This abominable murder was committed July 30, 1751. The repetition of such horrors, the proneness of the people to so cruel and heart-searing a superstition, was traced by the legislature to its source, namely the yet unabolished statute of James I. Accordingly, by the 9th George II, cap. 5, that odious law, so long the object of horror to all ancient and poverty-stricken females in the kingdom, was abrogated, and all criminal procedure on the subject of sorcery or witchcraft discharged in future throughout Great Britain, reserving for such as should pretend to the skill of fortune-tellers, discoverers of stolen goods, or the like, the punishment of the correction house, as due to rogues and vagabonds. Since that period, witchcraft has been little heard of in England, and although the belief in its existence has in remote places survived the law that recognized the evidence of the crime and assigned its punishment, yet such faith is gradually becoming forgotten, since the rabble have been deprived of all pretext to awaken it by their own riotous proceedings. Some rare instances have occurred of similar attempts to that for which Colley suffered, and I observe one is preserved in that curious register of knowledge, Mr. Hone's Popular Amusements, from which it appears that as late as the end of last century this brutality was practised, though happily without loss of life. The Irish statute against witchcraft still exists, as it would seem. Nothing occurred in that kingdom which recommended its being formally annulled, but it is considered as obsolete, and should so wild a thing be attempted in the present day, no procedure, it is certain, would now be permitted to lie upon it. If anything were wanted to confirm the general proposition that the epidemic terror of witchcraft increases and becomes general in proportion to the increase of prosecutions against witches, it would be sufficient to quote certain extraordinary occurrences in New England. Only a brief account can be here given of the dreadful hallucination under which the colonists of that province were for a time deluded and oppressed by a strange contagious terror, and how suddenly and singularly it was cured, even by its own excess. But it is too strong evidence of the imaginary character of this hideous disorder to be altogether suppressed. New England, as is well known, was peopled mainly by emigrants, who had been disgusted with the government of Charles I in church and state, previous to the great Civil War. Many of the more wealthy settlers were Presbyterians and Calvinists. Others, fewer in number and less influential from their fortune, were Quakers, Anabaptists, or members of the other sects who were included under the general name of Independents. The Calvinists brought with them the same zeal for religion and strict morality which everywhere distinguished them. Unfortunately, they were not wise according to their zeal, but entertained a proneness to believe in supernatural and direct personal intercourse between the devil and his vassals, an error to which, as we have endeavored to show, their brethren in Europe had from the beginning been peculiarly subject. In a country imperfectly cultivated, and where the partially improved spots were embosomed in inaccessible forests, inhabited by numerous tribes of savages, it was natural that a disposition to superstition should rather gain than lose ground, and that to other dangers and horrors with which they were surrounded, the colonists should have added fears of the devil, not merely as the evil principle tempting human nature to sin, and thus endangering our salvation, but as combined with sorcerers and witches to inflict death and torture upon children and others. The first case which I observe was that of 4 children of a person called John Goodwin, a mason. The eldest, a girl, had quarrelled with the laundress of the family about some linen which was a-missing. The mother of the laundress, an ignorant, testy, and choleric old Irishwoman, scolded the accuser, and shortly after, the elder Goodwin, her sister, and 2 brothers were seized with such strange diseases that all their neighbours concluded they were bewitched. They conducted themselves as those supposed to suffer under maladies created by such influence were accustomed to do. They stiffened their necks so hard at one time that the joints could not be moved. At another, their necks were so flexible and supple that it seemed the bone was dissolved. They had violent convulsions, in which their jaws snapped with the force of a spring trap set for vermin. Their limbs were curiously contorted, and to those who had a taste for the marvellous, seemed entirely dislocated and displaced. Amid these distortions, they cried out against the poor old woman, whose name was Glover, alleging that she was in presence with them, adding to their torments. The miserable Irishwoman, who hardly could speak the English language, repeated her Paternoster and Ave Maria like a good Catholic, but there were some words which she had forgotten. She was therefore supposed to be unable to pronounce the whole consistently and correctly, and condemned and executed accordingly. But the children of Goodwin found the trade they were engaged in to be too profitable to be laid aside, and the eldest in particular continued all the external signs of witchcraft and possession. Some of these were excellently calculated to flatter the self-opinion and prejudices of the Calvinist ministers by whom she was attended, and accordingly bear in their very front the character of studied and voluntary imposture. The young woman, acting, as was supposed, under the influence of the devil, read a Quaker treatise with ease and apparent satisfaction, but a book written against the poor inoffensive friends the devil would not allow his victim to touch. She could look on a Church of England prayer book, and read the portions of Scripture which it contains without difficulty or impediment, but the spirit which possessed her threw her into fits if she attempted to read the same Scriptures from the Bible, as if the awe which it is supposed the fiends entertained for Holy Writ depended not on the meaning of the words, but the arrangement of the page, and the type in which they were printed. This singular species of flattery was designed to captivate the clergyman through his professional opinions. Others were more strictly personal. The afflicted damsel seems to have been somewhat of the humour of the inamorata of Messrs. Smack, Pluck, Catch and Company, and had, like her, merry as well as melancholy fits. She often imagined that her attendant spirits brought her a handsome pony to ride off with them to their rendezvous. On such occasions she made a spring upwards as if to mount her horse, and then, still seated on her chair, mimicked with dexterity and agility the motions of the animal pacing, trotting, and galloping, like a child on the nurse's knee. But when she cantered in this manner upstairs, she affected inability to enter the clergyman's study, and when she was pulled into it by force, used to become quite well, and stand up as a rational being. Reasons were given for this, says the simple minister, that seemed more kind than true. Shortly after this, she appears to have treated the poor divine with a species of sweetness and attention, which gave him greater embarrassment than her former violence. She used to break in upon him at his studies, to importune him to come downstairs, and thus advantaged doubtless the kingdom of Satan by the interruption of his pursuits. At length the good ones were, or appeared to be, cured, but the example had been given and caught, and the blood of poor Dame Glover, which had been the introduction to this tale of a hobby horse, was to be the forerunner of new atrocities and fearfully more general follies. This scene opened the illness of two girls, a daughter and niece of Mr. Parvis, the minister of Salem, who fell under an affliction similar to that of the Goodwins. Their mouths were stopped, their throats choked, their limbs racked, thorns were stuck into their flesh, and pins were ejected from their stomachs. An Indian and his wife, servants of the family, endeavouring by some spell of their own to discover by whom the fatal charm had been imposed on their master's children, drew themselves under suspicion, and were hanged. The judges and juries persevered, encouraged by the discovery of these poor Indians' guilt, and hoping they might thus expel from the colony the authors of such practices. They acted, says Mather, the historian, under a conscientious wish to do justly, but the cases of witchcraft and possession increased, as if they were transmitted by contagion, and the same sort of spectral evidence being received which had occasioned the condemnation of the Indian woman Titu, became generally fatal. The afflicted persons failed not to see the spectres, as they were termed, of the persons by whom they were tormented. Against this species of evidence no alibi could be offered, because it was admitted, as we have said elsewhere, that the real persons of the accused were not there present, and everything rested upon the assumption that the afflicted persons were telling the truth, since their evidence could not be argued. These spectres were generally represented as offering their victims a book, on signing which they would be freed from their torments. Sometimes the devil appeared in person, and added his own eloquence to move the afflicted persons to consent. At first, as seems natural enough, the poor and miserable alone were involved, but presently, when such evidence was admitted as incontrovertible, the afflicted began to see the spectral appearances of persons of higher condition and of irreproachable lives, some of whom were arrested, some made their escape, while several were executed. The more that suffered, the greater became the number of afflicted persons, and the wider and the more numerous were the denunciations against supposed witches. The accused were of all ages. A child of 5 years old was indicted by some of the afflicted, who imagined they saw this juvenile wizard active in tormenting them, and appealed to the mark of little teeth on their bodies, where they stated it had bitten them. A poor dog was also hanged, as having been alleged to be busy in this infernal persecution. These gross insults on common reason occasioned a revulsion in public feeling, but not till many lives had been sacrificed. By this means 19 men and women were executed, besides a stout-hearted man named Corey, who refused to plead, and was accordingly pressed to death according to the old law. On this horrible occasion a circumstance took place disgusting to humanity, which must yet be told, to show how superstition can steel the heart of a man against the misery of his fellow creature. The dying man, in the mortal agony, thrust out his tongue, which the sheriff crammed with his cane back again into his mouth. 8 persons were condemned, besides those who had actually suffered, and no less than 200 were in prison and under examination. Men began then to ask whether the devil might not artfully deceive the afflicted into the accusation of good and innocent persons, by presenting witches and fiends in the resemblance of blameless persons, as engaged in the tormenting of their diseased country folk. This argument was by no means inconsistent with the belief in witchcraft, and was the more readily listened to on that account. Besides, men found that no rank or condition could save them from the danger of this horrible accusation, if they continued to encourage the witnesses in such an unlimited course as had hitherto been granted to them. Influenced by these reflections, the settlers awoke as from a dream, and the voice of the public, which had so lately demanded vengeance on all who were suspected of sorcery, began now, on the other hand, to lament the effusion of blood, under the strong suspicion that part of it at least had been innocently and unjustly sacrificed. In Mather's own language, which we use as that of a man deeply convinced of the reality of the crime, experience showed that the more were apprehended, the more were still afflicted by Satan, and the number of confessions increasing did but increase the number of the accused, and the execution of some made way to the apprehension of others, for still the afflicted complained of being tormented by new objects as the former were removed, so that some of those that were concerned grew amazed at the number and condition of those that were accused, and feared that Satan, by his wiles, had enwrapped innocent persons under the imputation of that crime, and at last was evidently seen there must be a stop put, or the generation of the kingdom of God would fall under condemnation. The prosecutions were therefore suddenly stopped, the prisoners dismissed, the condemned pardoned, and even those who had confessed, the number of whom was very extraordinary, were pardoned amongst others, and the author we have just quoted thus records the result. When this prosecution ceased, the Lord so chained up Satan that the afflicted grew presently well. The accused were generally quiet, and for 5 years there was no such molestation among us. To this it must be added that the congregation of Salem compelled Mr. Parvis, in whose family the disturbance had begun, and who, they alleged, was the person by whom it was most fiercely driven on in the commencement, to leave his settlement amongst them. Such of the accused as had confessed the acts of witchcraft imputed to them generally denied and retracted their confessions, asserting them to have been made under fear of torture, influence of persuasion, or other circumstances exclusive of their free will. Several of the judges and jurors concerned in the sentence of those who were executed published their penitence for their rashness in convicting these unfortunate persons, and one of the judges, a man of the most importance in the colony, observed, during the rest of his life, the anniversary of the first execution as a day of solemn fast and humiliation for his own share in the transaction. Even the barbarous Indians were struck with wonder at the infatuation of the English colonists on this occasion, and drew disadvantageous comparisons between them and the French, among whom, as they remarked, the Great Spirit sends no witches. The system of witchcraft, as believed in Scotland, must next claim our attention, as it is different in some respects from that of England, and subsisted to a later period, and was prosecuted with much more severity. End of Letter 8, Part 2. Letter 9 of Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. For many years the Scottish nation had been remarkable for a credulous belief in witchcraft, and repeated examples were supplied by the annals of sanguinary executions on this sad accusation. Our acquaintance with the slender foundation on which Boetius and Buchanan reared the early part of their histories may greatly incline us to doubt whether a king named Dufus ever reigned in Scotland, and still more, whether he died by the agency of a gang of witches, who inflicted torments upon an image made in his name, for the sake of compassing his death. In the tale of Macbeth, which is another early instance of demonology in Scottish history, the weird sisters, who were the original prophetesses, appeared to the usurper in a dream, and are described as volae, or sibyls, rather than as witches, though Shakespeare has stamped the latter character indelibly upon them. One of the earliest real cases of importance founded upon witchcraft was, like those of the Duchess of Gloucester and others in the sister country, mingled with an accusation of a political nature, which, rather than the sorcery, brought the culprits to their fate. The Earl of Mar, brother of James III. Of Scotland, fell under the king's suspicion for consulting with witches and sorcerers how to shorten the king's days. On such a charge, very inexplicitly stated, the unhappy Mar was bled to death in his own lodgings, without either trial or conviction. Immediately after which catastrophe, 12 women of obscure rank, and 3 or 4 wizards, or warlocks, as they were termed, were burnt at Edinburgh, to give a colour to the Earl's guilt. In the year 1537, a noble matron fell a victim to a similar charge. This was Janet Douglas, Lady Glamis, who, with her son, her second husband, and several others, stood accused of attempting James's life by poison, with a view to the restoration of the Douglas family, of which Lady Glamis's brother, the Earl of Angus, was the head. She died much pitied by the people, who seem to have thought the articles against her forged for the purpose of taking her life, her kindred, and her very name being so obnoxious to the king. Previous to this lady's execution, there would appear to have been but few prosecuted to death on the score of witchcraft, although the want of the judiciary records of that period leaves us in uncertainty. But in the end of the 15th and beginning of the 16th centuries, when such charges grew general over Europe, cases of the kind occurred very often in Scotland, and, as we have already noticed, were sometimes of a peculiar character. There is indeed a certain monotony in most tales of the kind. The vassals are usually induced to sell themselves at a small price to the author of ill, who, having commonly to do with women, drives a very hard bargain. On the contrary, when he was pleased to enact the female on a similar occasion, he brought his gallant, one William Barton, a fortune of no less than £15, which, even supposing it to have been the Scottish denomination of coin, was a very liberal endowment compared with his niggardly conduct towards the fair sex on such an occasion. Neither did he pass false coin on this occasion, but on the contrary, generously gave Burton a merk to keep the £15 whole. In observing on Satan's conduct in this matter, Master George Sinclair observes that it is fortunate the enemy is but seldom permitted to bribe so high as £15 Scots, for were this the case, he might find few women or men capable of resisting his munificence. I look upon this as one of the most severe reflections on our forefathers' poverty which is extant. In many of the Scottish witches' trials, as to the description of Satan's Domdaniel and the Sabbath which he there celebrates, the northern superstition agrees with that of England. But some of the confessions depart from the monotony of repetition, and add some more fanciful circumstances than occur in the general case. Isabel Gowdy's confession, already mentioned, is extremely minute, and some part of it at least may be quoted, as there are other passages not very edifying. The witches of Aldern, according to this penitent, were so numerous that they were told off into squads, or covens, as they were termed, to each of which were appointed 2 officers. One of these was called the Maiden of the Covine, and was usually, like Tam O'Shanter's Nanny, a girl of personal attractions, whom Satan placed beside himself and treated with particular attention, which greatly provoked the spite of the old hags, who felt themselves insulted by the preference. When assembled, they dug up graves, and possessed themselves of the carcasses of unchristened infants in particular, whose joints and members they used in their magic unguents and salves. When they desired to secure for their own use the crop of some neighbour, they made a pretence of ploughing it with a yoke of paddocks. These foul creatures drew the plough, which was held by the devil himself. The plough harness and somes were of quicken grass. The sock and coulter were made out of a riglin's horn, and the coven attended on the operation, praying the devil to transfer to them the fruit of the ground so traversed, and leave the proprietors nothing but thistles and briars. The witches' sports with their elfin archery I have already noticed. They entered the house of the Earl of Murray himself, and such other mansions as were not fenced against them by vigil and prayer, and feasted on the provisions they found there. As these witches were the countrywomen of the weird sisters in Macbeth, the reader may be desirous to hear some of their spells, and of the poetry by which they were accompanied and enforced. They used to hash the flesh of an unchristened child, mixed with that of dogs and sheep, and place it in the house of those whom they devoted to destruction, in body or goods, saying or singing, "We put this intill this home, in our Lord the Devil's name. The first hands that handle thee, burned and scalded may they be. We will destroy houses and hold, with the sheep and nolt into the fold, and little sall come to the fore of all the rest of the little store." Metamorphoses were, according to Isabel, very common among them, and the forms of crows, cats, hares, and other animals were on such occasions assumed. In the hair shape, Isabel herself had a bad adventure. She had been sent by the devil to Auldearn in that favourite disguise, with some message to her neighbours, but had the misfortune to meet Peter Papley of Kilhill's servants going to labour, having his hounds with them. The hounds sprung on the disguised witch, and I, says Isabel, run a very long time, but being hard pressed, was forced to take to my own house, the door being open, and there took refuge behind a chest. But the hounds came in, and took the other side of the chest, so that Isabel only escaped by getting into another house, and gaining time to say the disenchanting rhyme. Hare, hare, God send thee care. I am in a hare's likeness now, but I shall be a woman even now. Hare, hare, God send thee care. Such accidents, she said, were not uncommon, and the witches were sometimes bitten by the dogs, of which the marks remained after their restoration to human shape, but none had been killed on such occasions. The ceremonial of the Sabbath meetings was very strict. The foul fiend was very rigid in exacting the most ceremonious attention from his votaries, and the title of Lord when addressed by them. Sometimes, however, the weird sisters, when whispering amongst themselves, irreverently spoke of their sovereign by the name of Black John. Upon such occasions the fiend rushed on them like a schoolmaster who surprises his pupils in delict, and beat and buffeted them without mercy or discretion, saying, I ken well enough what you are saying of me. Then might be seen the various tempers of those whom he commanded. Alexander Elder, in Earlseat, often fell under his lord's displeasure for neglect of duty, and being weak and simple, could never defend himself save with tears, cries, and entreaties for mercy. But some of the women, according to Isabel Gowdy's confession, had more of the spirit which animated the old dame of Kellyburn Braes. Margaret Wilson, in Auldearn, would defend herself finely, and make her hands save her head after the old Scottish manner. Bessie Wilson could also speak very crustily with her tongue, and belled the cat with the devil stoutly. The others chiefly took refuge in crying pity, mercy, and such like, while Satan kept beating them with wool cards and other sharp scourges, without attending to their entreaties or complaints. There were 2 attendant devils and imps who served the witches. They were usually distinguished by their liveries, which were sad dun, grass green, sea green, and yellow. The witches were taught to call these imps by names, some of which might belong to humanity, while others had a diabolical sound. These were Robert the Jackass, Saunders the Red Reaver, Thomas the Fury, Swain, an old Scandinavian dirge probably, the Roaring Lion, Thief of Hell, Wait upon Herself, Mac Keeler, Robert the Rule, Hendry Craig, and Rory. These names, odd and uncouth enough, are better imagined at least than those which Hopkins contrived for the imps which he discovered, such as Pyewacket, Peck in the Crown, Sack and Sugar News, Vinegar Tom, and Grizzle Greedygut, the broad vulgarity of which epithets show what a flat imagination he brought to support his impudent fictions. The devil who commanded the fair sisterhood, being fond of mimicking the forms of the Christian church, used to rebaptize the witches with their blood in his own great name. The proud-stomached Margaret Wilson, who scorned to take a blow unrepaid, even from Satan himself, was called Pickle nearest the wind. Her compeer, Bessie Wilson, was Throw the Cornyard. Elspeth Nish's was Bessie Bald. Bessie Hay's nickname was Able and Stout, and Jane Merton the maiden of the coven was called o'er the dyke with it. Isabel took upon herself, and imputed to her sisters, as already mentioned, the death of sundry persons shot with elf arrows, because they had omitted to bless themselves as the aerial flight of the hags swept past them. She had herself the temerity to shoot at the Laird of Park as he was riding through a ford, but missed him through the influence of the running stream, perhaps for which she thanks God in her confession, and adds that at the time she received a great cuff from Bessie Hay for her awkwardness. They devoted the male children of this gentleman, of the well-known family of Gordon of Park, I presume, to wasting illness, by the following lines, placing at the same time in the fire figures composed of clay mixed with paste, to represent the object. We put this water amongst this meal for long dwining and ill heal. We put it into the fire to burn them up stook and stour, that they be burned with our will like any stickle in a kiln. Such was the singular confession of Isabel Gowdy, made voluntarily, it would seem, and without compulsion of any kind, judicially authenticated by the subscription of the notary, clergyman, and gentlemen present, adhered to after their separate diets, as they are called, of examination, and containing no variety or contradiction in its details. Whatever might be her state of mind in other respects, she seems to have been perfectly conscious of the perilous consequence of her disclosures to her own person. I do not deserve, says she, to be seated here at ease and unharmed, but rather to be stretched on an iron rack, nor can my crimes be atoned for, were I to be drawn asunder by wild horses. It only remains to suppose that this wretched creature was under the dominion of some peculiar species of lunacy, to which a full perusal of her confession might perhaps guide a medical person of judgment and experience. Her case is interesting, as throwing upon the rites and ceremonies of the Scottish witches a light which we seek in vain elsewhere. Other unfortunate persons were betrayed to their own reproof by other means than the derangement of mind which seems to have operated on Isabel Gowdy. Some, as we have seen, endeavoured to escape from the charge of witchcraft by admitting an intercourse with the fairy people, an excuse which was never admitted as relevant. Others were subjected to cruel tortures, by which our ancestors thought the guilty might be brought to confession, but which far more frequently compelled the innocent to bear evidence against themselves. On this subject the celebrated Sir George Mackenzie, that noble wit of Scotland, as he is termed by Dryden, has some most judicious reflections, which we shall endeavour to abstract as the result of the experience of one who, in his capacity of Lord Advocate, had often occasion to conduct witch trials, and who, not doubting the existence of the crime, was of opinion that, on account of its very horror, it required the clearest and most strict probation. He first insists on the great improbability of the fiend, without riches to bestow, and avowedly subjected to a higher power, being able to enlist such numbers of recruits, and the little advantage which he himself would gain by doing so. But, secondly, says Mackenzie, the persons ordinarily accused of this crime are poor ignorant men, or else women, who understand not the nature of what they are accused of, and many mistake their own fears and apprehensions for witchcraft, of which I shall give two instances. One of a poor weaver, who, after he had confessed witchcraft, being asked how he saw the devil, made answer, like flies dancing about the candle. Another of a woman, who asked seriously when she was accused, if a woman might be a witch and not know it. And it is dangerous that persons, of all others the most simple, should be tried for a crime of all others the most mysterious. Thirdly, these poor creatures, when they are defamed, become so confounded with fear and the close prison in which they are kept, and so starved for want of meat and drink, either of which wants is enough to disarm the strongest reason, that hardly wiser and more serious people than they would escape distraction. And when men are confounded with fear and apprehension, they will imagine things the most ridiculous and absurd, of which instances are given. Fourthly, most of these poor creatures are tortured by their keepers, who, being persuaded they do God good service, think it their duty to vex and torment poor prisoners delivered up to them as rebels to heaven and enemies to men. And I know, continues Sir George, ex certissima scientia, that most of all that ever were taken were tormented in this manner, and this usage was the ground of all their confession. And albeit the poor miscreants cannot prove this usage, the actors being the only witnesses, yet the judge should be jealous of it, as that which did at first elicit the confession, and for fear of which they dare not retract it. Fifthly, this learned author gives us an instance how these unfortunate creatures might be reduced to confession by the very infamy which the accusation cast upon them, and which was sure to follow, condemning them for life to a state of necessity, misery, and suspicion, such as any person of reputation would willingly exchange for a short death, however painful. I went when I was a justice depute to examine some women who had confessed judicially, and one of them, who was a silly creature, told me under secrecy that she had not confessed because she was guilty, but being a poor creature who wrought for her meat, and being defamed for a witch, she knew she would starve, for no person thereafter would either give her meat or lodging, and that all men would beat her and hound dogs at her, and that therefore she desired to be out of the world. Whereupon she wept most bitterly, and upon her knees called God to witness to what she said. Another told me that she was afraid the devil would challenge a right to her after she was said to be his servant, and would haunt her, as the minister said, when he was desiring her to confess, and therefore she desired to die. And really ministers are oft times indiscreet in their zeal to have poor creatures to confess in this, and I recommend to judges that the wisest ministers should be sent to them, and those who are sent should be cautious in this particular. As a corollary to this affecting story, I may quote the case of a woman in Lauder Jail, who lay there with other females on a charge of witchcraft. Her companions in prison were adjudged to die, and she too had, by a confession as full as theirs, given herself up as guilty. She therefore sent for the minister of the town, and entreated to be put to death with the others who had been appointed to suffer upon the next Monday. The clergyman, however, as well as others, had adopted a strong persuasion that this confession was made up in the pride of her heart for the destruction of her own life, and had no foundation in truth. We give the result in the minister's words. Therefore much pains was taken on her by ministers and others on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday morning, that she might resile from that confession which was suspected to be but a temptation of the devil to destroy both her soul and body. Yea, it was charged home upon her by the ministers that there was just ground of jealousy that her confession was not sincere, and she was charged before the Lord to declare the truth, and not to take her blood upon her own head. Yet she stiffly adhered to what she had said, and cried always to be put away with the rest. Whereupon, on Monday morning, being called before the judges, and confessing before them what she had said, she was found guilty, and condemned to die with the rest that same day. Being carried forth to the place of execution, she remained silent during the first, second, and third prayer, and then perceiving that there remained no more but to rise and go to the stake, she lifted up her body, and with a loud voice cried out, "Now all you that see me this day know that I am now to die as a witch by my own confession, and I free all men, especially the ministers and magistrates, of the guilt of my blood. I take it wholly upon myself. My blood be upon my own head. And as I must make answer to the God of heaven presently, I declare I am as free of witchcraft as any child. But being deladed by a malicious woman, and put in prison under the name of a witch, disowned by my husband and friends, and seeing no ground of hope of my coming out of prison, or ever coming in credit again, through the temptation of the devil, I made up that confession on purpose to destroy my own life, being weary of it, and choosing rather to die than live, and so died. Which lamentable story, as it did then astonish all the spectators, none of which could restrain themselves from tears, so it may be to all a demonstration of Satan's subtlety, whose design is still to destroy all, partly by tempting many to presumption, and some others to despair. These things to be of truth are attested by an eye and ear witness who is yet alive, a faithful minister of the gospel. It is strange the inference does not seem to have been deduced, that as one woman out of very despair renounced her own life, the same might have been the case in many other instances, wherein the confessions of the accused constituted the principal, if not sole, evidence of the guilt. One celebrated mode of detecting witches and torturing them at the same time to draw forth confession was by running pins into their body, on pretence of discovering the devil's stigma or mark, which was said to be inflicted by him upon all his vassals, and to be insensible to pain. This species of search, the practice of the infamous Hopkins, was in Scotland reduced to a trade, and the young witch finder was allowed to torture the accused party as if in exercise of a lawful calling, although Sir George Mackenzie stigmatizes it as a horrid imposture. I observe in the collections of Mr. Pitcairn that at the trial of Janet Peaston of Dalkeith, the magistrates and ministers of that town caused John Kincaid of Trainant, the common pricker, to exercise his craft upon her, who found 2 marks of what he called the devil's making, and which appeared to be so, for she could not fill the pin when it was put into either of the said marks, nor did they, the marks, bleed when they were taken out again, and when she was asked where she thought the pins were put in, she pointed to a part of her body distant from the real place. They were pins of 3 inches in length. Besides the fact that the persons of old people especially, sometimes contain spots void of sensibility, there is also room to believe that the professed pickers used a pin, the point or lower part of which was, on being pressed down, sheathed in the upper, which was hollow for the purpose, and that which appeared to enter the body did not pierce it at all. But were it worth while to dwell on a subject so ridiculous, we might recollect that in so terrible an agony of shame as is likely to convulse a human being under such a trial and such personal insults, the blood is apt to return to the heart, and a slight wound, as with a pin, may be inflicted without being followed by blood. In the latter end of the 17th century, this childish, indecent, and brutal practice began to be called by its right name. Fountainhall has recorded that in 1678 the Privy Council received the complaint of a poor woman who had been abused by a country magistrate and one of those impostors called prickers. They expressed high displeasure against the presumption of the parties complained against, and treated the pricker as a common cheat. From this and other instances, it appears that the predominance of the superstition of witchcraft and the proneness to persecute those accused of such practices in Scotland were increased too by the too great readiness of subordinate judges to interfere in matters which were, in fact, beyond their jurisdiction. The Supreme Court of Justiciary, that was in which the cause properly and exclusively ought to have been tried. But in practice, each inferior judge in the country, the pettiest baillie in the most trifling burgh, the smallest and most ignorant baron of a rude territory, took it on him to arrest, imprison, and examine, in which examinations, as we have already seen, the accused suffered the grossest injustice. The copies of these examinations, made up of extorted confessions, or the evidence of inhabile witnesses, were all that were transmitted to the Privy Council, who were to direct the future mode of procedure. Thus no creature was secure against the malice or folly of some defamatory accusation, if there was a timid or superstitious judge, though of the meanest denomination, to be found within the district. But secondly, it was the course of the Privy Council to appoint commissions of the gentlemen of the country, and particularly of the clergymen, though not likely, from their education, to be freed from general prejudice, and peculiarly liable to be affected by the clamour of the neighbourhood against the delinquent. Now, as it was well known that such a commission could not be granted in a case of murder in the county where the crime was charged, there seems no good reason why the trial of witches, so liable to excite the passions, should not have been uniformly tried by a court whose rank and condition secured them from the suspicion of partiality. But our ancestors arranged it otherwise, and it was the consequence that such commissioners very seldom, by acquitting the persons brought before them, lost an opportunity of destroying a witch. Neither must it be forgotten that the proof led in support of the prosecution was of a kind very unusual in jurisprudence. The lawyers admitted as evidence what they called damnum menadum et malum secutum, some mischief, that is to say, following close upon a threat or wish of revenge uttered by the supposed witch, which, though it might be attributed to the most natural course of events, was supposed necessarily to be in consequence of the menaces of the accused. Sometimes this vague species of evidence was still more loosely adduced, and allegations of danger threatened and mischief ensuing were admitted, though the menaces had not come from the accused party herself. On 10th June 1661, as John Stewart, one of a party of stout burghers of Dalkeith, appointed to guard an old woman called Christian Wilson from that town to Niddry, was cleaning his gun, he was slyly questioned by Janet Cock, another confessing witch, who probably saw his courage was not entirely constant. What would you think if the devil raise a whirlwind and take her from you on the road to morrow? Sure enough, on their journey to Niddry, the party actually were assailed by a sudden gust of wind, not a very uncommon event in that climate, which scarce permitted the valiant guard to keep their feet, while the miserable prisoner was blown into a pool of water, and with difficulty raised again. There is some ground to hope that this extraordinary evidence was not admitted upon the trial. There is a story told of an old wizard, whose real name was Alexander Hunter, though he was more generally known by the nickname of Hatterack, which it had pleased the devil to confer upon him. The man had for some time adopted the credit of being a conjurer, and curing the diseases of man and beast by spells and charms. One summer's day, on a green hillside, the devil appeared to him in shape of a grave mediciner, addressing him thus roundly: "Sandy, you have too long followed my trade without acknowledging me for a master. You must now enlist with me and become my servant, and I will teach you your trade better." Hatterack consented to the proposal, and we shall let the Reverend Mr. George Sinclair tell the rest of the tale. After this, he grew very famous through the country for his charming and curing of diseases in men and beasts, and turning a vagrant fellow like a jockey, gaining meal and flesh and money by his charms. Such was the ignorance of many at that time. Whatever house he came to, none durst refuse Hatterack an alms, rather for his ill than his good. One day he came to the gate of Samuelston, when some friends after dinner were going to horse. A young gentleman, brother to the lady, seeing him, switched him about the ears, saying, "You warlock carle, what have you to do here?" Whereupon the fellow goes away grumbling, and was overheard to say, "You shall dear buy this ere it be long." This was damnum minutum. The young gentleman conveyed his friends a far way off, and came home that way again, where he supped. After supper, taking his horse and crossing Tyne water to go home, he rides through a shady piece of a hoff, commonly called Ullers, and the evening being somewhat dark, he met with some persons there that begat a dreadful consternation in him, which for the most part he would never reveal. This was malum secutum. When he came home, the servants observed terror and fear in his countenance. The next day he became distracted, and was bound for several days. His sister, the Lady Samuelston, hearing of it, was heard say, "Surely that knave Hatterack is the cause of his trouble. Call for him in all haste." When he had come to her, "Sandy," she says, "what is this you have done to my brother William?" "I told him," says he, "I should make him repent of his striking me at the yate lately." She gave the rogue fair words, and promising him his pockful of meal, with beef and cheese, persuaded the fellow to cure him again. He undertook the business. "But I must first," says he, "have one of his sarks." shirts, which was soon gotten. What pranks he played with it cannot be known, but within a short while the gentleman recovered his health. When Haderach came to receive his wages, he told the lady, "Your brother William shall quickly go off the country, but shall never return." She, knowing the fellow's prophecies to hold true, caused the brother to make a disposition to her of all his patrimony, to the defrauding of his younger brother George. After that this warlock had abused the country for a long time, he was at last apprehended at Dunbar, and brought into Edinburgh, and burnt upon the Castle Hill. Now, if Haderach was really put to death on such evidence, it is worth while to consider what was its real amount. A hot-tempered, swaggering young gentleman horsewhips a beggar of ill fame for loitering about the gate of his sister's house. The beggar grumbles, as any man would. The young man, riding in the night, and probably in liquor, through a dark shady place, is frightened by he would not, and probably could not tell what, and has a fever fit. His sister employs the wizard to take off the spell according to his profession, and here is damnum minutum et malum secutum, and all legal cause for burning a man to ashes. The vagrant Haderach probably knew something of the wild young man, which might soon oblige him to leave the country, and the selfish Lady Samuelston, learning the probability of his departure, committed a fraud which ought to have rendered her evidence inadmissible. Besides these particular disadvantages, to which the parties accused of this crime in Scotland were necessarily exposed, both in relation to the judicature by which they were tried and the evidence upon which they were convicted, their situation was rendered intolerable by the detestation in which they were held by all ranks. The gentry hated them, because the diseases and death of their relations and children were often imputed to them. The grossly superstitious vulgar abhorred them with still more perfect dread and loathing. And amongst those natural feelings, others of a less pardonable description found means to shelter themselves. In one case, we are informed by Mackenzie, a poor girl was to die for witchcraft, of whom the real crime was that she had attracted too great a share, in the lady's opinion, of the attention of the laird. Having thus given some reasons why the prosecutions for witchcraft in Scotland were so numerous and fatal, we return to the general history of the trials recorded from the reign of James V. to the union of the kingdoms. Through the reign of Queen Mary, these trials for sorcery became numerous, and the crime was subjected to heavier punishment by the 73rd Act of her 9th Parliament. But when James VI. Approached to years of discretion, the extreme anxiety which he displayed to penetrate more deeply into mysteries which others had regarded as a very millstone of obscurity, drew still larger attention to the subject. The sovereign had exhausted his talents of investigation on the subject of witchcraft, and credit was given to all who acted in defence of the opinions of the reigning prince. This natural tendency to comply with the opinions of the sovereign was much augmented by the disposition of the kirk to the same sentiments. We have already said that these venerable persons entertained, with good faith, the general erroneous belief respecting witchcraft, regarding it indeed as a crime which affected their own order more nearly than others in the state, since, especially called to the service of heaven, they were peculiarly bound to oppose the incursions of Satan. The works which remain behind them show, among better things, an unhesitating belief in what were called by them special providences, and this was equalled, at least, by their credulity as to the actual interference of evil spirits in the affairs of this world. They applied these principles of belief to the meanest causes. A horse falling lame was a snare of the devil to keep the good clergyman from preaching. The arrival of a skilful farrier was accounted a special providence to defeat the purpose of Satan. This was doubtless in a general sense true, since nothing can happen without the foreknowledge and will of heaven, but we are authorized to believe that the period of supernatural interference has long passed away, and that the great Creator is content to execute his purposes by the operation of those laws which influence the general course of nature. Our ancient Scottish divines thought otherwise. Surrounded as they conceived themselves by the snares and temptations of hell, and relying on the aid of heaven, they entered into war with the kingdom of Satan, as the Crusaders of old invaded the land of Palestine with the same confidence in the justice of their cause and similar indifference concerning the feelings of those whom they accounted the enemies of God and man. We have already seen that even the conviction that a woman was innocent of the crime of witchcraft did not induce a worthy clergyman to use any effort to withdraw her from the stake, and in the same collection there occur some observable passages of God's providence to a godly minister in giving him full clearness concerning Bessie Graham, suspected of witchcraft. The whole detail is a curious illustration of the spirit of credulity which well-disposed men brought with them to such investigations, and how easily the gravest doubts were removed rather than a witch should be left undetected. Bessie Graham had been committed, it would seem, under suspicions of no great weight, since the minister, after various conferences, found her defence so successful that he actually pitied her hard usage, and wished for her delivery from prison, especially as he doubted whether a civil court would send her to an assize, or whether an assize would be disposed to convict her. While the minister was in his doubt, a fellow named Begg was employed as a skilful pricker, by whose authority, it is not said, he thrust a great brass pin up to the head in a wart on the woman's back, which he affirmed to be the devil's mark. A commission was granted for trial, but still the chief gentleman in the county refused to act, and the clergyman's own doubts were far from being removed. This put the worthy man upon a solemn prayer to God, that if he would find out a way for giving the minister full clearness of her guilt, he would acknowledge it as a singular favour and mercy. This, according to his idea, was accomplished in the following manner, which he regarded as an answer to his prayer. One evening the clergyman, with Alexander Simpson, the kirk officer, and his own servant, had visited Bessie in her cell to urge her to confession, but in vain. As they stood on the stairhead behind the door, they heard the prisoner, whom they had left alone in her place of confinement, discoursing with another person, who used a low and ghostly tone, which the minister instantly recognised as the foul fiend's voice. But for this discovery, we should have been of opinion that Bessie Graham talked to herself, as melancholy and despairing wretches are in the habit of doing. But as Alexander Simpson pretended to understand the sense of what was said within the cell, and the minister himself was pretty sure he heard two voices at the same time, he regarded the overhearing this conversation as the answer of the deity to his petition, and thenceforth was troubled with no doubts either as to the reasonableness and propriety of his prayer, or the guilt of Bessie Graham, though she died obstinate and would not confess; nay, made a most decent and Christian end, acquitting her judges and jury of her blood in respect of the strong delusion under which they laboured. Although the ministers, whose opinions were but too strongly on this head in correspondence with the prevailing superstitions of the people, nourished in the early system of church government a considerable desire to secure their own immunities and privileges as a national church, which failed not at last to be brought into contact with the king's prerogative. Yet in the earlier part of his reign, James, when freed from the influence of such a favourite as the profligate Stuart, Earl of Arran, was in his personal qualities rather acceptable to the clergy of his kingdom and period. At his departing from Scotland on his romantic expedition to bring home a consort from Denmark, he very politically recommended to the clergy to contribute all that lay in their power to assist the civil magistrates, and preserve the public peace of the kingdom. The king, after his return, acknowledged with many thanks the care which the clergy had bestowed in this particular, nor were they slack in assuming the merit to themselves, for they often reminded him in their future discords that his kingdom had never been so quiet as during his voyage to Denmark, when the clergy were in a great measure entrusted with the charge of the public government. During the halcyon period of union between Kirk and King, their hearty agreement on the subject of witchcraft failed not to heat the fires against the persons suspected of such iniquity. The clergy considered that the Roman Catholics, their principal enemies, were equally devoted to the devil, the mass, and the witches, which in their opinion were mutually associated together, and natural allies in the great cause of mischief. On the other hand, the pedantic sovereign, having exercised his learning and ingenuity in the Demonologia, considered the execution of every witch who was burnt as a necessary conclusion of his own royal syllogisms. The juries were also afraid of the consequences of acquittal to themselves, being liable to suffer under an assize of error should they be thought to have been unjustly merciful. And as the witches tried were personally as insignificant as the charge itself was odious, there was no restraint whatever upon those in whose hands their fate lay, and there seldom wanted some such confession as we have often mentioned, or such evidence as that collected by the minister who overheard the dialogue between the witch and her master, to salve their consciences and reconcile them to bring in a verdict of guilty. The execution of witches became for these reasons very common in Scotland, where the king seemed in some measure to have made himself a party in the cause, and the clergy esteemed themselves such from the very nature of their profession. But the general spite of Satan and his adherents was supposed to be especially directed against James, on account of his match with Anne of Denmark, the union of a Protestant princess with a Protestant prince, the King of Scotland and heir of England being, it could not be doubted, an event which struck the whole kingdom of darkness with alarm. James was self-gratified by the unusual spirit which he had displayed on his voyage in quest of his bride, and well disposed to fancy that he had performed it in positive opposition, not only to the indirect policy of Elizabeth, but to the malevolent purpose of hell itself. His fleet had been tempest-tossed, and he very naturally believed that the prince of the power of the air had been personally active on the occasion. The principal person implicated in these heretical and treasonable undertakings was one Agnes Simpson, or Samson, called the wise wife of Keith, and described by Archbishop Spottiswoode, not as one of the base or ignorant class of ordinary witches, but a grave matron, composed and deliberate in her answers, which were all to some purpose. This grave dame, from the terms of her indictment, seems to have been a kind of white witch, affecting to cure diseases by words and charms, a dangerous profession considering the times in which she lived. Neither did she always keep the right and sheltered side of the law in such delicate operations. One article of her indictment proves this, and at the same time establishes that the wise woman of Keith knew how to turn her profession to account. For being consulted in the illness of Isabel Hamilton, she gave her opinion that nothing could amend her unless the devil was raised, and the sick woman's husband, startling at the proposal, and being indifferent perhaps about the issue, would not bestow the necessary expenses, whereupon the wise wife refused to raise the devil, and the patient died. This woman was principally engaged in an extensive conspiracy to destroy the fleet of the Queen by raising a tempest, and to take the king's life by anointing his linen with poisonous materials, and by constructing figures of clay to be wasted and tormented after the usual fashion of necromancy. Amongst her associates was an unhappy lady of much higher degree. This was Dame Euphane Macalzine, the widow of a senator of the College of Justice, and a person infinitely above the rank of the obscure witches with whom she was joined in her crime. Mr. Pitcairn supposes that this connection may have arisen from her devotion to the Catholic faith, and her friendship for the Earl of Bothwell. The third person in this singular league of sorcerers was Dr. John Fian, otherwise Cunningham, who was schoolmaster at Tranent, and enjoyed much hazardous reputation as a warlock. This man was made the hero of the whole tale of necromancy in an account of it published at London, and entitled News from Scotland, which has been lately reprinted by the Roxburgh Club. It is remarkable that the Scottish witchcrafts were not thought sufficiently horrible by the editor of this tract, without adding to them the story of a philtre being applied to a cow's hair instead of that of the young woman for whom it was designed, and telling how the animal came lowing after the sorcerer to his schoolroom door, like a second Pasiphae, the original of which charm occurs in the story of Apuleius. Besides these persons, there was one Barbara Napier, alias Douglas, a person of some rank, Gillis Duncan, a very active witch, and about 30 other poor creatures of the lowest condition, among the rest, and doorkeeper to the conclave, a silly old ploughman, called as his nickname Greymeal, who was cuffed by the devil for saying simply, God bless the King. When the monarch of Scotland sprung this strong covey of his favourite game, they afforded the Privy Council and him sport for the greatest part of the remaining winter. He attended on the examinations himself, and by one means or other they were indifferently well dressed to his palate. Agnes Sampson, the grave matron before mentioned, after being an hour tortured by the twisting of a cord around her head, according to the custom of the buccaneers, confessed that she had consulted with one Richard Graham concerning the probable length of the king's life, and the means of shortening it. But Satan, to whom they at length resorted for advice, told them in French respecting King James, Il est un homme de Dieu. The poor woman also acknowledged that she had held a meeting with those of her sisterhood who had charmed a cat by certain spells, having 4 joints of men knit to its feet, which they threw into the sea to excite a tempest. Another frolic they had, when, like the weird sisters in Macbeth, they embarked in sieves with much mirth and jollity, the fiend rolling himself before them upon the waves, dimly seen, and resembling a huge haystack in size and appearance. They went on board of a foreign ship richly laden with wines, where, invisible to the crew, they feasted till the sport grew tiresome, and then Satan sunk the vessel, and all on board. Fian, or Cunningham, was also visited by the sharpest tortures, ordinary and extraordinary. The nails were torn from his fingers with smith's pincers. Pins were driven into the places which the nails usually defended. His knees were crushed in the boots. His finger bones were splintered in the pilnywinks. At length his constancy, hitherto sustained, as the bystanders supposed, by the help of the devil, was fairly overcome, and he gave an account of a great witch meeting at North Berwick, where they placed round the church withershins, that is, in reverse of the motions of the sun. Fian then blew into the lock of the church door, whereupon the bolts gave way, the unhallowed crew entered, and their master the devil appeared to his servants in the shape of a black man occupying the pulpit. He was saluted with an "Hail, master!" but the company were dissatisfied with his not having brought a picture of the king, repeatedly promised, which was to place his majesty at the mercy of this infernal crew. The devil was particularly upbraided on this subject by divers respectable looking females, no question, Euphane Macalzine, Barbara Napier, Agnes Sampson, and some other amateur witch, above those of the ordinary profession. The devil on this memorable occasion forgot himself, and called Fian by his own name, instead of the demoniacal sobriquet of Rob the Rower, which had been assigned to him as master of the rows or rolls. This was considered as bad taste, and the rule is still observed at every rendezvous of forgers, smugglers, or the like, where it is accounted very indifferent manners to name an individual by his own name, in case of affording ground of evidence which may, upon a day of trial, be brought against him. Satan, something disconcerted, concluded the evening with a divertisement and a dance after his own manner. The former consisted in disinterring a new buried corpse, and dividing it in fragments among the company, and the ball was maintained by well nigh 200 persons, who danced a ring dance, singing this chant: "Comer, gang ye before, comer, gang ye. Gif ye will not gang before, comers, let me." After this choral exhibition, the music seems to have been rather imperfect, the number of dancers considered. Gillis Duncan was the only instrumental performer, and she played on a Jew's harp, called in Scotland a trump. Dr. Fian, muffled, led the ring, and was highly honoured, generally acting as clerk or recorder, as above mentioned. King James was deeply interested in those mysterious meetings, and took great delight to be present at the examinations of the accused. He sent for Gillis Duncan, and caused her to play before him the same tune to which Satan and his companions led the brawl in North Berwick churchyard. His ears were gratified in another way, for at this meeting it was said the witches demanded of the devil why did he bear such enmity against the king, who returned the flattering answer that the king was the greatest enemy whom he had in the world. "The silly bit chicken, gar cast her a pickle, and she will grow mickle, and she will do good." Almost all these poor wretches were executed, nor did Euphane Macalzine's station in life save her from the common doom, which was strangling to death, and burning to ashes thereafter, the majority of the jury which tried Barbara Napier, having acquitted her of attendance at the North Berwick meeting, were themselves threatened with a trial for wilful error upon an assize, and could only escape from severe censure and punishment by pleading guilty, and submitting themselves to the king's pleasure. This rigorous and iniquitous conduct shows a sufficient reason why there should be so few acquittals from a charge of witchcraft, where the juries were so much at the mercy of the crown. It would be disgusting to follow the numerous cases in which the same uniform credulity, the same extorted confessions, the same prejudiced and exaggerated evidence, concluded in the same tragedy at the stake and the pile. The alterations and trenching which lately took place for the purpose of improving the Castle Hill of Edinburgh displayed the ashes of the numbers who had perished in this manner, of whom a large proportion must have been executed between 1590, when the great discovery was made concerning Euphane Macalzine and the wise wife of Keith, and their accomplices, and the union of the crowns. Nor did King James's removal to England soften this horrible persecution. In Sir Thomas Hamilton's minutes of proceedings in the Privy Council, there occurs a singular entry, evincing plainly that the Earl of Mar and others of James's council were becoming fully sensible of the desperate iniquity and inhumanity of these proceedings. I have modernized the spelling, that this appalling record may be legible to all my readers. 1608. December 1. The Earl of Mar declared to the council that some women were taken in Broughton as witches, and being put to an assize and convicted, albeit they persevered constant in their denial to the end, yet they were burned quick, after such a cruel manner that some of them died in despair, renouncing and blaspheming God, and others, half burned, brake out of the fire, and were cast quick in it again, till they were burned to the death. This singular document shows that even in the reign of James, so soon as his own august person was removed from Edinburgh, his dutiful Privy Council began to think that they had supped full with horrors, and were satiated with the excess of cruelty which dashed half-consumed wretches back into the flames from which they were striving to escape. But the picture, however much it may have been disgusting and terrifying to the council at the time, and though the intention of the entry upon the records was obviously for the purpose of preventing such horrid cruelties in future, had no lasting effect on the course of justice, as the severities against witches were most unhappily still considered necessary. Through the whole of the 16th and the greater part of the 17th century, little abatement in the persecution of this metaphysical crime of witchcraft can be traced in the kingdom. Even while the Independents held the reins of government, Cromwell himself and his major generals and substitutes were obliged to please the common people of Scotland by abandoning the victims accused of witchcraft to the power of the law, though the journals of the time express the horror and disgust with which the English sectarians beheld a practice so inconsistent with their own humane principle of universal toleration. Instead of plunging into a history of these events, which, generally speaking, are in detail as monotonous as they are melancholy, it may amuse the reader to confine the narrative to a single trial, having in the course of it some peculiar and romantic events. It is the tale of a sailor's wife, more tragic in its event than that of the chestnut muncher in Macbeth. Margaret Barclay, wife of Archibald Dean, Burgess of Irvine, had been slandered by her sister-in-law, Janet Lisle, the spouse of John Dean, brother of Archibald, and by John Dean himself, as guilty of some act of theft. Upon this provocation, Margaret Barclay raised an action of slander before the church court, which prosecution, after some procedure, the Kirk Session discharged by directing a reconciliation between the parties. Nevertheless, although the two women shook hands before the court, yet the said Margaret Barclay declared that she gave her hand only in obedience to the Kirk Session, but that she still retained her hatred and ill will against John Dean and his wife Janet Lisle. About this time the bark of John Dean was about to sail for France, and Andrew Train, or Tran, provost of the burgh of Irvine, who was an owner of the vessel, went with him to superintend the commercial part of the voyage. Two other merchants of some consequence went in the same vessel, with a sufficient number of mariners. Margaret Barclay, the revengeful person already mentioned, was heard to imprecate curses upon the provost's argosy, praying to God that sea nor salt water might never bear the ship, and that partains might eat the crew at the bottom of the sea. End of Letter 9, Part 1. Letter 9, Part 2 of Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. When under these auspices the ship was absent on her voyage, a vagabond fellow named John Stewart, pretending to have knowledge of jugglery and to possess the power of a spayman, came to the residence of Tran, the provost, and dropped explicit hints that the ship was lost, and that the good woman of the house was a widow. The sad truth was afterwards learned on more certain information. Two of the seamen, after a space of doubt and anxiety, arrived, with the melancholy tidings that the bark, of which John Dean was skipper and Provost Tran part owner, had been wrecked on the coast of England, near Padstow, when all on board had been lost, except the two sailors who brought the notice. Suspicion of sorcery, in those days easily awakened, was fixed on Margaret Barclay, who had imprecated curses on the ship, and on John Stewart the juggler, who had seemed to know of the evil fate of the voyage before he could have become acquainted with it by natural means. Stewart, who was first apprehended, acknowledged that Margaret Barclay, the other suspected person, had applied to him to teach her some magic arts, in order that she might get gear, kye's milk, love of man, her heart's desire on such persons as had done her wrong, and finally, that she might obtain the fruit of sea and land. Stewart declared that he denied to Margaret that he possessed the said arts himself, or had the power of communicating them. So far was well, but true or false, he added a string of circumstances, whether voluntarily declared or extracted by torture, which tended to fix the cause of the loss of the bark on Margaret Barclay. He had come, he said, to this woman's house in Irvine, shortly after the ship set sail from harbour. He went to Margaret's house by night, and found her engaged with other two women in making clay figures. One of the figures was made handsome, with fair hair, supposed to represent Provost Tran. They then proceeded to mould a figure of a ship in clay, and during this labour the devil appeared to the company in the shape of a handsome black lapdog, such as ladies use to keep. He added that the whole party left the house together, and went into an empty waste house nearer the seaport, which house he pointed out to the city magistrates. From this house they went to the seaside, followed by the black lap-dog aforesaid, and cast in the figures of clay representing the ship and the men. After which the sea raged, roared, and became red, like the juice of madder in a dyer's cauldron. This confession having been extorted from the unfortunate juggler, the female acquaintances of Margaret Barclay were next convened, that he might point out her associates in forming the charm, when he pitched upon a woman called Isabel Inch, or Taylor, who resolutely denied having ever seen him before. She was imprisoned, however, in the belfry of the church. In addition to the evidence against the poor old woman Inch, was then procured from her own daughter, Margaret Telsier, a child of 8 years old, who lived as servant with Margaret Barclay, the person principally accused. This child, who was keeper of a baby belonging to Margaret Barclay, either from terror or the innate love of falsehood which we have observed as proper to childhood, declared that she was present when the fatal models of clay were formed, and that in plunging them in the sea, Margaret Barclay, her mistress, and her mother Isabel Inch, were assisted by another woman and a girl of 14 years old, who dwelt at the town head. Legally considered, the evidence of this child was contradictory and inconsistent with the confession of the juggler, for it assigned other particulars and dramatis personae in many respects different. But all was accounted sufficiently regular, especially since the girl failed not to swear to the presence of the black dog, to whose appearance she also added the additional terrors of that of a black man. The dog also, according to her account, emitted flashes from its jaws and nostrils, to eliminate the witches during the performance of the spell. The child maintained this story even to her mother's face, only alleging that Isabel Inch remained behind in the waste house, and was not present when the images were put into the sea. For her own countenance and presence on the occasion, and to ensure her secrecy, her mistress promised her a pair of new shoes. John Stewart, being re-examined and confronted with the child, was easily compelled to allow that the little smatchet was there, and to give that marvellous account of his correspondence with Elfland which we have noticed elsewhere. The conspiracy thus far, as they conceived, disclosed, the magistrates and ministers wrought hard with Isabel Inch to prevail upon her to tell the truth, and she at length acknowledged her presence at the time when the models of the ship and mariners were destroyed, but endeavoured so to modify her declaration as to deny all personal accession to the guilt. This poor creature almost admitted the supernatural powers imputed to her, promising Bailie Dunlop, also a mariner, by whom she was imprisoned, that if he would dismiss her, he should never make a bad voyage, but have success in all his dealings by sea and land. She was finally brought to promise that she would fully confess the whole of what she knew of the affair on the morrow, but finding herself in so hard a strait, the unfortunate woman made use of the darkness to attempt an escape. With this view she got out by a back window of the belfry, although, says the report, there were iron bolts, locks, and fetters on her, and attained the roof of the church, where, losing her footing, she sustained a severe fall and was greatly bruised. Being apprehended, Bailie Dunlop again urged her to confess, but the poor woman was determined to appeal to a more merciful tribunal, and maintained her innocence to the last minute of her life, denying all that she had formerly admitted, and dying 5 days after her fall from the roof of the church. The inhabitants of Irvine attributed her death to poison. The scene began to thicken, for a commission was granted for the trial of the 2 remaining persons accused, namely, Stewart, the juggler, and Margaret Barclay. The day of trial being arrived, the following singular events took place, which we give as stated in the record. My Lord and Earl of Eglintoune, who dwells within the space of 1 mile to the said burgh, having come to the said burgh at the earnest request of the said justices, for giving to them of his lordship's countenance, concurrence, and assistance in trying of the foresaid devilish practices, conformed to the tenor of the foresaid commission, the said John Stewart, for his better preserving to the day of the assize, was put in a sure lock-fast booth, where no manner of person might have access to him till the downsitting of the justice court, and for avoiding of putting violent hands on himself, he was very strictly guarded and fettered by the arms, as use is. And upon that same day of the assize, about half an hour before the downsitting of the justice court, Mr. David Dixon, minister at Irvine, and Mr. George Dunbar, minister of Ayr, having gone to him to exhort him to call on his God for mercy for his bygone wicked and evil life, and that God would of his infinite mercy loose him out of the bonds of the devil whom he had served these many years bygone. He acquiesced in their prayer and godly exhortation, and uttered these words: I am so straitly guarded that it lies not in my power to get my hand to take off my bonnet, nor to get bread to my mouth. And immediately after the departing of the 2 ministers from him, the juggler being sent for at the desire of my Lord of Eglinton, to be confronted with a woman of the burgh of Ayr, called Janet Bowse, who was apprehended by the magistrates of the burgh of Ayr for witchcraft, and sent to the burgh of Irvine purposely for that affair. He was found by the burgh officers, who went about him strangled and hanged by the crook of the door, with a tate of hemp, or a string made of hemp, supposed to have been his garter, or string of his bonnet, not above the length of 2 span long, his knees not being from the ground half a span, and was brought out of the house, his life not being totally expelled. But notwithstanding of whatsoever means used in the contrary for remed of his life, he revived not, but so ended his life miserably, by the help of the devil his master. And because there was then only in life the said Margaret Barclay, and that the persons summoned to pass upon her assize, and upon the assize of the juggler, who, by the help of the devil his master, had put violent hands on himself, were all present within the said burgh. Therefore, and for eschewing of the like in the person of the said Margaret, our sovereign lords justices in that part particularly above named, constituted by commission after solemn deliberation and advice of the said noble lord, whose concurrence and advice was chiefly required and taken in this matter, concluded with all possible diligence before the downsetting of the justice court to put the said Margaret in torture, in respect the devil, by God's permission, had made her associates, who were the lights of the cause, to be their own burios slayers. They used the torture underwritten as being most safe and gentle, as the said noble lord assured the said justices, by putting of her 2 bare legs in a pair of stocks, and thereafter by onlaying of certain iron gods bars severally one by one, and then eking and augmenting the weight by laying on more gods, and in easing of her by off taking of the iron gods one or more as occasion offered, which iron gods were but little short gods, and broke not the skin of her legs, etc. After using of the which kind of gentle torture, the said Margaret began, according to the increase of the pain, to cry and crave for God's cause to take off her shins the foresaid irons, and she should declare truly the whole matter, which being removed, she began at her former denial, and being of new essayed in torture as of before, she then uttered these words, take off, and before God I shall show you the whole form. And the said irons being of new, upon her faithful promise, removed, she then desired my Lord of Eglintoune, the said 4 justices, and the said Mr. David Dixon, minister of the burgh, Mr. George Dunbar, minister of Ayr, and Mr. Mitchell Wallace, minister of Kilmarnock, and Mr. John Cunningham, minister of Dalry, and Hugh Kennedy, provost of Ayr, to come by themselves, and to remove all others, and she should declare truly, as she should answer to God, the whole matter, whose desire in that being fulfilled, she made her confession in this manner, but without any kind of demand, freely, without interrogation, God's name by earnest prayer being called upon for opening of her lips and easing of her heart, that she by rendering of the truth might glorify and magnify his holy name, and disappoint the enemy of her salvation. Trial of Margaret Barclay, etc., 1618. Margaret Barclay, who was a young and lively person, had hitherto conducted herself like a passionate and high-tempered woman innocently accused, and the only appearance of conviction obtained against her was, that she carried about her rowan tree and coloured thread, to make, as she said, her cow give milk when it began to fail, but the gentle torture, a strange junction of words, recommended as an anodyne by the good Lord Eglinton, the placing, namely, her legs in the stocks, and loading her bare shins with bars of iron, overcame her resolution, when at her screams and declarations that she was willing to tell all, the weights were removed. She then told a story of destroying the ship of John Dane, affirming that it was with the purpose of killing only her brother-in-law and Provost Tran, and saving the rest of the crew. She at the same time involved in the guilt Isabel Crawford. This poor woman was also apprehended, and in great terror confessed the imputed crime, retorting the principal blame on Margaret Barclay herself. The trial was then appointed to proceed, when Alexander Dane, the husband of Margaret Barclay, appeared in court with a lawyer to act in his wife's behalf. Apparently the sight of her husband awakened some hope and desire of life, for when the prisoner was asked by the lawyer whether she wished to be defended, she answered, "As you please, but all I have confessed was in agony of torture, and before God all I have spoken is false and untrue," to which she pathetically added, "Ye have been too long in coming." The jury, unmoved by these affecting circumstances, proceeded upon the principle that the confession of the accused could not be considered as made under the influence of torture, since the bars were not actually upon her limbs at the time it was delivered, although they were placed at her elbow, ready to be again laid on her bare shins, if she was less explicit in her declaration than her auditors wished. On this nice distinction they in one voice found Margaret Barclay guilty. It is singular that she should have again returned to her confession after sentence, and died affirming it, the explanation of which, however, might be either that she had really, in her ignorance and folly, tampered with some idle spells, or that an apparent penitence for her offence, however imaginary, was the only mode in which she could obtain any share of public sympathy at her death, or a portion of the prayers of the clergy and congregation, which, in her circumstances, she might be willing to purchase, even by confession of what all believed respecting her. It is remarkable that she earnestly entreated the magistrates that no harm should be done to Isabel Crawford, the woman whom she had herself accused. This unfortunate young creature was strangled at the stake, and her body burnt to ashes, having died with many expressions of religion and penitence. It was one fatal consequence of these cruel persecutions that one pile was usually lighted at the embers of another. Accordingly, in the present case, 3 victims having already perished by this accusation, the magistrates, incensed at the nature of the crime, so perilous as it seemed to men of a maritime life, and at the loss of several friends of their own, one of whom had been their principal magistrate, did not forbear to insist against Isabel Crawford, inculpated by Margaret Barclay's confession. A new commission was granted for her trial, and after the assistant minister of Irvine, Mr. David Dixon, had made earnest prayers to God for opening her obdurate and closed heart, she was subjected to the torture of iron bars laid upon her bare shins, her feet being in the stocks, as in the case of Margaret Barclay. She endured this torture with incredible firmness, since she did admirably, without any kind of din or exclamation, suffer above 30 stone of iron to be laid on her legs, never shrinking thereat in any sort, but remaining, as it were, steady. But in shifting the situation of the iron bars, and removing them to another part of her shins, her constancy gave way. She broke out into horrible cries, though not more than 3 bars were then actually on her person, of "Take off! Take off!" On being relieved from the torture, she made the usual confession of all that she was charged with, and of a connection with the devil which had subsisted for several years. Sentence was given against her accordingly. After this had been denounced, she openly denied all her former confessions, and died without any sign of repentance, offering repeated interruption to the minister in his prayer, and absolutely refusing to pardon the executioner. This tragedy happened in the year 1613, and recorded as it is, very particularly and at considerable length, forms the most detailed specimen I have met with of a Scottish trial for witchcraft, illustrating in particular how poor wretches, abandoned as they conceived by God and the world, deprived of all human sympathy, and exposed to personal tortures of an acute description, became disposed to throw away the lives that were rendered bitter to them by a voluntary confession of guilt, rather than struggle hopelessly against so many evils. 4 persons here lost their lives, merely because the throwing some clay models into the sea, a fact told differently by the witnesses who spoke of it, corresponded with the season, for no day was fixed in which a particular vessel was lost. It is scarce possible that, after reading such a story, a man of sense can listen for an instant to the evidence founded on confessions thus obtained, which has been almost the sole reason by which a few individuals, even in modern times, have endeavoured to justify a belief in the existence of witchcraft. The result of the judicial examination of a criminal, when extorted by such means, is the most suspicious of all evidence, and even when voluntarily given, is scarce admissible without the corroboration of other testimony. We might here take leave of our Scottish history of witchcraft, by barely mentioning that many hundreds, nay, perhaps thousands, lost their lives during 2 centuries on such charges and such evidence as proved the death of those persons in the trial of the Irvine witches. One case, however, is so much distinguished by fame among the numerous instances which occurred in Scottish history, that we are under the necessity of bestowing a few words upon those celebrated persons, Major Weir and his sister. The case of this notorious wizard was remarkable chiefly from his being a man of some condition, the son of a gentleman, and his mother a lady of family in Clydesdale, which was seldom the case with those that fell under similar accusations. It was also remarkable in his case that he had been a Covenanter, and peculiarly attached to that cause. In the years of the Commonwealth, this man was trusted and employed by those who were then at the head of affairs, and was in 1649 commander of the City Guard of Edinburgh, which procured him his title of Major. In this capacity he was understood, as was indeed implied in the duties of that officer at the period, to be very strict in executing severity upon such royalists as fell under his military charge. It appears that the Major, with a maiden sister who had kept his house, was subject to fits of melancholic lunacy, an infirmity easily reconcilable with the formal pretences which he made to a high show of religious zeal. He was peculiar in his gift of prayer, and, as was the custom of the period, was often called to exercise his talent by the bedside of sick persons, until it came to be observed that, by some association, which it is more easy to conceive than to explain, he could not pray with the same warmth and fluency of expression, unless when he had in his hand a stick of peculiar shape and appearance, which he generally walked with. It was noticed, in short, that when this stick was taken from him, his wit and talent appeared to forsake him. This Major Weir was seized by the magistrates on a strange whisper that became current respecting vile practices, which he seems to have admitted without either shame or contrition. The disgusting profligacies which he confessed were of such a character that it may be charitably hoped most of them were the fruits of a depraved imagination, though he appears to have been in many respects a wicked and criminal hypocrite. When he had completed his confession, he avowed solemnly that he had not confessed the 100th part of the crimes which he had committed. From this time he would answer no interrogatory, nor would he have recourse to prayer, arguing that, as he had no hope whatever of escaping Satan, there was no need of incensing him by vain efforts at repentance. His witchcraft seems to have been taken for granted on his own confession, as his indictment was chiefly founded on the same document, in which he alleged he had never seen the devil, but any feeling he had of him was in the dark. He received sentence of death, which he suffered 12th April 1670 at the Gallow Hill between Leith and Edinburgh. He died so stupidly sullen and impenitent as to justify the opinion that he was oppressed with a kind of melancholy frenzy, the consequence perhaps of remorse, but such as urged him not to repent, but to despair. It seems probable that he was burnt alive. His sister, with whom he was supposed to have had an incestuous connection, was condemned also to death, leaving a stronger and more explicit testimony of their mutual sins than could be extracted from the major. She gave, as usual, some account of her connection with the Queen of the Fairies, and acknowledged the assistance she received from that sovereign in spinning an unusual quantity of yarn. Of her brother, she said that one day a friend called upon them at noonday with a fiery chariot, and invited them to visit a friend at Dalkeith, and that while there her brother received information of the event of the Battle of Worcestershire. No one saw the style of their equipage except themselves. On the scaffold this woman, determining, as she said, to die with the greatest shame possible, was with difficulty prevented from throwing off her clothes before the people, and with scarce less trouble was she flung from the ladder by the executioner. Her last words were in the tone of the sect to which her brother had so long affected to belong. Many, she said, weep and lament for a poor old wretch like me, but alas, few are weeping for a broken covenant. A Scottish prelatess, upon whom the Covenanters used to throw many aspersions respecting their receiving proof against shot from the devil, and other infernal practices, rejoiced to have an opportunity, in their turn, to retort on their adversaries the charge of sorcery. Mr. Hicks, the author of Thesaurus Septentrionalis, published on the subject of Major Weir and the case of Mitchell, who fired at the Archbishop of St. Andrews, his book called Revelac Redivivus, written with the unjust purpose of attaching to the religious sect to which the wizard and assassin belonged the charge of having fostered and encouraged the crimes they committed or attempted. It is certain that no story of witchcraft or necromancy, so many of which occurred near and in Edinburgh, made such a lasting impression on the public mind as that of Major Weir. The remains of the house in which he and his sister lived are still shown at the head of the West Bow, which has a gloomy aspect, well suited for a necromancer. It was at different times a brazier's shop and a magazine for lint, and in my younger days was employed for the latter use, but no family would inhabit the haunted walls as a residence, and bold was the urchin from the high school who dared approach the gloomy ruin at the risk of seeing the major's enchanted staff parading through the old apartments, or hearing the hum of the necromantic wheel which procured for his sister such a character as a spinner. At the time I am writing, this last fortress of superstitious renown is in the course of being destroyed, in order to the modern improvements now carrying on in a quarter long thought unimprovable. As knowledge and learning began to increase, the gentlemen and clergy of Scotland became ashamed of the credulity of their ancestors, and witch trials, although not discontinued, more seldom disgrace our records of criminal jurisprudence. Sir John Clerk, a scholar and an antiquary, the grandfather of the late celebrated John Clerk of Eldon, had the honour to be amongst the first to decline acting as a commissioner on the trial of a witch, to which he was appointed so early as 1678, alleging dryly that he did not feel himself warlock, that is, conjurer, sufficient to be a judge upon such an inquisition. Allan Ramsay, his friend, and who must be supposed to speak the sense of his many respectable patrons, had delivered his opinion on the subject in The Gentle Shepherd, where Moss's imaginary witchcraft constitutes the machinery of the poem. Yet these dawnings of sense and humanity were obscured by the clouds of the ancient superstition on more than one distinguished occasion. In 1676, Sir George Maxwell of Pollock, apparently a man of melancholic and valetudinary habits, believed himself bewitched to death by 6 witches, 1 man and 5 women, who were leagued for the purpose of tormenting a clay image in his likeness. The chief evidence on the subject was a vagabond girl pretending to be deaf and dumb; but as her imposture was afterwards discovered and herself punished, it is reasonably to be concluded that she had herself formed the picture or image of Sir George, and had hid it where it was afterwards found, in consequence of her own information. In the meantime, 5 of the accused were executed, and the 6th only escaped on account of extreme youth. A still more remarkable case occurred at Paisley in 1697, where a young girl, about 11 years of age, daughter of John Shaw of Bargarin, was the principal evidence. This unlucky damsel, beginning her practices out of a quarrel with a maidservant, continued to imitate a case of possession so accurately that no less than 20 persons were condemned upon her evidence, of whom 5 were executed, besides one John Reed, who hanged himself in prison, or, as was charitably said, was strangled by the devil in person, lest he should make disclosures to the detriment of the service. But even those who believed in witchcraft were now beginning to open their eyes to the dangers in the present mode of prosecution. "I own," says the Reverend Mr. Bell in his manuscript treatise on witchcraft, "there has been much harm done to worthy and innocent persons in the common way of finding out witches, and in the means made use of for promoting the discovery of such wretches and bringing them to justice, so that oftentimes old age, poverty, features, and ill fame, with such like grounds not worthy to be represented to a magistrate, have yet moved many to suspect and defame their neighbours, to the unspeakable prejudice of Christian charity. A late instance whereof we had in the West, in the business of the sorceries exercised upon the Laird of Bargarn's daughter, anno 1697, a time when persons of more goodness and esteem than most of their calumniators were defamed for witches, and which was occasioned mostly by the forwardness and absurd credulity of divers otherwise worthy ministers of the gospel, and some topping professors in and about the city of Glasgow. Those who doubted of the sense of the law or reasonableness of the practice in such cases began to take courage and state their objections boldly. In the year 1704, a frightful instance of popular bigotry occurred at Pittenweem. A strolling vagabond, who affected fits, laid an accusation of witchcraft against 2 women, who were accordingly seized on and imprisoned with the usual severities. One of the unhappy creatures, Janet Cornfoot by name, escaped from prison, but was unhappily caught and brought back to Pittenweem, where she fell into the hands of a ferocious mob, consisting of rude seamen and fishers. The magistrates made no attempts for her rescue, and the crowd exercised their brutal pleasure on the poor old woman, pelting her with stones, swung her suspended on a rope betwixt a ship and the shore, and finally ended her miserable existence by throwing a door over her as she lay exhausted on the beach, and heaping stones upon it till she was pressed to death. As even the existing laws against witchcraft were transgressed by this brutal riot, a warm attack was made upon the magistrates and ministers of the town by those who were shocked at a tragedy of such a horrible cast. There were answers published, in which the parties assailed were zealously defended. The superior authorities were expected to take up the affair, but it so happened, during the general distraction of the country concerning the Union, that the murder went without the investigation which a crime so horrid demanded. Still, however, it was something gained that the cruelty was exposed to the public. The voice of general opinion was now appealed to, and in the long run the sentiments which it advocates are commonly those of good sense and humanity. The officers in the higher branches of the law dared now assert their official authority, and reserve for their own decision cases of supposed witchcraft, which the fear of public clamour had induced them formerly to leave in the hands of inferior judges, operated upon by all the prejudices of the country and the populace. In 1718, the celebrated lawyer Robert Dundas of Arniston, then King's Advocate, wrote a severe letter of censure to the Sheriff Depute of Caithness, in the first place, as having neglected to communicate officially certain precognitions which he had led respecting some recent practices of witchcraft in his county. The advocate reminded this local judge that the duty of inferior magistrates in such cases was to advise with the King's Council first whether they should be made subject of a trial or not, and if so, before what court and in what manner it should take place. He also called the magistrate's attention to a report that he, the Sheriff Depute, intended to judge in the case himself, a thing of too great difficulty to be tried without very deliberate advice, and beyond the jurisdiction of an inferior court. The Sheriff Depute sends, with his apology, the precognition of the affair, which is one of the most nonsensical in this nonsensical department of the law. A certain carpenter named William Montgomery was so infested with cats, which, as his servant maid reported, spoke among themselves, that he fell in a rage upon a party of these animals which had assembled in his house at irregular hours, and betwixt his Highland arms of knife, dirk, and broadsword, and his professional weapon of an axe, he made such a dispersion that they were quiet for the night. In consequence of his blows, 2 witches were said to have died. The case of a third, named Nin Gilbert, was still more remarkable. Her leg being broken, the injured limb withered, pined, and finally fell off, on which the hag was enclosed in prison, where she also died, and the question which remained was, whether any process should be directed against persons whom, in her compelled confession, she had, as usual, informed against. The Lord Advocate, as may be supposed, quashed all further procedure. In 1720, an unlucky boy, the third son of James Lord Torfinchen, took it into his head, under instructions, it is said, from a knavish governor, to play the possessed and bewitched person, laying the cause of his distress on certain old witches in Calder, near to which village his father had his mansion. The women were imprisoned, and 1 or 2 of them died. But the Crown Council would not proceed to trial. The noble family also began to see through the cheat. The boy was sent to sea, and though he is said at one time to have been disposed to try his fits while on board, when the discipline of the navy proved too severe for his cunning, in process of time he became a good sailor, assisted gallantly in defence of the vessel against the pirates of Angria, and finally was drowned in a storm. In the year 1722, a Sheriff Depute of Sutherland, Captain David Ross of Littledean, took it upon him, in flagrant violation of the then established rules of jurisdiction, to pronounce the last sentence of death for witchcraft which was ever passed in Scotland. The victim was an insane old woman belonging to the parish of Louth, who had so little idea of her situation as to rejoice at the sight of the fire which was destined to consume her. She had a daughter lame both of hands and feet, a circumstance attributed to the witches having been used to transform her into a pony, and get her shod by the devil. It does not appear that any punishment was inflicted for this cruel abuse of the law on the person of a creature so helpless, but the son of the lame daughter, he himself distinguished by the same misfortune, was living so lately as to receive the charity of the present Marchioness of Stafford, Countess of Sutherland in her own right, to whom the poor of her extensive country are as well known as those of the higher order. Since this deplorable action, there has been no judicial interference in Scotland on account of witchcraft, unless to prevent explosions of popular enmity against people suspected of such a crime, of which some instances could be produced. The remains of the superstition sometimes occur. There can be no doubt that the vulgar are still addicted to the custom of scoring above the breath, as it is termed, and other counterspells, evincing that the belief in witchcraft is only asleep, and might, in remote corners, be again awakened to deeds of blood. An instance or two may be quoted chiefly as facts known to the author himself. In a remote part of the Highlands, an ignorant and malignant woman seems really to have meditated the destruction of her neighbour's property, by placing in a cow-house, or byre, as we call it, a pot of baked clay containing locks of hair, parings of nails, and other trumpery. This precious spell was discovered, the design conjectured, and the witch would have been torn to pieces, had not a high-spirited and excellent lady in the neighbourhood gathered some of her people, though these were not very fond of the service, and by main force taken the unfortunate creature out of the hands of the populace. The formidable spell is now in my possession. About 2 years since, as they were taking down the walls of a building formerly used as a feeding house for cattle in the town of Dalkeith, there was found below the threshold stone the withered heart of some animal stuck full of many scores of pins, a countercharm, according to tradition, against the operations of witchcraft on the cattle which are kept within. Among the almost innumerable droves of bullocks which come down every year from the Highlands for the south, there is scarce one but has a curious knot upon his tail, which is also a precaution lest an evil eye or an evil spell may do the animal harm. The last Scottish story with which I will trouble you happened in or shortly after the year 1800, and the whole circumstances are well known to me. The dearth of the years in the end of the 18th and beginning of this century was inconvenient to all, but distressing to the poor. A solitary old woman, in a wild and lonely district, subsisted chiefly by rearing chickens, an operation requiring so much care and attention that the gentry, and even the farmers' wives, often find it better to buy poultry at a certain age than to undertake the trouble of bringing them up. As the old woman in the present instance fought her way through life better than her neighbours, envy stigmatized her as having some unlawful mode of increasing the gains of her little trade, and apparently she did not take much alarm at the accusation, but she felt, like others, the dearth of the years alluded to, and chiefly because the farmers were unwilling to sell grain in the very moderate quantities which she was able to purchase, and without which her little stock of poultry must have been inevitably starved. In distress on this account, the dame went to a neighbouring farmer, a very good-natured, sensible, honest man, and requested him, as a favour, to sell her a peck of oats at any price. "Good neighbour," he said, "I am sorry to be obliged to refuse you, but my corn is measured out for Dalkeith market. My carts are loaded to set out, and to open these sacks again, and for so small a quantity, would cast my accounts loose, and create much trouble and disadvantage. I dare say you will get all you want at such a place, or such a place." On receiving this answer, the old woman's temper gave way. She scolded the wealthy farmer, and wished evil to his property, which was just setting off for the market. They parted after some angry language on both sides, and sure enough, as the carts crossed the ford of the river beneath the farmhouse, off came the wheel from one of them, and 5 or 6 sacks of corn were damaged by the water. The good farmer hardly knew what to think of this. There were the 2 circumstances deemed of old essential and sufficient to the crime of witchcraft, damnum minitum et malum secutum. Scarce knowing what to believe, he hastened to consult the sheriff of the county, as a friend rather than a magistrate, upon a case so extraordinary. The official person showed him that the laws against witchcraft were abrogated, and had little difficulty to bring him to regard the matter in its true light of an accident. It is strange, but true, that the accused herself was not to be reconciled to the sheriff's doctrine so easily. He reminded her that if she used her tongue with so much license, she must expose herself to suspicions, and that should coincidences happen to irritate her neighbours, she might suffer harm at a time when there was no one to protect her. He therefore requested her to be more cautious in her language for her own sake, professing at the same time his belief that her words and intentions were perfectly harmless, and that he had no apprehension of being hurt by her, let her wish her worst to him. She was rather more angry than pleased at the well-meaning sheriff's scepticism. "I would be laith to wish any ill either to you or yours, sir," she said, "for I canna know it is, but something aye comes after my words when I am ill-guided and speak o'er fast." In short, she was obstinate in claiming an influence over the destiny of others by words and wishes, which might have in other times conveyed her to the stake, for which her expressions, their consequences, and her disposition to insist upon their efficacy, would certainly of old have made her a fit victim. At present the story is scarcely worth mentioning, but as it contains material resembling those out of which many tragic incidents have arisen. So low, in short, is now the belief in witchcraft, that perhaps it is only received by those half-crazy individuals who feel a species of consequence derived from accidental coincidences, which, were they received by the community in general, would go near, as on former occasions, to cost the lives of those who make their boast of them. At least one hypochondriac patient is known to the author, who believes himself the victim of a gang of witches, and ascribes his illness to their charms, so that he wants nothing but an indulgent judge to awake again the old ideas of sorcery. End of Letter 9, Part 2. Letter 10 of Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. While the vulgar endeavoured to obtain a glance into the darkness of futurity by consulting the witch or fortune teller, the great were supposed to have a royal path of their own, commanding a view from a loftier quarter of this same terra incognita. This was represented as accessible by several routes. Physiognomy, chiromancy, and other fantastic arts of prediction afforded each its mystical assistance and guidance. But the road most flattering to human vanity, while it was at the same time most seductive to human credulity, was that of astrology, the queen of mystic sciences, who flattered those who confided in her that the planets and stars in their spheres figure forth and influence the fate of the creatures of mortality, and that a sage acquainted with her lore could predict, with some approach to certainty, the events of any man's career, his chance of success in life or in marriage, his advance in favour of the great, or answer any other orrery questions, as they were termed, which he might be anxious to propound, provided always he could supply the exact moment of his birth. This, in the 16th and greater part of the 17th centuries, was all that was necessary to enable the astrologer to erect a scheme of the position of the heavenly bodies, which should disclose the life of the interrogator, or native, as he was called, with all its changes past, present, and to come. Imagination was dazzled by a prospect so splendid, and we find that in the 16th century the cultivation of this fantastic science was the serious object of men, whose understandings and acquirements admit of no question. Bacon himself allowed the truth which might be found in a well-regulated astrology, making thus a distinction betwixt the art as commonly practised, and the manner in which it might, as he conceived, be made a proper use of. But a grave or sober use of this science, if even Bacon could have taught such moderation, would not have suited the temper of those who, inflamed by hopes of temporal aggrandizement, pretended to understand and explain to others the language of the stars. Almost all the other paths of mystic knowledge led to poverty. Even the alchemist, though talking loud and high of the endless treasures his art was to produce, lived from day to day and from year to year upon hopes as unsubstantial as the smoke of his furnace. But the pursuits of the astrologer were such as called for instant remuneration. He became rich by the eager hopes and fond credulity of those who consulted him, and that artist lived by duping others, instead of starving, like others, by duping himself. The wisest men have been cheated by the idea that some supernatural influence upheld and guided them, and from the time of Wallenstein to that of Buonaparte, ambition and success have placed confidence in the species of fatalism inspired by a belief of the influence of their own star. Such being the case, the science was little pursued by those who, faithful in their remarks and reports, must soon have discovered its delusive vanity through the splendour of its professions, and the place of such calm and disinterested pursuers of truth was occupied by a set of men sometimes ingenious, always forward and assuming, whose knowledge was imposition, whose responses were, like the oracles of yore, grounded on the desire of deceit, and who, if sometimes they were elevated into rank and fortune, were more frequently found classed with rogues and vagabonds. This was the more apt to be the case that a sufficient stock of impudence and some knowledge by rote of the terms of art were all the store of information necessary for establishing a conjurer. The natural consequence of the degraded character of the professors was the degradation of the art itself. Lilly, who wrote the history of his own life and times, notices in that curious volume the most distinguished persons of his day who made pretensions to astrology, and almost without exception describes them as profligate, worthless, sharking cheats, abandoned to vice, and imposing by the grossest frauds upon the silly fools who consulted them. From what we learn of his own history, Lilly himself, a low-born, ignorant man, with some gloomy shades of fanaticism in his temperament, was sufficiently fitted to dupe others, and perhaps cheated himself merely by perusing, at an advanced period of life, some of the astrological tracts devised by men of less cunning, though perhaps more pretence to science, than he himself might boast. Yet the public still continued to swallow these gross impositions, though coming from such unworthy authority. The astrologers embraced different sides of the civil war, and the king on one side, with the parliamentary leaders on the other, were both equally curious to know, and eager to believe, what Lilly, Wharton, or Gadbury had discovered from the heavens touching the fortune of the strife. Lilly was a prudent person, contriving with some address to shift the sails of his prophetic bark so as to suit the current of the time and the gale of fortune. No person could better discover from various omens the course of Charles's misfortunes, so soon as they had come to pass. In the time of the Commonwealth, he foresaw the perpetual destruction of the monarchy, and in 1660 this did not prevent his foreseeing the restoration of Charles II. He maintained some credit even among the better classes, for Aubrey and Ashmole both called themselves his friends, being persons extremely credulous, doubtless, respecting the mystic arts. Once a year, too, the astrologers had a public dinner or feast, where the knaves were patronized by the company of such fools as claimed the title of philomaths, that is, lovers of the mathematics, by which name were still distinguished those who encouraged the pursuit of mystical prescience, the most opposite possible to exact science. Elias Ashmole, the most honourable esquire, to whom Lilly's life is dedicated, seldom failed to attend. Nay, several men of sense and knowledge honoured this rendezvous. Congreve's picture of a man like Foresight, the dupe of astrology and its sister arts, was then common in society. But the astrologers of the 17th century did not confine themselves to the stars. There was no province of fraud which they did not practise. They were scandalous as panders, and as quacks sold potions for the most unworthy purposes. For such reasons the common people detested the astrologers of the great as cordially as they did the more vulgar witches of their own sphere. Dr. Lamb, patronized by the Duke of Buckingham, who, like other overgrown favourites, was inclined to cherish astrology, was in 1640 pulled to pieces in the city of London by the enraged populace, and his maidservant, 13 years afterwards, hanged as a witch at Salisbury. In the villainous transaction of the poisoning of Sir Thomas Overbury in King James's time, much mention was made of the art and skill of Dr. Forman, another professor of the same sort with Lamb, who was consulted by the Countess of Essex on the best mode of conducting her guilty intrigue with the Earl of Somerset. He was dead before the affair broke out, which might otherwise have cost him the gibbet, as it did all others concerned, with the exception only of the principal parties, the atrocious authors of the crime. When the cause was tried, some little puppets were produced in court, which were viewed by one party with horror, as representing the most horrid spells. It was even said that the devil was about to pull down the court-house on their being discovered. Others of the audience only saw in them the baby figures on which the dressmakers then, as now, were accustomed to expose new fashions. The erection of the Royal Society, dedicated to far different purposes than the pursuits of astrology, had a natural operation in bringing the latter into discredit, and although the credulity of the ignorant and uninformed continued to support some pretenders to that science, the name of Philomath, assumed by these persons and their clients, began to sink under ridicule and contempt. When Sir Richard Steele set up the paper called The Guardian, he chose, under the title of Nestor Ironside, to assume the character of an astrologer, and issued predictions accordingly, one of which, announcing the death of a person called Partridge, once a shoemaker, but at the time the conductor of an astrological almanac, led to a controversy, which was supported with great humour by Swift and other wags. I believe you will find that this, with Swift's elegy on the same person, is one of the last occasions in which astrology has afforded even a jest to the good people of England. This dishonoured science has some right to be mentioned in a treatise on demonology, because the earlier astrologers, though denying the use of all necromancy, that is, unlawful or black magic, pretended always to a correspondence with the various spirits of the elements, on the principles of the Rosicrucian philosophy. They affirmed they could bind to their service, and imprison in a ring, a mirror, or a stone, some fairy, sylph, or salamander, and compel it to appear when called, and render answers to such questions as the viewer should propose. It is remarkable that the sage himself did not pretend to see the spirit, but the task of viewer or reader was entrusted to a third party, a boy or girl usually under the years of puberty. Dr. Dee, an excellent mathematician, had a stone of this kind, and is said to have been imposed upon concerning the spirits attached to it, their actions and answers, by the report of one Kelly, who acted as his viewer. The unfortunate Dee was ruined by his associates, both in fortune and reputation. His show-stone, or mirror, is still preserved among other curiosities in the British Museum. Some superstition of the same kind was introduced by the celebrated Count Cagliostro, during the course of the intrigue respecting the diamond necklace in which the late Marie Antoinette was so unfortunately implicated. Dismissing this general class of impostors, who are now seldom heard of, we come now briefly to mention some leading superstitions, once, perhaps, common to all the countries of Europe, but now restricted to those which continue to be inhabited by an undisturbed and native race. Of these, one of the most beautiful is the Irish fiction, which assigns to certain families of ancient descent and distinguished rank the privilege of a banshee, as she is called, or household fairy, whose office is to appear, seemingly mourning, while she announces the approaching death of some one of the destined race. The subject has been so lately and beautifully investigated and illustrated by Mr. Crofton Croker and others, that I may dispense with being very particular regarding it. If I am rightly informed, the distinction of a banshee is only allowed to families of the pure Milesian stock, and is never ascribed to any descendant of the proudest Norman or boldest Saxon who followed the banner of Earl Strongbow, much less to adventurers of later date who have obtained settlements in the Green Isle. Several families of the Highlands of Scotland anciently laid claim to the distinction of an attendant spirit who performed the office of the Irish banshee. Among them, however, the functions of this attendant genius, whose form and appearance differed in different cases, were not limited to announcing the dissolution of those whose days were numbered. The Highlanders contrived to exact from them other points of service, sometimes as warding off dangers of battle, at others as guarding and protecting the infant heir through the dangers of childhood, and sometimes as condescending to interfere even in the sports of the chieftain, and point out the fittest move to be made at chess, or the best card to be played at any other game. Among those spirits who have deigned to vouch their existence by appearance of late years is that of an ancestor of the family of MacLean of Lochby. Before the death of any of his race, the phantom chief gallops along the sea beach near to the castle, announcing the event by cries and lamentations. The spectre is said to have rode his rounds and uttered his death cries within these few years, in consequence of which the family and clan, though much shocked, were in no way surprised to hear by next accounts that their gallant chief was dead at Lisbon, where he served under Lord Wellington. Of a meaner origin and occupation was the Scottish Brownie, already mentioned as somewhat resembling Robin Goodfellow in the frolicsome days of Old England. This spirit was easily banished, or, as it was styled, hired away, by the offer of clothes or food, but many of the simple inhabitants could little see the prudence of parting with such a useful domestic drudge, who served faithfully, without fee and reward, food or raiment. Neither was it all time safe to reject Brownie's assistance. Thus we are informed by Brand that a young man in the Orkneys used to brew and sometimes read upon his Bible, to whom an old woman in the house said that Brownie was displeased with that book he read upon, which if he continued to do, they would get no more service of Brownie. But he, being better instructed from that book, which was Brownie's eyesore and the object of his wrath when he brewed, would not suffer any sacrifice to be given to Brownie. Whereupon the first and second brewings were spoiled, and for no use. For though the wort wrought well, yet in a little time it left off working, and grew cold. But of the third broust or brewing he had ale very good, though he would not give any sacrifice to Brownie, with whom afterwards they were no more troubled. Another story of the same kind is told of a lady in Uist, who refused on religious grounds the usual sacrifice to this domestic spirit. The first and second brewings failed, but the third succeeded, and thus when Brownie lost the perquisite to which he had been so long accustomed, he abandoned the inhospitable house where his services had so long been faithfully rendered. The last place in the south of Scotland supposed to have been honoured or benefited by the residence of a Brownie was Bodspec in Moffatdale, which has been the subject of an entertaining tale by Mr. James Hogg, the self-instructed genius of Ettrick Forest. These particular superstitions, however, are too limited and too much obliterated from recollection to call for special discussion. The general faith in fairies has already undergone our consideration, but something remains to be said upon another species of superstition, so general that it may be called proper to mankind in every climate, so deeply rooted also in human belief that it is found to survive in states of society during which all other fictions of the same order are entirely dismissed from influence. Mr. Crabbe, with his usual felicity, has called the belief in ghosts the last lingering fiction of the brain. Nothing appears more simple at the first view of the subject than that human memory should recall and bring back to the eye of the imagination in perfect similitude even the very form and features of a person with whom we have been long conversant, or which have been imprinted in our minds with indelible strength by some striking circumstances touching our meeting in life. The son does not easily forget the aspect of an affectionate father, and for reasons opposite but equally powerful, the countenance of a murdered person is engraved upon the recollection of his slayer. A thousand additional circumstances, far too obvious to require recapitulation, render the supposed apparition of the dead the most ordinary spectral phenomenon which is ever believed to occur among the living. All that we have formerly said respecting supernatural appearances in general applies with peculiar force to the belief of ghosts, for whether the cause of delusion exists in an excited imagination or a disordered organic system, it is in this way that it commonly exhibits itself. Hence Lucretius himself, the most absolute of skeptics, considers the existence of ghosts and their frequent apparition as facts so undeniable that he endeavours to account for them at the expense of assenting to a class of phenomena very irreconcilable to his general system. As he will not allow of the existence of the human soul, and at the same time cannot venture to question the phenomena supposed to haunt the repositories of the dead, he is obliged to adopt the belief that the body consists of several coats, like those of an onion, and that the outmost and thinnest, being detached by death, continues to wander near the place of sepulture, in the exact resemblance of the person while alive. We have said there are many ghost stories which we do not feel at liberty to challenge as impostures, because we are confident that those who relate them on their own authority actually believe what they assert, and may have good reason for doing so, though there is no real phantom after all. We are far, therefore, from averring that such tales are necessarily false. It is easy to suppose the visionary has been imposed upon by a lively dream, a waking reverie, the excitation of a powerful imagination, or the misrepresentation of a diseased organ of sight, and in one or other of these causes, to say nothing of a system of deception, which may in many instances be probable, we apprehend a solution will be found for all cases of what are called real ghost stories. In truth, the evidence with respect to such apparitions is very seldom accurately or distinctly questioned. A supernatural tale is in most cases received as an agreeable mode of amusing society, and he would be rather accounted a sturdy moralist than an entertaining companion who should employ himself in assailing its credibility. It would indeed be a solecism in manners, something like that of impeaching the genuine value of the antiquities exhibited by a good-natured collector for the gratification of his guests. This difficulty will appear greater should a company have the rare good fortune to meet the person who himself witnessed the wonders which he tells. A well-bred or prudent man will, under such circumstances, abstain from using the rules of cross-examination practised in a court of justice, and if in any case he presumes to do so, he is in danger of receiving answers even from the most candid and honorable persons, which are rather fitted to support the credit of the story which they stand committed to maintain, than to the pure service of unadorned truth. The narrator is asked, for example, some unimportant question with respect to the apparition. He answers it on the hasty suggestion of his own imagination, tinged as it is with belief of the general fact, and by doing so often gives a feature of minute evidence which was before wanting, and this with perfect unconsciousness on his own part. It is a rare occurrence indeed to find an opportunity of dealing with an actual ghost seer. Such instances, however, I have certainly myself met with, and that in the case of able, wise, candid, and resolute persons, of whose veracity I had every reason to be confident. But in such instances, shades of mental aberration have afterwards occurred, which sufficiently accounted for the supposed apparitions, and will incline me always to feel alarmed in behalf of the continued health of a friend who should conceive himself to have witnessed such a visitation. The nearest approximation which can be generally made to exact evidence in this case is the word of some individual who has had the story, it may be, from the person to whom it has happened, but most likely from his family or some friend of the family. Far more commonly, the narrator possesses no better means of knowledge than that of dwelling in the country where the thing happened, or being well acquainted with the outside of the mansion, in the inside of which the ghost appeared. In every point, the evidence of such a second-hand retailer of the mystic story must fall under the adjudged case in an English court. The judge stopped a witness who was about to give an account of the murder upon trial, as it was narrated to him by the ghost of the murdered person. "Hold, sir," said his lordship, "the ghost is an excellent witness, and his evidence the best possible, but he cannot be heard by proxy in this court. Summon him hither, and I'll hear him in person, but your communication is mere hearsay, which my office compels me to reject." Yet it is upon the credit of one man, who pledges it upon that of 3 or 4 persons who have told it successively to each other, that we are often expected to believe an incident inconsistent with the laws of nature, however agreeable to our love of the wonderful and the horrible. In estimating the truth or falsehood of such stories, it is evident we can derive no proofs from that period of society when men affirmed boldly and believed stoutly all the wonders which could be coined or fancied. That such stories are believed and told by grave historians only shows that the wisest men cannot rise in all things above the general ignorance of their age. Upon the evidence of such historians, we might as well believe the portents of ancient or the miracles of modern Rome. For example, we read in Clarendon of the apparition of the ghost of Sir George Villiers to an ancient dependent. This is no doubt a story told by a grave author at a time when such stories were believed by all the world. But does it follow that our reason must acquiesce in a statement so positively contradicted by the voice of nature through all her works? The miracle of raising a dead man was positively refused by our Saviour to the Jews, who demanded it as a proof of his mission, because they had already sufficient grounds of conviction, and as they believed them not, it was irresistibly argued by the divine person whom they tempted, that neither would they believe if one arose from the dead. Shall we suppose that a miracle refused for the conversion of God's chosen people was sent on a vain errand to save the life of a profligate spendthrift? I lay aside, you observe, entirely the not unreasonable supposition that Towers, or whatever was the ghost seer's name, desirous to make an impression upon Buckingham, as an old servant of his house, might be tempted to give him his advice, of which we are not told the import, in the character of his father's spirit, and authenticate the tale by the mention of some token known to him as a former retainer of the family. The Duke was superstitious, and the ready dupe of astrologers and soothsayers. The manner in which he had provoked the fury of the people must have warned every reflecting person of his approaching fate, and the age considered, it was not unnatural that a faithful friend should take this mode of calling his attention to his perilous situation. Or if we suppose that the incident was not a mere pretext to obtain access to the Duke's ear, the messenger may have been impressed upon by an idle dream. In a word, numberless conjectures might be formed for accounting for the event in a natural way, the most extravagant of which is more probable than that the laws of nature were broken through in order to give a vain and fruitless warning to an ambitious minion. It is the same with all those that are called accredited ghost stories, usually told at the fireside. They want evidence. It is true that the general wish to believe, rather than power of believing, has given some such stories a certain currency in society. I may mention, as one of the class of tales I mean, that of the late Earl St. Vincent, who watched with a friend, it is said, a whole night, in order to detect the cause of certain nocturnal disturbances which took place in a certain mansion. The house was under lease to Mrs. Ricketts, his sister. The result of his lordship's vigil is said to have been that he heard the noises without being able to detect the causes, and insisted on his sister giving up the house. This is told as a real story with 1,000 different circumstances. But who has heard or seen an authentic account from Earl St. Vincent, or from his companion of the watch, or from his lordship's sister? And as in any other case, such sure species of direct evidence would be necessary to prove the facts. It seems unreasonable to believe such a story on slighter terms. When the particulars are precisely fixed and known, it might be time to inquire whether Lord St. Vincent, amid the other eminent qualities of a first-rate seaman, might not be in some degree tinged with their tendency to superstition, and still farther, whether, having ascertained the existence of disturbances not immediately or easily detected, his lordship might not advise his sister rather to remove than to remain in a house so haunted, though he might believe that poachers or smugglers were the worst ghosts by whom it was disturbed. The story of two highly respectable officers in the British army, who are supposed to have seen the spectre of the brother of one of them in a hut or barrack in America, is also one of those accredited ghost tales which attain a sort of brevet rank as true, from the mention of respectable names as the parties who witnessed the vision, but we are left without a glimpse when, how, and in what terms this story obtained its currency, as also by whom and in what manner it was first circulated. and among the numbers by whom it has been quoted, although all agree in the general event, scarcely two, even of those who pretend to the best information, tell the story in the same way. Another such story, in which the name of a lady of condition is made use of as having seen an apparition in a country seat in France, is so far better borne out than those I have mentioned, that I have seen a narrative of the circumstances attested by the party principally concerned. That the house was disturbed seems to be certain, but the circumstances, though very remarkable, did not, in my mind, by any means exclude the probability that the disturbance and appearances were occasioned by the dexterous management of some mischievously disposed persons. The remarkable circumstances of Thomas, the second Lord Lyttelton, prophesying his own death within a few minutes upon the information of an apparition, has always been quoted as a true story, but of late it has been said and published that the unfortunate nobleman had previously determined to take poison, and of course had it in his own power to ascertain the execution of the prediction. It was no doubt singular that a man, who meditated his exit from the world, should have chosen to play such a trick on his friends, but it is still more credible that a whimsical man should do so wild a thing, than that a messenger should be sent from the dead to tell a libertine at what precise hour he should expire. To this list other stories of the same class might be added, but it is sufficient to show that such stories as these, having gained a certain degree of currency in the world, and bearing creditable names on their front, walk through society unchallenged, like bills through a bank, when they bear respectable endorsations, although it may be the signatures are forged after all. There is indeed an unwillingness very closely to examine such subjects, for the secret fund of superstition in every man's bosom is gratified by believing them to be true, or at least induces him to abstain from challenging them as false, and no doubt it must happen that the transpiring of events in which men have actually seen, or conceived that they saw, apparitions which were invisible to others, contributes to the increase of such stories, which do accordingly sometimes meet us in a shape of veracity difficult to question. The following story was narrated to me by my friend Mr. William Clerk, chief clerk to the Jury Court, Edinburgh, when he first learned it, now nearly 30 years ago, from a passenger in the mail coach. With Mr. Clerk's consent, I gave the story at that time to poor Matt Lewis, who published it with a ghost ballad which he adjusted on the same theme. From the minuteness of the original detail, however, the narrative is better calculated for prose than verse, and more especially as the friend to whom it was originally communicated is one of the most accurate, intelligent, and acute persons whom I have known in the course of my life. I am willing to preserve the precise story in this place. It was about the eventful year 1800, when the Emperor Paul laid his ill-judged embargo on British trade, that my friend Mr. William Clerk, on a journey to London, found himself in company in the mail coach with a seafaring man of middle age and respectable appearance, who announced himself as master of a vessel in the Baltic trade, and a sufferer by the embargo. In the course of the desultory conversation which takes place on such occasions, the seaman observed, in compliance with a common superstition, "I wish we may have good luck on our journey. There is a magpie." "And why should that be unlucky?" said my friend. "I cannot tell you that," replied the sailor, "but all the world agrees that one magpie bodes bad luck. 2 are not so bad, but 3 are the devil. I never saw 3 magpies but twice, and once I had near lost my vessel, and the second I fell from a horse and was hurt." This conversation led Mr. Clerk to observe that he supposed he believed also in ghosts, since he credited such auguries. "And if I do," said the sailor, "I may have my own reasons for doing so." And he spoke this in a deep and serious manner, implying that he felt deeply what he was saying. On being further urged, he confessed that, if he could believe his own eyes, there was one ghost at least which he had seen repeatedly. He then told his story as I now relate it. Our mariner had in his youth gone mate of a slave vessel from Liverpool, of which town he seemed to be a native. The captain of the vessel was a man of a variable temper, sometimes kind and courteous to his men, but subject to fits of humour, dislike, and passion, during which he was very violent, tyrannical, and cruel. He took a particular dislike at one sailor aboard, an elderly man called Bill Jones, or some such name. He seldom spoke to this person without threats and abuse, which the old man, with the license which sailors take on merchant vessels, was very apt to return. On one occasion, Bill Jones appeared slow in getting out on the yard to hand a sail. The captain, according to custom, abused the seaman as a lubberly rascal who got fat by leaving his duty to other people. The man made a saucy answer, almost amounting to mutiny, on which, in a towering passion, the captain ran down to his cabin, and returned with a blunderbuss loaded with slugs, with which he took deliberate aim at the supposed mutineer, fired, and mortally wounded him. The man was handed down from the yard, and stretched on the deck, evidently dying. He fixed his eyes on the captain, and said, "Sir, you have done for me, but I will never leave you." The captain, in return, swore at him for a fat lubber, and said he would have him thrown into the slave kettle, where they made food for the negroes, and see how much fat he had got. The man died. His body was actually thrown into the slave kettle, and the narrator observed, with a naivete which confirmed the extent of his own belief in the truth of what he told, there was not much fat about him, after all. The captain told the crew they must keep absolute silence on the subject of what had passed, and as the mate was not willing to give an explicit and absolute promise, he ordered him to be confined below. After a day or two he came to the mate, and demanded if he had an intention to deliver him up for trial when the vessel got home. The mate, who was tired of close confinement in that sultry climate, spoke his commander fair, and obtained his liberty. When he mingled among the crew once more, he found them impressed with the idea, not unnatural in their situation, that the ghost of the dead man appeared among them when they had a spell of duty, especially if a sail was to be handed, on which occasion the spectre was sure to be out upon the yard before any of the crew. The narrator had seen this apparition himself repeatedly. He believed the captain saw it also, but he took no notice of it for some time, and the crew, terrified at the violent temper of the man, dared not call his attention to it. Thus they held on their course homeward with great fear and anxiety. At length the captain invited the mate, who was now in a sort of favour, to go down to the cabin and take a glass of grog with him. In this interview he assumed a very grave and anxious aspect. "I need not tell you, Jack," he said, "what sort of hand we have got on board with us. He told me he would never leave me. and he has kept his word. You only see him now and then, but he is always by my side and never out of my sight. At this very moment I see him. I am determined to bear it no longer, and I have resolved to leave you." The mate replied that his leaving the vessel while out of the sight of any land was impossible. He advised that if the captain apprehended any bad consequences from what had happened, he should run for the west of France or Ireland, and there go ashore, and leave him, the mate, to carry the vessel into Liverpool. The captain only shook his head gloomily, and reiterated his determination to leave the ship. At this moment the mate was called to the deck for some purpose or other, and the instant he got up the companion ladder he heard a splash in the water, and looking over the ship's side saw that the captain had thrown himself into the sea from the quarter gallery, and was running astern at the rate of 6 knots an hour. When just about to sink, he seemed to make a last exertion, sprung half out of the water, and clasped his hands towards the mate, calling, "Bye, Bill is with me now," and then sunk to be seen no more. After hearing this singular story, Mr. Clerk asked some questions about the captain, and whether his companion considered him as at all times rational. The sailor seemed struck with the question, and answered, after a moment's delay, that in general he conversationed well enough. It would have been desirable to have been able to ascertain how far this extraordinary tale was founded on fact, but want of time and other circumstances prevented Mr. Clerk from learning the names and dates that might to a certain degree have verified the events. Granting the murder to have taken place, and the tale to have been truly told, there was nothing more likely to arise among the ship's company than the belief in the apparition, as the captain was a man of a passionate and irritable disposition. It was no wise improbable that he, the victim of remorse, should participate in the horrible visions of those less concerned, especially as he was compelled to avoid communicating his sentiments with any one else, and the catastrophe would in such a case be but the natural consequence of that superstitious remorse which has conducted so many criminals to suicide or the gallows. If the fellow traveller of Mr. Clerk be not allowed this degree of credit, he must at least be admitted to have displayed a singular talent for the composition of the horrible in fiction. The tale properly detailed might have made the fortune of a romancer. I cannot forbear giving you, as congenial to this story, another instance of a guilt-formed phantom, which made considerable noise about 20 years ago or more. I am, I think, tolerably correct in the details, though I have lost the account of the trial. Jarvis Matcham, such, if I am not mistaken, was the name of my hero, was pay sergeant in a regiment, where he was so highly esteemed as a steady and accurate man, that he was permitted opportunity to embezzle a considerable part of the money lodged in his hands for pay of soldiers, bounty of recruits, then a large sum, and other charges which fell within his duty. He was summoned to join his regiment from a town where he had been on the recruiting service, and this perhaps under some shade of suspicion. Matcham perceived discovery was at hand, and would have deserted had it not been for the presence of a little drummer lad, who was the only one of his party appointed to attend him. In the desperation of his crime, he resolved to murder the poor boy, and avail himself of some balance of money to make his escape. He meditated this wickedness the more readily that the drummer, he thought, had been put as a spy on him. He perpetrated his crime, and changing his dress after the deed was done, made a long walk across the country to an inn on the Portsmouth road, where he halted and went to bed, desiring to be called when the first Portsmouth coach came. The waiter summoned him accordingly, but long after remembered that, when he shook the guest by the shoulder, his first words as he awoke were, "My God, I did not kill him." Matcham went to the seaport by the coach, and instantly entered as an able-bodied landsman or marine, I know not which. His sobriety and attention to duty gained him the same good opinion of the officers in his new service which he had enjoyed in the army. He was afloat for several years, and behaved remarkably well in some actions. At length the vessel came into Plymouth, was paid off, and some of the crew, amongst whom was Jarvis Matcham, were dismissed as too old for service. He and another seaman resolved to walk to town, and took the route by Salisbury. It was when within 2 or 3 miles of this celebrated city that they were overtaken by a tempest so sudden, and accompanied with such vivid lightning and thunder, so dreadfully loud, that the obdurate conscience of the old sinner began to be awakened. He expressed more terror than seemed natural for one who was familiar with the war of elements, and began to look and talk so wildly that his companion became aware that something more than usual was the matter. At length Matcham complained to his companion that the stones rose from the road and flew after him. He desired the man to walk on the other side of the highway, to see if they would follow him when he was alone. The sailor complied, and Jarvis Matcham complained that the stones still flew after him, and did not pursue the other. "But what is worse," he added, coming up to his companion, and whispering, with a tone of mystery and fear, "who is that little drummer boy, and what business has he to follow us so closely?" "I can see no one," answered the seaman, infected by the superstition of his associate. "What! see not that little boy with the bloody pantaloons?" exclaimed the secret murderer, so much to the terror of his comrade, that he conjured him, if he had anything on his mind, to make a clear conscience as far as confession could do it. The criminal fetched a deep groan, and declared that he was unable longer to endure the life which he had led for years. He then confessed the murder of the drummer, and added that, as a considerable reward had been offered, he wished his comrade to deliver him up to the magistrates of Salisbury, as he would desire a shipmate to profit by his fate, which he was now convinced was inevitable. Having overcome his friend's objections to this mode of proceeding, Jarvis Matcham was surrendered to justice accordingly, and made a full confession of his guilt. But before the trial, the love of life returned. The prisoner denied his confession, and pleaded not guilty. By this time, however, full evidence had been procured from other quarters. Witnesses appeared from his former regiment to prove his identity with the murderer and deserter, and the waiter remembered the ominous words which he had spoken when he awoke him to join the Portsmouth coach. Jarvis Matcham was found guilty and executed. When his last chance of life was over, he returned to his confession, and with his dying breath averred, and truly, as he thought, the truth of the vision on Salisbury Plain. Similar stories might be produced, showing plainly that, under the direction of Heaven, the influence of superstitious fear may be the appointed means of bringing the criminal to repentance for his own sake, and to punishment for the advantage of society. Cases of this kind are numerous and easily imagined, so I shall dwell on them no further, but rather advert to at least an equally abundant class of ghost stories, in which the apparition is pleased not to torment the actual murderer, but proceeds in a very circuitous manner, acquainting some stranger or ignorant old woman with the particulars of his fate, who, though perhaps unacquainted with all the parties, is directed by a phantom to lay the facts before a magistrate. In this respect, we must certainly allow that ghosts have, as we are informed by the facetious Captain Grose, forms and customs peculiar to themselves. There would be no edification and little amusement in treating of clumsy deceptions of this kind, where the grossness of the imposture detects itself, but occasionally cases occur like the following, with respect to which it is more difficult, to use James Boswell's phrase, to know what to think. Upon the 10th of June, 1754, Duncan Terragh, alias Clark, and Alexander Bain MacDonald, two Highlanders, were tried before the Court of Justiciary, Edinburgh, for the murder of Arthur Davis, sergeant in Guise's regiment, on the 28th September, 1749. The accident happened not long after the Civil War, the embers of which were still reeking. So there existed too many reasons on account of which an English soldier, straggling far from assistance, might be privately cut off by the inhabitants of these wilds. It appears that Sergeant Davis was missing for years, without any certainty as to his fate. At length, an account of the murder appeared from the evidence of one Alexander Macpherson, a Highlander, speaking no language but Gaelic, and sworn by an interpreter, who gave the following extraordinary account of his cause of knowledge. He was, he said, in bed in his cottage, when an apparition came to his bedside, and commanded him to rise and follow him out of doors. Believing his visitor to be one Farquharson, a neighbour and friend, the witness did as he was bid, and when they were without the cottage, the appearance told the witness he was the ghost of Sergeant Davis, and requested him to go and bury his mortal remains, which lay concealed in a place he pointed out in a moorland track called the Hill of Christie. He desired him to take Farquharson with him as an assistant. Next day the witness went to the place specified, and there found the bones of a human body much decayed. The witness did not at that time bury the bones so found, in consequence of which negligence the sergeant's ghost again appeared to him, upbraiding him with his breach of promise. On this occasion the witness asked the ghost who were the murderers, and received for answer that he had been slain by the prisoners at the bar. The witness, after this second visitation, called the assistance of Farquharson and buried the body. Farquharson was brought in evidence to prove that the preceding witness, Macpherson, had called him to the burial of the bones, and told him the same story which he repeated in court. Isabel MacHardy, a person who slept in one of the beds which run along the wall in an ordinary Highland hut, declared that upon the night when Macpherson said he saw the ghost, she saw a naked man enter the house and go towards Macpherson's bed. Yet though the supernatural incident was thus fortified, and although there were other strong presumptions against the prisoners, the story of the apparition threw an air of ridicule on the whole evidence for the prosecution. It was followed up by the counsel for the prisoners asking, in the cross-examination of Macpherson, what language did the ghost speak in? The witness, who was himself ignorant of English, replied, as good Gaelic as I ever heard in Lochaber. "Pretty well for the ghost of an English sergeant," answered the counsel. "The inference was rather smart and plausible than sound, for the apparition of the ghost being admitted, we know too little of the other world to judge whether all languages may not be alike familiar to those who belonged to it." It imposed, however, on the jury, who found the accused parties not guilty, although their counsel and solicitor and most of the court were satisfied of their having committed the murder. In this case, the interference of the ghost seems to have rather impeded the vengeance which it was doubtless the murdered sergeant's desire to obtain. Yet there may be various modes of explaining this mysterious story, of which the following conjecture may pass for one. The reader may suppose that Macpherson was privy to the fact of the murder, perhaps as an accomplice or otherwise, and may also suppose that, from motives of remorse for the action, or of enmity to those who had committed it, he entertained a wish to bring them to justice. But through the whole Highlands there is no character more detestable than that of an informer, or one who takes what is called taskal money, or reward for discovery of crimes. To have informed against Tarrag and MacDonald might have cost Macpherson his life, and it is far from being impossible that he had recourse to the story of the ghost, knowing well that his superstitious countrymen would pardon his communicating the commission entrusted to him by a being from the other world, although he might probably have been murdered if his delation of the crime had been supposed voluntary. This explanation, in exact conformity with the sentiments of the Highlanders on such subjects, would reduce the whole story to a stroke of address on the part of the witness. It is therefore of the last consequence, in considering the truth of stories of ghosts and apparitions, to consider the possibility of wilful deception, whether on the part of those who are agents in the supposed disturbances, or the author of the legend. We shall separately notice an instance of two or either kind. End of Letter 10, Part 1. Letter 10, Part 2 of Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The most celebrated instance in which human agency was used to copy the disturbances imputed to supernatural beings refers to the ancient palace of Woodstock, when the commissioners of the Long Parliament came down to disbark what had been lately a royal residence. The commissioners arrived at Woodstock 13th October 1649, determined to wipe away the memory of all that connected itself with the recollection of monarchy in England. But in the course of their progress they were encountered by obstacles which apparently came from the next world. Their bedchambers were infested with visits of a thing resembling a dog, but which came and passed as mere earthly dogs cannot do. Logs of wood, the remains of a very large tree called the King's Oak, which they had splintered into billets for burning, were tossed through the house, and the chairs displaced and shuffled about. While they were in bed, the feet of their couches were lifted higher than their heads, and then dropped with violence. Trenchers, without a wish, flew at their heads of free will. Thunder and lightning came next, which were set down to the same cause. Spectres made their appearance, as they thought, in different shapes, and one of the party saw the apparition of a hoof, which kicked a candlestick and lighted candle into the middle of the room, and then politely scratched on the red snuff to extinguish it. Other and worse tricks were practised on the astonished commissioners, who, considering that all the fiends of hell were let loose upon them, retreated from Woodstock without completing an errand which was, in their opinion, impeded by infernal powers, though the opposition offered was rather of a playful and malicious than of a dangerous cast. The whole matter was, after the Restoration, discovered to be the trick of one of their own party, who had attended the commissioners as a clerk, under the name of Giles Sharp. This man, whose real name was Joseph Collins of Oxford, called Funny Joe, was a concealed loyalist, and well acquainted with the old mansion of Woodstock, where he had been brought up before the Civil War. Being a bold, active, spirited man, Joe availed himself of his local knowledge of trap doors and private passages, so as to favour the tricks which he played off upon his masters by aid of his fellow domestics. The commissioner's personal reliance on him made his task the more easy, and it was all along remarked that trusty Giles Sharp saw the most extraordinary sights and visions among the whole party. The unearthly terrors experienced by the commissioners are detailed with due gravity by Sinclair, and also, I think, by Dr. Plot. But although the detection or explanation of the real history of the Woodstock demons has also been published, and I have myself seen it, I have at this time forgotten whether it exists in a separate collection, or where it is to be looked for. Similar disturbances have been often experienced, while it was the custom to believe in and dread such frolics of the invisible world, and under circumstances which induce us to wonder both at the extreme trouble taken by the agents in these impostures, and the slight motives from which they have been induced to do much wanton mischief. Still greater is our modern surprise at the apparently simple means by which terror has been excited to so general an extent, that even the wisest and most prudent have not escaped its contagious influence. On the first point, I am afraid there can be no better reason assigned than the conscious pride of superiority, which induces the human being in all cases to enjoy and practice every means of employing an influence over his fellow mortals, to which we may safely add that general love of tormenting, as common to our race as to that noble mimic of humanity, the monkey. To this is owing the delight with which every schoolboy anticipates the effects of throwing a stone into a glass shop, and to this we must also ascribe the otherwise unaccountable pleasure which individuals have taken in practising the tricksy pranks of a goblin, and filling a household or neighbourhood with anxiety and dismay, with little gratification to themselves, besides the consciousness of dexterity, if they remain undiscovered, and with the risk of loss of character and punishment should the imposture be found out. In the year 1772, a train of transactions, commencing upon Twelfth Day, threw the utmost consternation into the village of Stockwell, near London, and impressed upon some of its inhabitants the inevitable belief that they were produced by invisible agents. The plates, dishes, china, and glassware, and small movables of every kind, contained in the house of Mrs. Golding, an elderly lady, seemed suddenly to become animated, shifted their places, flew through the room, and were broken to pieces. The particulars of this commotion were as curious as the loss and damage occasioned in this extraordinary manner were alarming and intolerable. Amidst this combustion, a young woman, Mrs. Golding's maid, named Anne Robinson was walking backwards and forwards, nor could she be prevailed on to sit down for a moment, excepting while the family were at prayers, during which time no disturbance happened. This Anne Robinson had been but a few days in the old lady's service, and it was remarkable that she endured with great composure the extraordinary display which others beheld with terror, and coolly advised her mistress not to be alarmed or uneasy, as these things could not be helped. This excited an idea that she had some reason for being so composed, not inconsistent with a degree of connection with what was going forward. The afflicted Mrs. Golding, as she might be well termed, considering such a commotion and demolition among her goods and chattels, invited neighbours to stay in her house, but they soon became unable to bear the sight of these supernatural proceedings, which went so far that not above 2 cups and saucers remained out of a valuable set of china. She next abandoned her dwelling, and took refuge with a neighbour, but finding his movables were seized with the same sort of St. Vitus's dance, her landlord reluctantly refused to shelter any longer a woman who seemed to be persecuted by so strange a subject of vexation. Mrs. Golding's suspicions against Anne Robinson now gaining ground, she dismissed her maid, and the hubbub among her movables ceased at once and for ever. This circumstance of itself indicates that Anne Robinson was the cause of these extraordinary disturbances, as has been since more completely ascertained by a Mr. Brayfield, who persuaded Anne, long after the events had happened, to make him her confidant. There was a love story connected with the case, in which the only magic was the dexterity of Anne Robinson and the simplicity of the spectators. She had fixed long horsehairs to some of the crockery, and placed wires under others, by which she could throw them down without touching them. Other things she dexterously threw about, which the spectators, who did not watch her motions, imputed to invisible agency. At times, when the family were absent, she loosened the hold of the strings by which the hams, bacon, and similar articles were suspended, so that they fell on the slightest motion. She employed some simple chemical secrets, and, delighted with the success of her pranks, pushed them farther than she at first intended. Such was the solution of the whole mystery, which, known by the name of the Stockwell ghost, terrified many well-meaning persons, and had been nearly as famous as that of Cock Lane, which may be hinted at as another imposture of the same kind. So many and wonderful are the appearances described, that when I first met with the original publication, I was strongly impressed with the belief that the narrative was like some of Swift's advertisements, a jocular experiment upon the credulity of the public, but it was certainly published bona fide, and Mr. Hone, on the authority of Mr. Brayfield, has since fully explained the wonder. Many such impositions have been detected, and many others have been successfully concealed, but to know what has been discovered in many instances gives us the assurance of the ruling cause in all. I remember a scene of the kind attempted to be got up near Edinburgh, but detected at once by a sheriff's officer, a sort of persons whose habits of incredulity and suspicious observation render them very dangerous spectators on such occasions. The late excellent Mr. Walker, minister at Donatar in the Mearns, gave me a curious account of an imposture of this kind, practised by a young country girl, who was surprisingly quick at throwing stones, turf, and other missiles, with such dexterity that it was for a long time impossible to ascertain her agency in the disturbances of which she was the sole cause. The belief of the spectators that such scenes of disturbance arise from invisible beings will appear less surprising if we consider the common feats of jugglers or professors of legerdemain, and recollect that it is only the frequent exhibition of such powers which reconciles us to them as matters of course, although they are wonders at which in our fathers' time men would have cried out either sorcery or miracles. The spectator also, who has been himself duped, makes no very respectable appearance when convicted of his error, and thence, if too candid to add to the evidence of supernatural agency, is yet unwilling to stand convicted by cross-examination of having been imposed on, and unconsciously becomes disposed rather to colour more highly than the truth, than acquiesce in an explanation resting on his having been too hasty a believer. Very often, too, the detection depends upon the combination of certain circumstances, which, apprehended, necessarily explain the whole story. For example, I once heard a sensible and intelligent friend in company express himself convinced of the truth of a wonderful story told him by an intelligent and bold man about an apparition. The scene lay in an ancient castle on the coast of Morven, or the Isle of Mull, where the ghost seer chanced to be resident. He was given to understand by the family, when betaking himself to rest, that the chamber in which he slept was occasionally disquieted by supernatural appearances. Being at that time no believer in such stories, he attended little to this hint, until the witching hour of night, when he was awakened from a dead sleep by the pressure of a human hand on his body. He looked up at the figure of a tall Highlander, in the antique and picturesque dress of his country, only that his brows were bound with a bloody bandage. Struck with sudden and extreme fear, he was willing to have sprung from bed, but the spectre stood before him in the bright moonlight, its one arm extended as if to master him if he attempted to rise, the other hand held up in a warning and grave posture, as menacing the Lowlander if he should attempt to quit his recumbent position. Thus he lay in mortal agony for more than an hour, after which it pleased the spectre of ancient days to leave him to more sound repose. So singular a story had on its side the usual number of votes from the company, till upon cross-examination it was explained that the principal person concerned was an exciseman, after which éclaircissement the same explanation struck all present, that is, the Highlanders of the mansion had chosen to detain the exciseman by the apparition of an ancient heroic ghost, in order to disguise from his vigilance the removal of certain modern enough spirits, which his duty might have called upon him to seize. Here a single circumstance explained the whole ghost story. At other times it happens that the meanness and trifling nature of a cause, not very obvious to observation, has occasioned it to be entirely overlooked, even on account of that very meanness, since no one is willing to acknowledge that he has been alarmed by a cause of little consequence, and which he would be ashamed of mentioning. An incident of this sort happened to a gentleman of birth and distinction, who is well known in the political world, and was detected by the precision of his observation. Shortly after he succeeded to his estate and title, there was a rumour among his servants concerning a strange noise heard in the family mansion at night, the cause of which they had found it impossible to trace. The gentleman resolved to watch himself with a domestic who had grown old in the family, and who had begun to murmur strange things concerning the knocking having followed so close upon the death of his old master. They watched until the noise was heard, which they listened to with that strange uncertainty attending midnight sounds, which prevents the hearers from immediately tracing them to the spot where they arise, while the silence of the night generally occasions the imputing to them more than the due importance which they would have received if mingled with the usual noises of daylight. At length the gentleman and his servant traced the sounds which they had repeatedly heard to a small storeroom, used as a place for keeping provisions of various kinds for the family, of which the old butler had the key. They entered this place, and remained there for some time, without hearing the noises which they had traced thither. At length the sound was heard, but much lower than it had formerly seemed to be, while acted upon at a distance by the imagination of the hearers. The cause was immediately discovered. A rat caught in an old-fashioned trap had occasioned this tumult by its efforts to escape, in which it was able to raise the trap door of its prison to a certain height, but was then obliged to drop it. The noise of the fall, resounding through the house, had occasioned the disturbance which, but for the cool investigation of the proprietor, might easily have established an accredited ghost story. The circumstance was told me by the gentleman to whom it happened. There are other occasions in which the ghost story is rendered credible by some remarkable combination of circumstances very unlikely to have happened, and which no one could have supposed unless some particular fortune occasioned a discovery. An apparition which took place at Plymouth is well known, but it has been differently related, and having some reason to think the following edition correct, it is an incident so much to my purpose that you must pardon its insertion. A club of persons connected with science and literature was formed at the great sea town I have named. During the summer months, the society met in a cave by the seashore. During those of autumn and winter, they convened within the premises of a tavern, but for the sake of privacy had their meetings in a summer house situated in the garden, at a distance from the main building. Some of the members to whom the position of their own dwellings rendered this convenient had a pass key to the garden door, by which they could enter the garden and reach the summer house without the publicity or trouble of passing through the open tavern. It was the rule of this club that its members presided alternately. On one occasion, in the winter, the president of the evening chanced to be very ill, indeed was reported to be on his deathbed. The club met as usual, and from a sentiment of respect left vacant the chair which ought to have been occupied by him if in his usual health. For the same reason, the conversation turned upon the absent gentleman's talents, and the loss expected to the society by his death. While they were upon this melancholy theme, the door suddenly opened, and the appearance of the president entered the room. He wore a white wrapper, a nightcap round his brow, the appearance of which was that of death itself. He stalked into the room with unusual gravity, took the vacant place of ceremony, lifted the empty glass which stood before him, bowed around, and put it to his lips, then replaced it on the table, and stalked out of the room as silent as he had entered it. The company remained deeply appalled. At length, after many observations on the strangeness of what they had seen, they resolved to dispatch 2 of their number as ambassadors to see how it fared with the president, who had thus strangely appeared among them. They went, and returned with the frightful intelligence that the friend after whom they had inquired was that evening deceased. The astonished party then resolved that they would remain absolutely silent respecting the wonderful sight which they had seen. Their habits were too philosophical to permit them to believe that they had actually seen the ghost of their deceased brother, and at the same time they were too wise men to wish to confirm the superstition of the vulgar by what might seem indubitable evidence of a ghost. The affair was therefore kept a strict secret, although, as usual, some dubious rumours of the tale found their way to the public. Several years afterwards, an old woman, who had long filled the place of a sick nurse, was taken very ill, and upon her deathbed was attended by a medical member of the Philosophical Club. To him, with many expressions of regret, she acknowledged that she had long before attended Mr. naming the president whose appearance had surprised the club so strangely, and that she felt distress of conscience on account of the manner in which he died. She said that as his malady was attended by lightheadedness, she had been directed to keep a close watch upon him during his illness. Unhappily she slept, and during her sleep the patient had awaked and left the apartment. When on her own awaking she found the bed empty and the patient gone, she forthwith hurried out of the house to seek him, and met him in the act of returning. She got him, she said, replaced in bed, but it was only to die there. She added, to convince her hearer of the truth of what she said, that immediately after the poor gentleman expired, a deputation of 2 members from the club came to inquire after their president's health, and received for answer that he was already dead. This confession explained the whole matter. The delirious patient had very naturally taken the road to the club, from some recollections of his duty of the night. In approaching and retiring from the apartment, he had used one of the pass keys already mentioned, which made his way shorter. On the other hand, the gentleman sent to inquire after his health had reached his lodging by a more circuitous road, and thus there had been time for him to return to what proved his deathbed long before they reached his chamber. The philosophical witnesses of this strange scene were now as anxious to spread the story as they had formerly been to conceal it, since it showed in what a remarkable manner men's eyes might turn traitors to them, and impress them with ideas far different from the truth. Another occurrence of the same kind, although scarcely so striking in its circumstances, was yet one which, had it remained unexplained, might have passed as an indubitable instance of a supernatural apparition. A Teviotdale farmer was riding from a fair at which he had indulged himself with John Barleycorn, but not to that extent of defying goblins which it inspired into the gallant Tam O'Shanter. He was pondering with some anxiety upon the dangers of travelling alone on a solitary road, which passed the corner of a churchyard, now near at hand, when he saw before him in the moonlight a pale female form standing upon the very wall which surrounded the cemetery. The road was very narrow, with no opportunity of giving the apparent phantom what seamen called a wide berth. It was, however, the only path which led to the rider's home, who therefore resolved at all risks to pass the apparition. He accordingly approached as slowly as possible the spot where the spectre stood, while the figure remained, now perfectly still and silent, now brandishing its arms and gibbering to the moon. When the farmer came close to the spot, he dashed in the spurs and set the horse off upon a gallop. But the spectre did not miss its opportunity. As he passed the corner where she was perched, she contrived to drop behind the horseman, and seize him round the waist, a manoeuvre which greatly increased the speed of the horse and the terror of the rider, for the hand of her who sat behind him, when pressed upon his, felt as cold as that of a corpse. At his own house at length he arrived, and bid the servants who came to attend him take off the ghost. They took off accordingly a female in white, and the poor farmer himself was conveyed to bed, where he lay struggling for weeks with a strong nervous fever. The female was found to be a maniac, who had been left a widow very suddenly by an affectionate husband, and the nature and cause of her malady induced her, when she could make her escape, to wander to the churchyard, where she sometimes wildly wept over his grave, and sometimes, standing on the corner of the churchyard wall, looked out, and mistook every stranger on horseback for the husband she had lost. If this woman, which was very possible, had dropped from the horse unobserved by him whom she had made her involuntary companion, it would have been very hard to have convinced the honest farmer that he had not actually performed part of his journey with a ghost behind him. There is also a large class of stories of this sort, where various secrets of chemistry, of acoustics, ventriloquism, or other arts, have been either employed to dupe the spectators, or have tended to do so through mere accident and coincidence. Of these it is scarce necessary to quote instances, but the following may be told as a tale recounted by a foreign nobleman, known to me nearly 30 years ago, whose life, lost in the service of his sovereign, proved too short for his friends and his native land. At a certain old castle on the confines of Hungary, the lord to whom it belonged had determined upon giving an entertainment worthy of his own rank and of the magnificence of the antique mansion which he inhabited. The guests, of course, were numerous, and among them was a veteran officer of hussars, remarkable for his bravery. When the arrangements for the night were made, this officer was informed that there would be difficulty in accommodating the company in the castle, large as was, unless some one would take the risk of sleeping in a room supposed to be haunted, and that, as he was known to be above such prejudices, the apartment was in the first place proposed for his occupation, as the person least likely to suffer a bad night's rest from such a cause. The Major thankfully accepted the preference, and having shared the festivity of the evening, retired after midnight, having denounced vengeance against any one who should presume by any trick to disturb his repose, a threat which his habits would, it was supposed, render him sufficiently ready to execute. Somewhat contrary to the custom in these cases, the Major went to bed, having left his candle burning, and laid his trusty pistols, carefully loaded, on the table by his bedside. He had not slept an hour when he was awakened by a solemn strain of music. He looked out. 3 ladies, fantastically dressed in green, were seen in the lower end of the apartment, who sung a solemn requiem. The Major listened for some time with delight. At length he retired. "Ladies," he said, "this is very well, but somewhat monotonous. Will you be so kind as to change the tune?" The ladies continued singing. He expostulated, but the music was not interrupted. The Major began to grow angry. "Ladies," he said, "I must consider this as a trick for the purpose of terrifying me, and as I regard it as an impertinence, I shall take a rough mode of stopping it." With that he began to handle his pistols. The ladies sung on. He then got seriously angry. "I will but wait 5 minutes," he said, "and then fire without hesitation." The song was uninterrupted. The 5 minutes were expired. "I still give you law, ladies," he said, "while I count 20. This produced as little effect as his former threats. He counted 1, 2, 3 accordingly, but on approaching the end of the number and repeating more than once his determination to fire, the last numbers, 17, 18, 19, were pronounced with considerable pauses between, and an assurance that the pistols were cocked. The ladies sung on. As he pronounced the word 20, he fired both pistols against the musical damsels, but the ladies sung on. The Major was overcome by the unexpected inefficacy of his violence, and had an illness which lasted more than 3 weeks. The trick put upon him may be shortly described by the fact that the female choristers were placed in an adjoining room, and that he only fired at their reflection thrown forward into that in which he slept by the effect of a concave mirror. Other stories of the same kind are numerous and well known. The apparition of the Brocken Mountain, after having occasioned great admiration and some fear, is now ascertained by philosophers to be a gigantic reflection, which makes the traveller's shadow, represented upon the misty clouds, appear a colossal figure of almost immeasurable size. By a similar deception, men have been induced, in Westmoreland and other mountainous countries, to imagine they saw troops of horse and armies marching and countermarching, which were in fact only the reflection of horses pasturing upon an opposite height, or of the forms of peaceful travellers. A very curious case of this kind was communicated to me by the son of the lady principally concerned, and tends to show out of what mean materials a venerable apparition may be sometimes formed. In youth this lady resided with her father, a man of sense and resolution. Their house was situated in the principal street of a town of some size. The back part of the house ran at right angles to an Anabaptist chapel, divided from it by a small cabbage garden. The young lady used sometimes to indulge the romantic love of solitude by sitting in her own apartment in the evening till twilight, and even darkness, was approaching. One evening, while she was thus placed, she was surprised to see a gleamy figure, as of some aerial being, hovering, as it were, against the arched window in the end of the Anabaptist chapel. Its head was surrounded by that halo which painters give to the Catholic saints, and while the young lady's attention was fixed on an object so extraordinary, the figure bent gracefully towards her more than once, as if intimating a sense of her presence, and then disappeared. The seer of this striking vision descended to her family, so much discomposed as to call her father's attention. He obtained an account of the cause of her disturbance, and expressed his intention to watch in the apartment next night. He sat accordingly in his daughter's chamber, where she also attended him. Twilight came, and nothing appeared; but as the grey light faded into darkness, the same female figure was seen hovering on the window, the same shadowy form, the same pale light around the head, the same inclinations as the evening before. "What do you think of this?" said the daughter to the astonished father. "Anything, my dear," said the father, "rather than allow that we look upon what is supernatural." A strict research established a natural cause for the appearance on the window. It was the custom of an old woman, to whom the garden beneath was rented, to go out at night to gather cabbages. The lantern she carried in her hand threw up the refracted reflection of her form on the chapel window. As she stooped to gather her cabbages, the reflection appeared to bend forward, and that was the whole matter. Another species of deception, affecting the credit of such supernatural communications, arises from the dexterity and skill of the authors who have made it their business to present such stories in the shape most likely to attract belief. Defoe, whose power in rendering credible that which was in itself very much the reverse was so peculiarly distinguished, has not failed to show his superiority in this species of composition. A bookseller of his acquaintance had, in the trade phrase, rather overprinted an edition of Drelincourt on Death, and complained to Defoe of the loss which was likely to ensue. The experienced bookmaker, with the purpose of recommending the edition, advised his friend to prefix the celebrated narrative of Mrs. Veal's ghost, which he wrote for the occasion, with such an air of truth, that although in fact it does not afford a single tittle of evidence properly so called, it nevertheless was swallowed so eagerly by the people that Drelincourt's work on death, which the supposed spirit recommended to the perusal of her friend Mrs. Bargrave, instead of sleeping on the editor's shelf, moved off by thousands at once. The story, incredible in itself, and unsupported as it was by evidence or enquiry, was received as true, merely from the cunning of the narrator, and the addition of a number of adventitious circumstances, which no man alive could have conceived as having occurred to the mind of a person composing a fiction. It did not require the talents of Defoe, though in that species of composition he must stand unrivalled, to fix the public attention on a ghost story. John Dunton, a man of scribbling celebrity at the time, succeeded to a great degree in imposing upon the public a tale which he calls the Apparition Evidence. The beginning of it, at least, for it is of great length, has something in it a little new. At Minehead, in Somersetshire, lived an ancient gentlewoman named Mrs. Lecky, whose only son and daughter resided in family with her. The son traded to Ireland, and was supposed to be worth 8 or 10,000 pounds. They had a child about 5 or 6 years old. This family was generally respected in Minehead, and especially Mrs. Lecky, the old lady, was so pleasant in society, that her friends used to say to her and to each other, that it was 1,000 pities such an excellent, good-humoured gentlewoman must, from her age, be soon lost to her friends; to which Mrs. Lecky often made the somewhat startling reply, "Forasmuch as you now seem to like me, I am afraid you will but little care to see or speak with me after my death, though I believe you may have that satisfaction." Die, however, she did, and after her funeral was repeatedly seen in her personal likeness, at home and abroad, by night and by noonday. One story is told of a doctor of physic walking into the fields, who in his return met with this spectre, whom he at first accosted civilly, and paid her the courtesy of handing her over a stile. Observing, however, that she did not move her lips in speaking, or her eyes in looking round, he became suspicious of the condition of his companion, and showed some desire to be rid of her society. Offended at this, the hag at next stile planted herself upon it, and obstructed his passage. He got through at length with some difficulty, and not without a sound kick and an admonition to pay more attention to the next aged gentlewoman whom he met. But this, says John Dunton, was a petty and inconsiderable prank to what she played in her son's house and elsewhere. She would at noonday appear upon the quay of Minehead, and cry, "A boat, ho, a boat, ho." If any boatmen or seamen were in sight, and did not come, they were sure to be cast away; and if they did come, 'twas all one, they were cast away. It was equally dangerous to please and displease her. Her son had several ships sailing between Ireland and England. No sooner did they make land, and come in sight of England, but this ghost would appear in the same garb and likeness as when she was alive, and standing at the main mast, would blow with a whistle, and though it were never so great a calm, yet immediately there would arise a most dreadful storm, that would break, wreck, and drown the ship and goods. Only the seamen would escape with their lives. The devil had no permission from God to take them away. Yet at this rate, by her frequent apparitions and disturbances, she had made a poor merchant of her son, for his fair estate was all buried in the sea, and he that was once worth thousands was reduced to a very poor and low condition in the world, for whether the ship were his own or hired, or he had but goods on board it, to the value of 20 shillings, this troublesome ghost would come as before, whistle in a calm at the main mast at noonday, when they had descried land, and then ship and goods went all out of hand to wreck, insomuch that he could at last get no ships wherein to stow his goods, nor any mariner to sail in them, for knowing what an uncomfortable, fatal, and losing voyage they should make of it, they did all decline his service. In her son's house she hath her constant haunts by day and night, but whether he did not, or would not own if he did, see her, he always professed he never saw her. Sometimes, when in bed with his wife, she would cry out, "Husband, look, there's your mother." And when he would turn to the right side, then was she gone to the left; and when to the left side of the bed, then was she gone to the right. Only one evening their only child, a girl of about 5 or 6 years old, lying in a ruckle bed under them, cries out, "Oh, help me, father! Help me, mother, for grandmother will choke me." And before they could get to their child's assistance, she had murdered it, they finding the poor girl dead, her throat having been pinched by 2 fingers, which stopped her breath and strangled her. This was the sorest of all their afflictions. Their estate is gone, and now their child is gone also. You may guess at their grief and great sorrow. One morning after the child's funeral, her husband being abroad, about 11 in the forenoon, Mrs. Lecky the younger goes up into her chamber to dress her head, and as she was looking into the glass, she spies her mother-in-law, the old beldam, looking over her shoulder. This cast her into a great horror, but recollecting her affrighted spirits, and recovering the exercise of her reason, faith, and hope, having cast up a short and silent prayer to God, she turns about and bespeaks her. "In the name of God, mother, why do you trouble me?" "Peace," says the spectrum, "I will do thee no hurt." "What will you have of me?" says the daughter, etc. Dunton, the narrator, and probably the contriver of the story, proceeds to inform us at length of a commission which the wife of Mr. Lecky receives from the ghost to deliver to Atherton, Bishop of Waterford, a guilty and unfortunate man, who afterwards died by the hands of the executioner. But that part of the subject is too disagreeable and tedious to enter upon. So deep was the impression made by the story on the inhabitants of Minehead, that it is said the tradition of Mrs. Lecky still remains in that port, and that mariners belonging to it often, amid tempestuous weather, conceive they hear the whistle call of the implacable hag who was the source of so much mischief to her own family. However, already too desultory and too long, it would become intolerably tedious were I to insist further on the peculiar sort of genius by which stories of this kind may be embodied and prolonged. I may, however, add that the charm of the tale depends much upon the age of the person to whom it is addressed, and that the vivacity of fancy which engages us in youth to pass over much that is absurd, in order to enjoy some single trait of imagination, dies within us when we obtain the age of manhood, and the sadder and graver regions which lie beyond it. I am the more conscious of this, because I have been myself at two periods of my life, distant from each other, engaged in scenes favourable to that degree of superstitious awe which my countrymen expressively call being eerie. On the first of these occasions I was only 19 or 20 years old, when I happened to pass a night in the magnificent old baronial castle of Glamis, the hereditary seat of the Earls of Strathmore. The hoary pile contains much in its appearance, and in the traditions connected with it, impressive to the imagination. It was the scene of the murder of a Scottish king of great antiquity. Not indeed the gracious Duncan, with whom the name naturally associates itself, but Malcolm II. It contains also a curious monument of the peril of feudal times, being a secret chamber, the entrance of which, by the law or custom of the family, must only be known to three persons at once, that is, the Earl of Strathmore, his heir apparent, and any third person whom they may take into their confidence. The extreme antiquity of the building is vouched by the immense thickness of the walls, and the wild and straggling arrangement of the accommodation within doors. As the late Earl of Strathmore seldom resided in that ancient mansion, it was, when I was there, but half furnished, and that with movables of great antiquity, which, with the pieces of chivalric armour hanging upon the walls, greatly contributed to the general effect of the whole. After a very hospitable reception from the late Peter Proctor, Esquire, then seneschal of the castle, in Lord Strathmore's absence, I was conducted to my apartment in a distant corner of the building. I must own that as I heard door after door shut after my conductor had retired, I began to consider myself too far from the living, and somewhat too near the dead. We had passed through what is called the King's Room, a vaulted apartment garnished with stag's antlers and similar trophies of the chase, and said by tradition to be the spot of Malcolm's murder, and I had an idea of the vicinity of the castle chapel. In spite of the truth of history, the whole night scene in Macbeth's castle rushed at once upon my mind, and struck my imagination more forcibly than even when I have seen its terrors represented by the late John Kemble and his inimitable sister. In a word, I experienced sensations which, though not remarkable either for timidity or superstition, did not fail to affect me to the point of being disagreeable, while they were mingled at the same time with a strange and indescribable kind of pleasure, the recollection of which affords me gratification at this moment. In the year 1814, accident placed me, then past middle life, in a situation somewhat similar to that which I have described. I had been on a pleasure voyage with some friends around the north coast of Scotland, and in that course had arrived in the salt water lake under the castle of Dunvegan, whose turrets, situated upon a frowning rock, rise immediately above the waves of the loch. As most of the party, and I myself in particular, chanced to be well known to the Laird of MacLeod, we were welcomed to the castle with Highland hospitality, and glad to find ourselves in polished society after a cruise of some duration. The most modern part of the castle was founded in the days of James the Sixth. The more ancient is referred to a period whose birth tradition notes not. Under the present MacLeod, connected by a drawbridge the site of the castle with the mainland of Skye, the access must have been extremely difficult. Indeed, so much greater was the regard paid to security than to convenience, that in former times the only access to the mansion arose through a vaulted cavern in a rock, up which a staircase ascended from the seashore, like the buildings we read of in the romances of Mrs. Radcliffe. Such a castle, in the extremity of the Highlands, was of course furnished with many a tale of tradition, and many a superstitious legend, to fill occasional intervals in the music and song, as proper to the halls of Dunvegan as when Johnson commemorated them. We reviewed the arms and ancient valuables of this distinguished family, saw the dirk and broadsword of Rory Moore and his horn, which would drench 3 chiefs of these degenerate days. The solemn drinking cup of the kings of man must not be forgotten, nor the fairy banner given to MacLeod by the Queen of Fairies, that magic flag which has been victorious in 2 pitched fields, and will still float in the 3rd, the bloodiest and the last, when the elfin sovereign shall, after the fight is ended, recall her banner, and carry off the standard bearer. Amid such tales of ancient tradition, I had from MacLeod and his lady the courteous offer of the haunted apartment of the castle, about which, as a stranger, I might be supposed interested. Accordingly, I took possession of it about the witching hour. Except perhaps some tapestry hangings, and the extreme thickness of the walls, which argued great antiquity, nothing could have been more comfortable than the interior of the apartment. But if you looked from the windows, the view was such as to correspond with the highest tone of superstition. An autumnal blast, sometimes driving mist before it, swept along the troubled billows of the lake, which it occasionally concealed, and by fits disclosed. The waves rushed in wild disorder on the shore, and covered with foam the steep piles of rock, which, rising from the sea in forms something resembling the human figure, have obtained the name of MacLeod's Maidens, and in such a night seemed no bad representatives of the Norwegian goddesses, called choosers of the slain, or riders of the storm. There was something of the dignity of danger in the scene, for on a platform beneath the windows lay an ancient battery of cannon, which had sometimes been used against privateers, even of late years. The distant scene was a view of that part of the Quillen Mountains which are called, from their form, MacLeod's dining tables. The voice of an angry cascade, termed the nurse of Rory Moore, because that chief slept best in its vicinity, was heard from time to time, mingling its notes with those of wind and wave. Such was the haunted room at Dunvegan, and as such it well deserved a less sleepy inhabitant. In the language of Dr. Johnson, who has stamped his memory on this remote place, I looked around me, and wondered that I was not more affected, but the mind is not at all times equally ready to be moved. In a word, it is necessary to confess that, of all I heard or saw, the most engaging spectacle was the comfortable bed, in which I hoped to make amends for some rough nights on shipboard, and where I slept accordingly, without thinking of ghost or goblin, till I was called by my servant in the morning. From this I am taught to infer that tales of ghosts and demonology are out of date at 40 years and upwards, that it is only in the morning of life that this feeling of superstition comes over us like a summer cloud, affecting us with fear which is solemn and awful rather than painful, and I am tempted to think that if I were to write on the subject at all, it should have been during a period of life when I could have treated it with more interesting vivacity, and might have been at least amusing, if I could not be instructive. Even the present fashion of the world seems to be ill suited for studies of this fantastic nature, and the most ordinary mechanic has learning sufficient to laugh at the figments which in former times were believed by persons far advanced in the deepest knowledge of the age. I cannot, however, in conscience, carry my opinion of my countrymen's good sense so far as to exculpate them entirely from the charge of credulity. Those who are disposed to look for them may, without much trouble, see such manifest signs, both of superstition and the disposition to believe in its doctrines, as may render it no useless occupation to compare the follies of our fathers with our own. The sailors have a proverb that every man in his lifetime must eat a peck of impurity, and it seems yet more clear that every generation of the human race must swallow a certain measure of nonsense. There remains hope, however, that the grosser faults of our ancestors are now out of date, and that whatever follies the present race may be guilty of, the sense of humanity is too universally spread to permit them to think of tormenting wretches till they confess what is impossible, and then burning them for their pains. End of Letter 10, Part 2. End of Letters on Demonology and Witchcraft by Sir Walter Scott.